to get something else, to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Is it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap is good. Kick's on the way. Kick is good. Time is at 0. Panthers win. 30-27.
And that's the way it ended yesterday here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Metroplex. Entire morning crew is back together again. RJ Choppy from his road trip. I'm Sean Trafe along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we have a loss that we all think you needed to have go the other way. 30-27, the Cowboys fall to 2-3-1 in Carolina. The Panthers 3-3. Bobby, go.
There's no excuse. That's a team you're better than. Or it's, you obviously can't say it's a team you're better than because this team just plays absolutely no defense. But that's a team that you have more than enough capability to beat and should beat because of your talent and the way that you match up against them. And this was just completely gutless performance by the defense. They will not stop anybody. It's ridiculous that you're looking at a game and you are watching whenever there's 6 minutes left on the clock and you have to say to yourself, like, well, maybe this is a good thing because this might time out to where they'll score fast enough that then Dallas can get the ball back, because you're just concerned about, I know they're scoring, I just need to make sure they score give me enough time to where I can get the ball back and do something with it. But this is just
capture the feeling that you have when the Cowboys get a stop. And you should not be feeling that way.
I actually rewind it and make sure I saw the right thing and the other team didn't have the ball, and I wasn't just like my mind was playing tricks on me.
When they get a stop, I literally say to myself, please God, don't go for it on fourth down. Because they're not going to stop you on 3. They're definitely not going to stop 4, so please just punt it. I hope the league is at some point going to recognize they're not going to stop you 4 times in a row, so everybody should just go for it every single time because they will pick it up.
Well, they're also going to play 8 yards beyond the sticks on that fourth down too.
Yeah.
So there's that. It's demoralizing, like that game, because you do need to steal another one now.
One.
But you know,
the Chicago game.
The Chicago game was one, and then now this one. You got a Chicago game. I always thought was a swing game for the season because I had this one penciled in as a W. I didn't even consider this could be a loss, but you know, shame on me for that one. But it's just it's a tough look. This team has given up less than 30 points in the game twice this year. Once to a team and quarterback who has won games without even completed a pass in the second half. All right, so that's not good. And the other is to a team that just set the futility record yesterday in London, the Jets. So Eagles and Jets, that's it. Everybody else scored 30. Everybody else has scored 30 plus of this team. It's annoying to watch. It's an annoying game.
It's annoying entertainment.
It's annoying entertainment because it is entertaining.
It's entertaining.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. 57 points is entertaining.
Oh, right there.
Right there.
They're the only team in the league scoring 30 and allowing 30.
Carolina had, 8 third down attempts yesterday. They ran 64 plays. They got them to third down 8 times. Like they were just They damn near doubled you up on first downs. Dallas had 15, Carolina had 27.
There was a shot of Bryce Young just walking on the field. The TV gets all up in his face, the 4K camera, whatever. He looked so comfortable. He looked so calm. He looked so easygoing. And it was Zach or Broadish or someone in the pre and post, and they're like, just have him be a little bit uncomfortable. Bobby, I think you were talking about Bryce. There were horrible numbers or bad numbers for Bryce against the blitz this year, making him uncomfortable. But that shot just stuck with me about how they're walking out there on the field just knowing we're facing 8 people on defense. This is 7-on-7, and there's going to be no resistance whatsoever.
Yeah, he has had issues with pressure all year. So he was the 31st ranked quarterback out of 34 in the NFL with pressure. And teams were blitzing him this year, and he was having a ton of problems with the blitz. And then you walk out there and you choose to blitz the fewest that you've done all season. And that's the one time you got a sack, by the way. It was one of the 5 times. 5 different times in 64 plays they blitzed. That's just ridiculous.
I wasn't one of these people after game 2, after game 3. You got to change out Eberflus, right? Like, you bring someone else in. What are you going to do? Still try to have some time for his system and learning, and he is a long-term coach in the league. There is a point, though, that comes, even if you don't have the promotion answer from within, someone just as good or better, which resume-wise you clearly don't, there just has to be a time in life where the person that's there, we don't have the replacement right now, but that person needs to go. And if this continues, and a lot of Tolos want it done yesterday and want it done today, if this continues here for a few more games, I believe there just has to be a point where that guy in charge has to go because it can't get any worse, and you just need some type of fresh new blood. If Donovan Wilson, and we have to press Schottenheimer this week on it on Friday. I don't like going all the way back to the week before. That's the advantage of having the head coach on Monday versus Friday. But if Donovan Wilson is continued to be put in coverage situations, I can't fully believe that this team is taking winning seriously. Donovan Wilson is going to early on in that game, he was around the line of scrimmage. I was texting you guys.
Where he should be, around the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I was like, okay, here we go. Here's the adjustment. Maybe if he's playing linebacker instead of Murray, he gets over there on that 4th and 4 slant that pretty much ends the game. But a change is going to have to be made here coming up in the next few weeks. Whether it's Donovan Wilson demoted from any type of coverage situations, you just replace Wilson altogether, even though arguably he is your best and hardest hitter, or you just have to add by subtracting Matt Eberflus. We're getting to that point because it's not getting better.
No, he's got
that
3
Jets
weeks.
game was it was a maybe. It was, okay, 5 sacks, no explosives, and then the Jets show what they are really in London. But you're coming off that Jets game where you're like, holy crap, what's going on with the defense? And there's your little opportunity, and then the Panthers bring you back down to earth.
Breece Hall still went off for 8 a carry in that game. It was still there were still parts of that defensive performance that were really bad, and it shows, like you said, that the rest of it was just the Jets, legit or not. It was legit, right? It was the Jets.
And I'm not saying it's not all on him. It's not an either or.
Right.
I think Jesse Holly, friend of the show, put it well yesterday. He's like, scheme is bad, coaching is bad, players are not good enough, players are bad.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of like the front 7 with stopping the run is like personnel, and then the miscommunication and the continued use of Wilson on the back end, having Diggs and Bland. Right now, we always talk about overpay with the quarterback. You got to look at your overpaid salary at DB. You're paying DaRon Bland $90 million right now. Right now, DaRon Bland is a massive disappointment. I had no faith in DaRon Bland in a must-have situation. Maybe they don't either if they're designing plays to force the linebacker, Kenneth Murray, to deflect a football to give you that chance. But what you're getting with Diggs, Bobby, and what you're getting with Bland, a gross overpayment right now.
Yeah, they've been
Diggs
completely disappointing.
And then you want to give a little bit of an excuse and be like, all right, well, they're gutting it out. And Trayvon's, at what point does the banged up excuse go away at corner?
Well, look, it's not an excuse. There's an excuse and a reason, right? It might be the reason that you're not playing well. but it's still also at the same time not something that you can continue to use an excuse the entire time. Like make changes, make adjustments if you have to. Like, yeah, like I totally get it. Like if you're injured, if you're compromised, that's going to impact you. There's no doubt about that. It doesn't mean that you could just continue or you should just continue to sit there and let it happen.
Like, are they just banged and nicked up, or are they injured?
I'm willing to give Bland a little more time for being banged up because he literally just came back into the lineup, a week or two ago, whatever it was. So, like, his is more than just he's rehabbing from something. Like, he's missed time this year. Diggs has been back. Like, and Diggs he was talking about how ahead of schedule he was, and Diggs has tried to insist to you how healthy he is. So, I don't know. I mean, this is just, they're in a really tough spot. They got 3 weeks to figure it out. Or Eberflus has 3 weeks to figure it out, because if this is not any better, you have to fire him at the bye week.
At the bye. Man, well, they've never done that before. They've never done that before, right? They never fired an in-season DC.
They fired a coach at the bye week before that. They fired Paul Alexander. He was 8 weeks into his job, and then they fired him.
The issue you're going to run into, and look, they're because they're going to have to do it at some point, whether it's in the beginning, in the middle of the year, or after the season. But that just means another change to start next year, and another X amount of weeks of, hey, let's figure this one out.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't want them running this defense anymore. It doesn't. It doesn't work. And you're talking about the thing. We'll press Schottenheimer about that. The thing Jerry needs to be pressed about tomorrow is, why did you ignore how bad things ended in Chicago with this coach, where he had awful relationships with players, and already is starting to clearly have some level of tension with Diggs, as there's like these little.
They knew him here, mom and pop.
Yeah, they knew him here.
We knew him when he was just a store clerk.
Yeah, he wasn't like that. It's, because again, we've all talked about this, and we generally agree that there's a difference. Just because you're a bad head coach doesn't mean you're a bad coordinator. Wade's an elite defensive coordinator. I think Wade's a good head coach.
Yeah, I think Jim Schwartz is a guy.
Jim Schwartz, right? You've got plenty of guys.
Not going to have the personality to lead your entire team rough. Greg Williams.
Sure, right. There are plenty of guys that could be great coordinators and terrible coaches. Other guys, I think Schottenheimer's a guy who's not a great coordinator, but has a chance to be a much better head coach than a coordinator. Eberflus seems, though, like you're right, like his personality is grating.
I mean, Chicago told you he needed to be out of the NFL. Like, that's what those players were basically telling you. Not with their words, but the way they were acting, they were telling you he's got to go. Like, not just from here, he's got to get out of the league.
We're obviously focusing on the defense with Rico going off for 200 again. First player with 230 yards from scrimmage in back-to-back games since Le'Veon Bell in 2014. The Cowboys have allowed 360 rushing yards the last 2 weeks. 360 on 60 carries. That's a perfect 6 yards a carry. But yesterday in the text thread of the morning show, you guys were pinning a lot of this on the offense as well.
Yeah, I mean, just because for me, it's the offense was strong yesterday. They were moving the ball. They were moving the ball pretty well for considering their running game was not working yesterday. They couldn't get anything going. But man, they pick up that first down to Ferguson, gives them first and goal from the 8. And then Dak has that snap exchange fumble. And from there, the next 5 plays they ran, which were the last 5 plays they ran the entire game with 10 minutes left, were you had 2 incompletions where you just didn't have a good look against Carolina. And then you get the worst 3 and out you can possibly see. 2 awful screens to Javonte Williams that gets sniffed out and wrapped up. And then a third to Hunter Lipke that picks up 4 yards that I don't think was complete, and I don't know why anybody said anything about it. It got the ball tipped, and then it looked very much like he just had it with his fingertips and pinned the edge of the ball on the ground. But they called it complete, and so you end up punting the ball away. More than 6 minutes left, and Carolina just takes off every last bit of clock.
And those are the most impressive drives it's not when you get the ball with 2 minutes left and you run the clock out. It's when you get the ball with 4, 5, 6 minutes left, and that team they're powerless and helpless.
The offense has been great this season. They've been they've been one of the best offenses in the NFL. And so I understand whenever the defense happens, it's natural for a lot of people to go, oh, you can't just pin it all on the defense. It's like, no, but in that moment, they've got an opportunity to do something, and they gave you the ugliest drive they've given you all year. Not all game. That was the ugliest drive they've given you all year. It was just awful timing for that to happen.
You know how hard it is to lose 5 yards in a pass play?
2 times in a row?
You know how hard that is? And then George Pickens could not be stopped. Could not be stopped in this game. And not even an attempt to get him the ball on that series. I had to go back. I was like, was he hurt? I don't remember him getting hurt. Was he hurt? No, he was out there. And it just didn't make a whole lot of sense at all.
Javonte Williams yesterday had 5 receptions for 5 yards.
Hey, look, that's 5 fantasy points.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line for star up, star down coming up at 6:20. Pepe, what are the Tolos saying early?
251 says we're wasting another MVP season by Dak Prescott. 817 says the Commanders are about to drop 50 on us. 940, my 6-year-old daughter could call a better defense. And 214 says who's out there that can replace Eberflus?
On the staff, it's Nick Sorensen. It's their special teams coordinator. He was the defensive coordinator in San Francisco last year. That's your only guy. So which Nick Sorensen's done a decent job, I feel like, with some of the guys on special teams this year. So if you want to potentially have to lose him there, you'd have to have the assistant special teams guy probably step up and start calling plays at that point. You could do that. Sorensen would be your option. But otherwise, it's another problem. He brought over half his staff from Chicago with him. That's who's on the staff here in Dallas. So it's a bunch of guys who haven't called plays before because they've been under Matt Eberflus.
Let's get to your Cowboys report card and start calling people out individually. Star up, star down. Brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness is next here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto, 105.3 The Fan. But I'm sitting here looking at the
Roger that, Sally.
or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 9. Snap to Young. 4-man. As Araku pushing the pocket, he throws it in the end zone and wide open. Ted McMillan for the touchdown. He was 5 yards behind Donovan Wilson. I don't know who else was supposed to be covering him.
Man, there's got to be a lot of that during those Cowboy broadcasts that you hear with Brad and Babe right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Cowboys Monday. Star up, star down is your report card, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Yeah, Donovan Wilson was supposed to be who was covering him, Brad, just in case you were curious.
Dude.
That was just a single jab step from McMillan, and Donovan bit hard and slipped, fell down, and then could not get back up in time. And it's Donovan Wilson was bad yesterday. And I don't hear anybody on the fan text say, Wilson got an interception, because you will get somebody who'll say that today. It doesn't matter. He was awful. And he's...
You feel bad for him being put in this position? Is it unfair to him?
A little, but he's not playing well. There's a lot of this that's still.
I'd like to see his PFF coverage grades over the years to see if it's been this bad.
He's not a good cover guy, and Matt Eberflus. I understand Hooker's out right now. I don't care. There's no one else in the secondary. There's no one else at safety who would struggle more. This is somebody who does not understand what he's looking at with his personnel right now, or is just digging in defiantly over something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he just doesn't like Wanye Thomas. I'm not sure.
2024, he was a 56.6. That was 112 out of 171 safeties.
This is just coverage?
Just coverage. His range for coverage generally has been between 56 and 59 for his career.
That's
which
bad.
They don't know what they're doing anyway over there. So.
Which that is considered...
Cowboys or PFF?
PFF. And their defensive coordinator, yeah.
That is considered to be replacement backup level.
Yeah, you can't convince me there's no one on the street that could at least... If you lose it in run defense, physicality, leadership, I get it. You cannot tell me there's no one on the street in the National Football League who could cover better at that spot.
You don't have to take him off the football field.
Yeah.
He can play up in the box.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn found uses for him, and we didn't see Dan Quinn putting Donovan Wilson in coverage getting blown up consistently. That was both touchdowns. He gave up 2 touchdowns yesterday. He gave up the... I don't think it was the last one. It was the one with 2 minutes left against the Giants. That was his. He's not even been in coverage. He's like the reverse James Houston, where it's like, is he back there all the time? And it's like, no, if he's back there all the time, he'd be giving up more. He's giving it up just whenever he's back there.
The amount of still shots I've been able to take so far this season through 6 weeks, and it's a Where's Waldo of trying to find the nearest defender. I've never had this happen in 15 years of Cowboys coverage. Just pause, picture, and look for the closest defender. And we're talking 6 yards of gap, 7 yards. It's not even close. It's like we're the only ones who struggle with traction out there on the field. Diggs is on a slip and slide. Like, I don't know what's going on cleat-wise. I don't see their guys falling like this. Yeah, I don't know, but Donovan Wilson got lost. And Ted McMillan, a name that we know well, Tataroa, with his first 2 touchdowns of his career. That first one you just heard made it 10-10, and then the second one he loses Wilson in the fourth for the 27-24 lead. Star down Donovan Wilson.
Yeah, and then in general, you mentioned the yards of separation. This team is giving yards of separation at the line of scrimmage on big time plays on 4th and shorts, and allowing these.
We'll get to that at 6:40
to allow Renfro just to sit there and.
Oh, Diggs is terrified.
Run free, yeah, like just quick slant. I mean, that's the easiest play. It's pitch or catch.
The Cowboys are just going to put you on. It's like in baseball. We're going to put you on because we feel like the 3-run homer is coming. So we're just going to go ahead and put you on base. Trayvon Diggs does not want to play tight coverage at the line of scrimmage.
Oh, I think he does. I think he got benched for it the last time he did it, though. He played tight, he jammed, and he slipped, and they put him on the bench.
Now, the
that.
Cushion is a coaching thing, right? That's not just giving free reign and saying...
Yeah, it's not like I can go pick where I stand, right? Like, generally, it's a coaching point of, like, you're lined up in the defense where you're supposed to be based on down distance and everything else.
Well, I can't... There's on a down and distance at 4th and 3 or whatever that would have you play 11 yards back.
Now, I'll give
Is there? I mean, am I wrong on this one?
I'll give.
Well, there's a little added nuance to it, but we'll get to it at 6:40.
No, and I'll just say, I'll give Bryce Young credit for that was the most he threaded the needle the entire day was on that fourth down throw. Like he did. Now, I also think it's because he didn't see Kenneth Murray when I went back and watched it, but it was absolutely just on a line in there. I'm going to go start out just in general to your coaching staff for yesterday. Where it's coming off of a week with the Jets game where it's like, oh, this is we had a coaching advantage, and there have been several weeks recently where you said you had a coaching advantage. This was not that yesterday. You lost the chess match with Schottenheimer. You lost the chess match with Matt Eberflus. Their entire coaching staff yesterday just did not have a great day. Players didn't either. But man, to me, the issue here is you can look at it and say personnel on defense all you want. The problem is when it is something so systemic and unit wide, they are all having the same sort of problems at all three levels of the defense. That is your coach at that point. Something is wrong there. Like, you can have guys who are getting beat, whatever else, but we saw against the Jets. If they just stand where they're supposed to, it works out great. There's something wrong with the way you are telling them to play and the way you're telling them to do their jobs. You are messing something up.
Brian Schottenheimer on why he still has confidence that Eberflus can fix it.
No, that's a great coach. I mean, Matt's a great coach. He's been around. Everywhere he's ever been, he's had good defenses, and it's not just Matt by himself. Matt's trying. The players are trying. This is not a lack of effort. This is not that. It's, again, we have to be able to play more complementary defense. And, early in the season, we were getting hurt throwing the football. And, this game, we got hurt running the football. We were not surprised. We got to tackle better. Our gap control is not very good right now. That's the big thing I'd say to you. Our gap control is not where it needs to be. We're not fitting gaps right. I think, first half it seemed like there was, almost probably 75, 80% of their runs, the guy was 4 or 5 yards before, we had contact on him. That's not good enough. And we know that. And we're going to address it.
It's not.
How many weeks can you keep saying it?
Well, and he's trying isn't enough. I don't care that he's trying.
Yeah.
He's got something that's broken, and nobody.
And we're going to address it.
The effort thing.
17 weeks, coach.
I'm not sitting here talking about. Right. I don't think any of us have really talked about effort with the defense at any point. It's just it's bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we agree.
Our fits and our this and our that and our that and that. Okay.
I 100% believe Matt Eberflus is trying, but he's trying to make his defense work. He is trying to do he's got a size 7 foot that he's trying to jam in a 5 or something. It doesn't fit. Sorry. Change it. Do something different. Try to do something different. That's when you're really trying.
I feel bad for him if he has a size 7 shoe.
You know what I'm saying? I had already started the analogy. I was thinking size 9 shoe. I was like, well, that'd just be too spacious. So I had to say size 5.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot to do with the coaching too, and Olsen brought this up. He was like, boy, this right out of the gate, it's like, wow, that's a really kind of conservative game plan they have to start this game. I mean, you're starting this game, you throw a 2-yard pass.
Yeah.
Now, look, I know that.
Greg was basically saying abandon all early runs.
Right.
And maybe abandon the run altogether.
I don't think their first play design coming out of the week on when they started this up on Wednesday is, hey, let's throw a 2-yard pass to Spanford. Like that was a emergency situation. But it was like finally after the first series you punt, and then the second series it starts off, you got a third down. It's like, oh, now let's go find George Pickens. Like now this is the guy we got to find.
Olsen, speaking of him, he said it yesterday. Which they don't play very well in man coverage. They don't play very well in zone coverage. It doesn't really seem to matter.
I think it was 85% zone yesterday, by the way.
And they've been 85 to 90% this year. Olsen said yesterday, he was like talking about Dallas's defense, and he's like, when you play zone that much and you're predictable, like you don't challenge the offense's thinking at all. They just walk up there and go, okay, I know what this is. Like, you have to change it up.
Anything in sports.
Something.
It is a declaration written in any sport. If I tell the other lineup I'm throwing nothing but fastball, you're getting murdered. What does everyone say about facing a great offensive player in basketball? The only thing I can do is change up looks. Right. That's it. I just got to make him. I got to make him guess.
Force him left, right? Whatever.
Force him left, and then the next time, force him right.
Right.
That's the only thing I can do against Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. The only chance that I have, they're going to get theirs. They're great players. Is mixing up coverages and making them think the pressure's coming from this side. That is a sports declaration. It is a rule, and we're just like, no, it's going to be 90% zone every single week.
Yeah, you got to get him in the middle. You got to get him thinking it could be anything. Watch the ALCS right now. Smoltz is talking about this left and right. If you're a hitter and you're thinking you got if you have any thought in your mind like, well, I don't know what he's going to do here, you're already screwed. And because that fastball's going right by you, and it's the same thing here.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be 50-50 or whatever. Dan Quinn was running the highest man rates in the NFL while he was here, basically, or he was top 3 most years. Dan Quinn was still running man about like 40% of the time. It's not. Most teams don't run primary man, but you can't just never run. Like, you got to at least change it up. And to me, look, I could even live with 85% zone coverage if I thought you were going to change up your blitz rates at all, and not change them up the wrong way by like doing it less.
Yeah,
there's so many times out there where, and we've talked about it. There's just this. The most common look I've seen from a Cowboys defender this year is this: arms up, turning their hips and looking at someone like, why weren't you doing it? Why weren't you doing it? It's very much a pass the buck, low accountability interaction on defense.
Star down run D. First offensive drive, Rico had 42 yards. Reddy Stewart came up with a third down stop. It was only 3-0. At halftime, though, they had 88 on the ground. That was their most and a half this season. Kenny Clark. I thought that the trade was made for run D, Jerry, Steven. Finally, we called and saw Kenny Clark, I think, in the fourth quarter. Maybe we should be run blitzing. Bobby, you may have to do a tutorial, X's and O's, on what the hell a run blitz is, because I think I'd rather run blitz than pass blitz. Osa? When's the last time you've heard Osa Odighizuwa's name?
When he got his contract?
When he got his contract, first down yardage gain per run was what? Because it felt like 7 to 8 yards. The Cowboys were against the sticks throughout the day. 3rd and 5, always in third. How many third downs did they attempt? And what was the average gain on first? It felt like 7 to 8. Rico had 14 runs of 7 yards or more. 14. The Cowboys didn't have one. I think this ended up with
longest was 6.
Longest was 6 what?
For the Cowboys.
The longest
run was 6 yards.
It ended up, I think, 216 to 31 in terms of the rush total. They weren't happy with the run D last week against the Jets, and they weren't happy with their rushing attack. 9 runs of 2 yards or less, with Javonte averaging 2.2. So they got destroyed on the line of scrimmage. But run D, obviously, big fat star down.
Big fat star. Even when they hit Rico behind the line of scrimmage, he still fell forward for 2 yards.
Shotty on why the run defense stunk.
I want to look at it. They controlled the game, on both sides, and you got to give them credit for that. We knew they were a physical football team. We weren't surprised by that, but they were able to run it, and we weren't. And this is a game where you got to win the line of scrimmage, and we didn't win the line of scrimmage today. I told the team that. It's disappointing, but I got to give them a lot of credit. They ran hard, they blocked well, and we have to be better. And we'll look at it and we'll get it fixed.
Let's continue. Okay. Let's continue with Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. How much blame does the offense deserve for that drive and the 4th and 4 that everybody is talking about? We'll break it down in the fan cam for you on a Cowboys Monday next. But
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
This could be a ball game play. 4th and 4, empty gun. 2:31 left at the Dallas 40. Young back, throws it over the middle. The ball's caught on a slant for a first down at the Cowboy 32-yard line.
All right, let's get to the play that everyone, at least on my timeline, is talking about. It's a Cowboys Monday. They lose 30-27 to the Panthers on the road. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy back with us. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. This has 280,000 views on X. And we're going to run this over and over and over again on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is DaRon Bland, your $90 million corner, defending in the slot, 4th and 4. And look at the cushion. He is about 4 or 5 yards back of the first down marker. Hunter Renfrow is going to go ahead and run a slant. And my initial reaction, Greg Olson's on the TV call, and everyone else basically was like, what the hell are you doing, DaRon Bland? What the hell are you doing, Matt Eberflus? Then we get a little bit more nuanced with football, right? And all the learning. Many people, I believe, accurately pointing out Kenneth Murray, the linebacker, on the opposite side of the football where you would think he would start, right? The play is being thrown to the left. This is looking at your TV screen. They're going left to right for you Radio Odyssey app listeners. Murray's lining up on the right side of the center. So he's got all this ground to make up. The thought is that the play is designed for DaRon Bland to bait that slant throw. Kenneth Murray's supposed to get over there, break it up. You're suckering Bryce Young into the throw. You want them to throw the slant, and Kenneth Murray is supposed to get over there. So the cushion by design, according to many ball knowers.
Yeah, it's something where Kenneth Murray's slow to react. He's slow to get over there. If he was Johnny on the spot with it, he gets it. But he also there's a little bit of, all right, he doesn't want to break too soon and like have Bryce move away from him. But here's the problem. So they were in man coverage there. They're in single high, and Wanye Thomas is the lone safety back. So Trayvon Diggs is in press coverage there. And so if he, like when you've got a guy in press and you have only a single safety back there to help, that's going to necessitate the plan's going to be off a little bit. Because you can't have two guys pressing and then you have guys who they get by with their release and then you've got 2 free guys and the safety has to pick one. So it's designed that way. It's a bad design when you consider who your personnel is. It's not knowing who your personnel is. Yep. That's the problem.
In terms of counting on Murray to get over there that fast.
Murray's been getting crushed. Murray's publicly gotten called out for blowing her out by Schottenheimer in a game this year. It was the Giants one. He gave up the first seam touchdown. That was him. He was supposed to carry it, and he didn't.
Yeah.
And so I don't know why. Kenneth Murray's been one of the worst players on this team this year. I don't know why they were banking on him.
I would rather lose, Choppy, with my $90 million corner playing press coverage, and he gets beat deep. Seriously, rather than lose like that and rely on Murray to make the play versus Bland making the play, I'm paying him $90 million for what? To let Kenneth Murray move over opposite of where the ball snapped and get there in time? That's what I have a problem with.
When you try to bait, or if you're on offense and you're running trick plays, like sometimes they work, sometimes they blow up in your face, right? Sometimes it doesn't work and it winds up costing you. And in this case, it cost them. It did. Like, if you go to the Sunday night game, Detroit runs a ton of trick plays. It cost them last night. Cost them. This is going to happen. This is going to happen throughout the course of every team's season. It just, the fact that it happens in that moment and the fact that this is, again, another situation, because we saw this a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember if it was the Chicago game where there's that still photo of 4th and short, 4th and 2, and all these DBs are playing way off the line of scrimmage and way beyond the first down marker and giving way too much cushion.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't do that. I know we've taken physicality completely out of the NFL from, what defenses are able to do, clutching, grabbing, and everything. That doesn't mean you have to give them the cushion to run free like that. A guy like Renfrow is going to cook you all day.
He's just, like, I'm watching it back right now.
That's on the simple 2-step slant.
on the coach's tape, he's half a second late to react to Bryce. If he's just
Murray.
Yeah. But that's the problem, is that he doesn't process quickly. If he is just a little bit quicker, I mean, literally just half a step. If he is half a step quicker, he knocks the ball down. And it's just but he's not, and he hasn't been all year. He starts dropping because
the instant direction to him not now sprint to the slant from Renfrow.
So he's peeking at Young, like Kenneth Murray's peeking at Bryce Young to make sure that he's not getting read instantly. Like if he sees him run instantly, then that you're trying to bait the throw.
Because there's no back in the backfield.
But like Bryce never even looked to the right. Bryce had his eyes on the slot the entire time. That's why Bryce had no idea Kenneth Murray was there. So if Kenneth Murray would have just recognized that, all right, he's on that read, a half a tick faster, he gets there.
Brian Schottenheimer on the 4th and 4 defensive call with the cushion.
Yeah, I mean, we feel good. We had Duran, in that situation one-on-one, and, Bryce made a good throw down and away to Hunter, and they moved the sticks. Big play in the game, of course, but not the only play in the game.
Now the final offensive sequence that went 3 and out. Arguably the most hideous offensive possession of the entire season. Brian Schottenheimer, take us through it.
Well, the first one was a screen, and they stiffed it out. The phasing wasn't very good, so we couldn't get to the corner. The other ones weren't screens. They were checkdowns. And, this team does a good job of batting the ball, and they did that. But, they played very passive when they got ahead of the sticks. Clarence, they played pretty passive on 2nd and 3rd down, so they forced us to check it down, and they took it away.
So a screen and 2 checkdowns.
I mean, I get it. I mean, you're trying to do something with that first play to hopefully catch them in a situation where you've got, a lot of green ahead of you. All right, I get it. It just didn't work out. They snuffed it out, like you said. The other 2, I mean, checkdowns, okay. That's not really what you want to hear. I mean, you're being smart about it. You're not trying to force the issue. But Dak is a good enough, smart enough quarterback. I mean, you would maybe like him to force the issue sometimes. It's okay to be a little aggressive.
What was the score in that situation?
It was tied.
27-27.
It was tied. So he's making it sound like they're just playing a prevent D to where you aren't going to get anything 10 yards down the field.
On that 2nd down, I don't know what they're running here. I'm looking at it right now. I have no clue what concept
offensively?
Yeah. I mean, they're I don't know what that play is.
Because
I mean, they're trying to run something, but it's all like stop routes.
It sounded like, prevent D, like, hey, guys.
No, it's
they know we need to score. It was a tie game. You weren't trailing.
It's covered up. Like, I would guess so Dak, it looks like he's trying to look off the safety, and then I think he's trying to get to Flanoy, but, like, Flanoy, when he, moves over that direction, Flanoy literally has 3 guys around him.
David Hellman tweeted, you can talk about the run defense. You can talk about Donovan Wilson. You can talk about not being near the closest offensive player defensively. Nothing is a bigger insult to the Dallas Cowboys defense than not getting the ball back in the final 6 minutes. Bobby texted us in the midst of it. He goes, they're going to bleed this thing. They're going to bleed you out. They're going to run you down. Dak, on how demoralizing that was.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's demoralizing, but I'd definitely say it's frustrating, right? Like, just even the last time you have the ball, probably was not our best series of the game right there. I mean, other than the 3 and out to start the game off, and in a crucial point like that, we just can't do that. And on top of that, right, that being the last time that we touched the ball, it makes it frustrating. But that's the NFL. You trust that those guys are going to go get a stop. Unfortunately, we had a PI call on the 3rd down. Then after that, right, they just kind of ate the clock up, kept running the ball, and did a good job. They won the 4th quarter, and that's the NFL. We won the turnover battle, and don't know the big plays, but they won the 4th quarter, and that was the difference there. And a team that's obviously 2nd-year coach, young quarterback playing well, getting better, young running back, right, that we're familiar with. He told us to buckle up, and he went and had a hell of a game, and credit to them. They got the best, and they're the better team this afternoon.
And you all forgot your seatbelts. How can I forget the PI on Bobby's boy, Kaiir Elam? 3rd and 8. Yeah. You're tied with 5 minutes left, and Elam gets called for the penalty, a crippling penalty. Kaiir afterwards, he thinks he was screwed. Quote, I didn't touch him with any hands, and I played the ball. and my eyes were on the back of the football. I can't get no tighter coverage than that. You just got to continue to keep playing. It's a tough pill to swallow. No, it's not. I did not watch that replay and make a mental note in my mind or in my game notes that the Cowboys got screwed on the Kaiir Elam call. Did anybody else?
In the moment,
I thought it was
I remember thinking it was.
Thought it was a bad call.
I remember thinking it was incidental when I saw it, but I also was like, they're going to throw that 100% of the time. But no, I'm trying to.
Diggs didn't get called on a 3rd and 3, like right after that, and I was like, uh-oh. And then it's the 4th down that leads to the bland cushion. But Kaiir Elam thinks he got jobbed.
He's wrong about not getting hands on him. He gets his hands on Legette's chest. But I think it's just when he got hands on him, and it's not very much, but he gets hands on him and he's tight, and Legette kind of slips or they kind of tangle up, and it looks like pass interference. Like, I don't blame an official for seeing that and going like, that's PI.
And again, personnel. Like, what is Matt Eberflus supposed to do in that situation? Have someone else out there? Like, Kaiir Elam, we know, is bad. And Kaiir Elam is gone out of Buffalo this fast into his career for a reason.
7 snaps he played yesterday, and you had him in there on the biggest drive.
Oof.
877-881-1053. Star up, star down. Brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness to hit us up here on your home of the Cowboys with the 30-27 loss. Your phone calls coming up at 7:20. We have a rush ticket giveaway in the final hour of the show. Nick Eatman back from Carolina also at 9:20. But let's check out the rest of the league. What else happened in the NFC East and the other games in the National Football League? We'll go around the NFL after this. And
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
in the pocket, darts it near side, caught, touchdown! Kansas City! Hollywood Brown is having a night. And the Chiefs answer a touchdown with a touchdown to go up 26-17, 9:30 to go in the game.
Chiefs radio with the call. Sunday Night Football goes to RJ's boy Patrick Mahomes and KC. 30-17. Detroit just stopped scoring after that amazing opening drive where the Jared Goff touchdown reception was called back. Once again, just Dan Campbell. He may have all the trick plays. It may have been his trick plays over Ben Johnson. He just doesn't know the rules of any of them.
And that game literally came down to 2 plays. It was that play and the Amon-Ra drop on 4th down. There's your ball game. Like, there's your ball game. That you have to basically score almost all the time. And, had that first play not been a penalty, there's another touchdown and then 4th down. I mean, the Lions, you weren't stopping. Kansas City wasn't going to stop them. It literally came down to 2 plays, and it was fun. It was a fun game because you saw 2 offenses really. It felt like each team had like 4 possessions in that game too. They were like 7-minute drives left and right.
Vegas is really good at what they do because I couldn't understand for the life of me why Kansas City was favored over Detroit with the way Detroit had been playing. I know they were at home and everything else, but I was like, that's clearly a better football team in Detroit, and Kansas City handled business.
That's a double whammy for me. Lions #1 power rankings and counting out the Chiefs.
14 incomplete passes in the entire game.
What?
14 incomplete passes in the entire game.
Incomplete.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were saying they had 14 combined completions. I was like, it was way more than that.
Incomplete. Like, both QBRs were over 80, and it's a double-digit game. And to have both QBRs over 80, that's surprising.
Super impressive win for Kansas City. They get to 3-3 on the season. They're 3rd in the AFC West, and then afterwards the fight breaks out with Juju Smith-Schuster getting smacked in the helmet by Brian Branch.
Yeah, Juju didn't like that Brian Branch, I guess, had blown off Patrick Mahomes.
Hand, yeah.
But yeah, Mahomes went up, tried to give him a handshake. Brian Branch blew him off, and Mahomes was like, okay, and just kind of let it go. But Juju didn't like it, and Juju decided to take issue with it. That's when Brian Branch was like, open hand slap in the face, basically, and then it caused a fight. And I don't know.
We don't have it.
Patrick Mahomes after the game he was like, the way he talked, he's like, you know what, they can do whatever they want to do over there. We're just about business. And like, I mean, it wasn't like a super cutting thing, but it's like, it's just not usually Patrick's MO to just basically say they're unprofessional. And that's essentially what he said about Brian Branch.
The conspiracy theorists are back out. Did you see?
I mean, I see them all the time. What specifically?
Kansas City got called for 0 penalties.
Did they?
None.
Wow. There were some
0 penalties.
They say there's holding on every play. In general, the NFL, they don't get one of those.
0.
That's funny.
That's a really bad look.
That's a bad look.
That's a bad look.
On a game, a big time game like that, 0. Come on now.
0 penalty. Getting them back to 500. That's where your Derek Hollins come out and start to circle. And by the way, Dan Campbell is not happy with his own player.
I love Brian Branch, but what he did is inexcusable, and it's not going to be accepted here. It's not what we do. It's not what we're about. I apologize to Coach Reed and the Chiefs and and shoot. That's not okay. We that's not what we do here, and it's not going to be okay. He knows it. Our team knows it, and so that's not what we do.
Wow. Most coaches, I think, would say, "Oh, haven't seen it. Haven't seen it yet."
Right. Not this one.
Not though.
So the other storyline I'm really interested in: Chargers survived the Dolphins, 29-27, LA over Miami. The Dolphins are now 1-5, and Tua at the postgame presser has gone viral for this.
Yeah. Well, I think it starts with the leadership in helping articulate that for the guys, and then what we're expecting out of the guys, right? We're expecting this. Are we getting that? Are we not getting that? We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late, guys not showing up to player-only meetings. Like, there's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? So it's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up, and it starts with the little things like that.
Tua got blasted by Andrew Whitworth and other players like you're supposed to be the leadership. Someone named Deshaun Hamilton. Do you know that player, Bobby? He tweeted, "This dude, the starting quarterback, was late to the first team meeting during my 3 seconds on the Dolphins, and everything was all cool in there." Ooh. So there he is. I thought he was
the old Penn State receiver. That's what that is.
I thought he was talking about Tyreek. We know that Tyreek used to just not show up for the meetings. That seems to be a direct indictment of Mike McDaniel. And my once favorite quote and sound clip in the National Football League, Mike McDaniel, I didn't even bother pulling the audio. He is a stumbling, staggering, dead fool sitting up. He is literally a dead DJ walking.
I don't know what happened.
It's over.
I don't know what happened. He is dead inside. Like there's zero emotion, zero energy. I mean, his post-game speeches are now just uhs and ums and I mean, he sounds like Belichick.
Yeah.
He sounds like Belichick up there.
Miami is a very underrated, massive organizational mess. Like, we don't talk about them like they're the Raiders. Or anything. They really are. They have operated essentially like the Raiders over the last 15 years. And, I mean, the Flores thing that went sideways, and then Mike McDaniel, who now just looks like he hates life. All the different issues they had with putting Tua back out there when he was having the concussion issues. Like, that's an organization that has had a ton of really messy issues, but they do it on the beach, and so everybody thinks it's nice.
NFLPA survey. Treatment of families, A. Food and dining, A+, A+, A+. Training room, A. Training staff, A.
Wow.
Weight room, A+.
Wow.
Strength coaches, A+. Team travel, A+. Head coach, A+. Ownership, A+.
Whoa.
And yeah, they're awful.
And they're awful. I'm stunned because it's Stephen Ross, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he a lunatic? A+?
Stephen Ross is thought to be heavy-handed at times, but it may also be that he doesn't interact with the players very much.
Many people think this guy is the MVP every single week they're involved in a thrill ride.
Second down and 11. Shotgun look, Tucker in the backfield in motion. Baker Mayfield, belt high snap, looks upfield, throws the ball downfield. He's got a receiver open. It's a caught ball. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Touchdown Buccaneers. It's Tez Johnson. Touchdown Buccaneers. What a throw by Baker Mayfield.
30-19 on Bucs Radio. They beat San Francisco. No Brock Purdy. Mac Jones was the starter for Shanahan. They lose Fred Warner for the entire year. San Fran 4-2. Tampa Bay 5-1.
Mac Jones did not see a dead body before this game, so they were not able to win.
What was that story?
Last week when they beat the Rams, he apparently, while he was at the team hotel, was like, what's that in the water? And had to alert officials to a floating dead body that was in the water. So that was his involvement in that. But then he goes out there and plays the game of his life, and people were like, is Shanahan is he enough of a psycho to where it's like, we got to get a dead body in front of Mac Jones before every game? But this was Baker Mayfield, that scramble that he had on like 3rd and 14 or whatever it was, which was 2 plays before that touchdown pass.
2 plays.
That was the game. 20-19. That's it. That's a big opportunity to get a stop. Baker comes through in a big way there, and then kind of stands up and does his Baker thing, and then hits that touchdown 2 plays later.
Micah Watch against Joe Flacco and his Cincy debut.
Here's a fake handoff. Love bootlegging right. Dumps it off Kraft to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. And it is a touchdown. Touchdown, Green Bay Packers. Touchdown, Tucker Kraft.
There were 28 points scored in this fourth quarter. Green Bay wins 27-18. The Bengals are 2-4. The Packers are 3-1.
That touchdown catch that Jamar Chase had in the fourth quarter was
insane.
There's no one like him in the NFL. That was one of the most ridiculous catches you'll ever see. I was ready for this to just be hilarious when you're entering the fourth quarter and it's 10-7. I'm like, if the Bengals and Joe Flacco can beat this Packers team twice in 4 weeks.
He got there on Tuesday.
Yeah.
How do you start an NFL game at quarterback?
He's seen a lot of football.
And get there on Tuesday.
He's seen a lot of football. That's what they say. But no, this is Green Bay's definitely cooling from the first 2 weeks. That's for sure. 3
total tackles from Micah, no sacks. And I just went and looked at some Green Bay Packer fan Twitter accounts, and they're starting to get a little anxious. Starting to get a little worked up.
Aiden seems perfectly happy with Micah. Aiden's big concern right now, when I was talking to him during the break, is he said our corners suck. That's what's going to screw us.
These are all Packer fans. Hi, my name is Mike. I get paid $47 a year, and against the worst offensive line in the NFL, I like to try and bend the corner and fall on my ass. Micah Parsons sucks. Jerry was a genius trading him. He's a bum. Are you
embarrassed?
Can't even beat the Bengals O-line, who are historically bad. What a loser. Micah Parsons with a peace sign, and then the fade, and then finally Green Bay Paul traded Micah to be better at stopping the run, and to no surprise, we're still terrible at stopping the run. So that's a little Micah check-in. Yes, misery loves company, and that's what I wanted to do after the Cowboys loss.
I don't think anybody thought they were trading for Micah to be better at stopping the run.
Improve your defense as a whole.
As a whole, okay.
Hey, he was a positive yesterday. It was about a half a yard worse per carry when he was off the field.
Let's let Choppy get you caught up on the Final Four.
Swung on, blasted, right field. This is gonna go. It is gone. Cal Raleigh, oh Canada, a solo home run, and this game is tied.
Stop it. No, that is
Canada?
not. Oh, Canada?
That was an awful call before he did Canada.
Terrible.
Is he from?
Oh, Canada!
Is he from Canada? Oh, he did that against Toronto. That's why he's doing it. I was like, am I saying BC or NC? Cal Raleigh was born in North Carolina, not British Columbia.
Not British Columbia.
Not British Columbia.
Not the Nunavut or whatever they call it, territories up in Northwest. Not Newfoundland. No, North Carolina.
Wow.
I assume that's Mariners radio.
Yeah.
Mariners win 3-1. I am very impressed. They played a 15-inning, just emotional roller coaster of a game on Friday night. They turn around, and it's like, okay, you are primed for a letdown. And then George Springer hits a home run early, and it's like, oh, okay, this is going to be one of those games. Toronto's picking up right where they left off. Well, no. The Mariners get a tremendous pitching performance from Miller. I don't think he allowed a hit after the first inning. And they win 3-1. Shout out to the dude behind home plate. First of all, shout out to Toronto for not allowing Marlins Man in the building. Marlins Man's been at like every game for the last 30 years.
With Bad Bunny.
Yeah, he was with Bad Bunny at the Yankee game the other night.
Were they standing? Was he standing?
Yeah, he was standing.
Bad Bunny was not.
Bad Bunny was not.
He thought it was a 49ers game.
What? Oh, stop it. But the guy, did you see the dude behind home plate? He was wearing his Cal Raleigh Kryptonite shirt.
No.
What is Cal Raleigh's nickname?
The Big Dumper.
What does that mean?
Big
He's
ass.
got a big
Yeah.
butt.
Yeah.
This guy wore a shirt with the number 29 on it, and it had a big giant plug on it.
Oh, God.
Trying to plug up the dumper, right? That's what that was. Didn't work. Credit to him.
Yeah.
I think I saw that they kind of made him take it off at the end of the game. He had a jersey that was covering it up, but it is 1-zip, and now we have 2 games tonight.
Well, no, not tonight. Game 2 of the ALCS is at 4 p.m. today.
Oh, sorry, not tonight. Today, yeah.
4 p.m. and then 7 o'clock, Game 1, NLCS.
Yeah, they're not. So, like, the NBA would do 7 and 9:30.
Yeah.
Right? So they would do both games one game in prime time and one game out west. MLB's like, now 4 and 7, whatever, fine. But Dodgers Brewers is the nightcap.
We do need to sit here and talk about the best team in town.
Taken away, and the Stars have a breakaway. It's Wyatt Johnston, forehand. He scores! A beauty move by Wyatt Johnston. Dallas is back in front.
Victory Plus with the call. They are 2-0 after the 5-4 win over the Colorado Avalanche. Robo and Mikko scored shootout goals. Ottinger stopped McKinnon on their final shot. 5-4 W. Yes, Ottinger had 35 saves through overtime and 2 more in the shootout, and this thing had a playoff feel. Fighting, shoving, back and forth. The Avs coach afterwards said, I'd be fine not seeing the Stars again. So 2-0 to start off for Glenn Gulletson.
Again, against 2 tremendous teams.
Yes.
It's not like you're playing scrubs. You played Winnipeg and Colorado.
Winnipeg scrubs.
There we go. Yeah, that's right. Hella buck, baby.
Yeah, hella suck.
Hella suck. Hella not these playoffs. Am I right?
We should have stuck with hella suck, maybe. Let's line up the phones for your Cowboy calls and frustration. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The loss was so bad yesterday that Jerry Jones chose not to speak. That makes tomorrow at 8:30 with us even more important. Your Cowboy phone calls in the commercial-free Expressway are next.
After we get you over to play.
Do you think it's true true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
At the Dallas 37, Clowney's pushing the pocket. Young on the run, throws wide open to the 10-yard line. Easy catch for Dowdle. And he's in for the Carolina touchdown, and nobody covered it.
How many calls have that, Peyton?
Man, a few. I think we've already played a couple, but yeah, there were a lot of bad defense.
Has Brad been despondent, just losing it at all during these games, covering this defense, doing play-by-play?
Yeah, and I don't want to give away what he says during the breaks, but it's worse than what you hear on air. He's fed up with it.
I was going to say, I think I only caught like a few seconds of it, but I think during the post-game show, he was getting a little antsy. So it's going to build quick, because this is, I'll say this, Dallas is not going to be boring this year. Every game they've played has been at least, this is, whether they win or lose, it's like, well, it's not boring. There's something to talk about.
That was opening drive of the third. Jimmy Horn had a 34-yarder. Then Rico, a 36-yard catch for the touchdown and the 20-17 lead. Both wide open, as Brad said, on the home of the Cowboys. That's us. The longest catch of Rico's career as well.
I haven't checked, so I don't know. I think Dave Canales calls their plays in Carolina. That was a really great play design from Canales. That was like I was watching that back. I think they just schemed that one up, and that was really
you were impressed. Ready?
I was really impressed.
You ready for me to be Dave Canales?
Yeah.
Here's what you do.
That's not what it was.
Here's what you do.
But no,
get me on the fan cam, man. Here's my play call against the Cowboys. Just draw arrows. My son, just Ollie, draw 4 arrows.
That'll
Wherever
work.
they go, they can go backwards. You can lose 5 yards initially at the line of scrimmage, and you could get hired.
That'll work. They were in cover 3 on that play. The Cowboys were, and it was designed perfectly to completely stress and break them. And Bland was clearly like, oh crap, they got us, because it was a really good design.
And then Rico dropped it on us afterwards as well, like he did at the start of the week.
Rico, if your message last week was buckle up to the Cowboys, what's your message after the game?
They weren't buckled up.
They wasn't buckled up. And you got to sit there.
For more.
You got to sit there and take it.
They weren't buckled up.
Short, simple, sweet.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a perfect mic drop.
877-881-1053 for you to pick up that mic. That's your cell phone, and lash out on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We're commercial-free in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ with an unfortunate Cowboy Monday.
These are his last 11 games that he's played. Rico Dowdle, going back to last year. And the first 4 of this year, he wasn't the primary back.
Alec Medford, Chiafao, turn this up as you face me in the last 2 weeks in fantasy with Rico.
In fact, let's just do the last 9 games that he started, because the first 4 games of the season, he wasn't the starter. He wasn't carrying the load. These are his last 9 games as a starter. 112, 131, 149, 23, 104, 72, 206, 183. Like, Dowdle has been, and I think we were kind of talking about that last year. Like, nobody was opposed to bringing Dowdle back.
No,
because
right.
it was the way he showed up at the end of the season was like, all right, you can win with that.
And by the way, I guess I may as well get this out of the way now. I saw a little bit of this on social media, but I'm still not saying that I'm taking Rico over Javonte. Does this make you rethink it now? Or especially after yesterday's game where Javonte had 2 or less per carry?
No. So,
or are you arguing, hey, for the money, you should have had both? Miles Sanders now gone for the year, and Jaden Blue is getting a star down from Mini Tolos.
That's probably the better argument, is just you should have had them as a tandem back, because Rico. But see, the thing is The problem with Rico that he's going to run into, he's really
not the Cowboys defense.
He's got juice and he's got some wiggle to him. The problem with Rico is he's always gotten hurt and he's physical. He likes to punish guys. He never went down on first contact yesterday. When he got hit, it would take an extra 3-4 yards before he'd go down.
Even when he got hit by the line of scrimmage, he got positive yards.
Yeah, he's a good runner. He's a patient runner. He's a physical guy. They're both physical backs. I think both of them, their longevity in this league probably isn't a ton because they're going to wear their bodies out.
Let's turn it over to the Tolos, commercial-free expressway, starting off with Harrison in Mesquite. Harrison, you're up first here on The Fan.
Morning, guys. A lot of issues I saw yesterday. Eberflus, man, I've called in several times, man, about this coach. I mean, if we can see it from our homes, short yardage situation, and you're playing zone, hey, the coach has got intelligent problems too then. I'm tired of the cameras pointing to him. He's holding the clipboard, and he's not intelligent enough to go man in a short yardage situation. Everybody knows that. You play man near the goal line and in short yardage situation. So it's not on the $90 million cornerback. It's the coach. Okay, how much longer can we tolerate this? Dak and the offense playing their tails off, and we got this defense. The defense quit yesterday. They quit. If you can't see it, they quit. The front seven quit the last 3 games. Before then, the first 2 games we had, the front seven were good. We stopped Saquon, but Jalen Hurts ended up beating us in the passing game. Here's the thing: Carolina came in to stop our run. They did. They out-physical our run, but we were still able to throw the ball with Dak. And if I'm a Carolina fan, I'm asking my defensive coordinator, why in the hell you didn't double Pickens? Okay, they had no other option. Okay. Schottenheimer has to make a decision. Dallas can win 10 games and still make the playoffs. But you got to make a decision to change this defense.
Harrison,
if not, you're going out there for nothing.
Harrison, I'm curious. You're talking about they quit yesterday. What did you see out there that looked like quit versus just they're bad? Like they're not good?
Bobby, I played. I saw him quit. I'm sorry. I played. I played. I saw the effort, man. When anytime running back. The front seven, the whole front seven quit. They quit tackling. Rico set the tone. He said, y'all better buckle up. Any man tell me that I'm going to go out there, most defenses are going to shut you down. No other team is going to allow that. They're not going to do it. They quit. Every player, where's 97? The 97,
Osa.
The one we signed. Osa. Man, he's nowhere. Who on the defense? Who had a good game yesterday? Who can we say had a good game? Nobody. Diggs was holding the whole time. He could have got several flags. They pointed that out on TV.
Thank you for the call, Harrison.
A running game that is punishing, that is as demoralizing and emasculating as it gets. If you're getting punished with the run, I
thought it was going to be the drive. Leafau had the sack. I thought the emasculation drive, it's once every other week for this defense. I thought that was the drive in the third quarter. Then they had a false start, then they had to punt, but they started run. I said, here it is. This can be 9-10 straight runs.
I would much rather have a bad run D than a bad pass D, but there is nothing that will make you quit faster than just getting manhandled at the line of scrimmage and not being able to stop the run. That will make you just call it a day.
There are plenty of fair criticisms about the Cowboys. I don't think that defense quit. I just think they're bad. I think you saw effort out there. They just don't know what they're doing, and they're not very good.
Yeah, I agree. Nikki in Indiana. Nikki, you're next up here on The Fan.
Hey, guys. I came to see you a couple weeks ago down at the fire station.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys up here in Indy. Yeah, mad as hell. I've got 3 star downs and 1 up. Number 1, star down to us fans who continue to watch this fluster every week, hoping it can change, right? Number 2, star down to me. I had a chance to pick up Rico before the game, and I didn't. 32 points he had.
What type of league you playing in that he was available?
10 team.
Okay.
10-team league, yep. Fortunately, I started Cam Scattaboo in my flex spot last week, so he's carrying me.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, number 3 star down. Defense, obviously. I don't know if you guys saw the stat this morning. Dak becomes the first quarterback since 1950 to have 3 starts with like a bazillion touchdowns, no turnovers, and have a losing record in that time.
Yep.
I mean, they're wasting an MVP season.
Yep.
For 4. Star up to our favorite agent, right? Because he's George Pickens' agent, and he's just sitting on the sideline right now, laughing his ass off, saying, "Come on, Jerry, pick up the phone."
Yep.
It's a crap show, and I'll be a fan forever. But damn, do they make it hard? Have a good day, guys.
Great call as always, Nikki. Thank you. You were just talking about that Todd Archer stat.
Yeah, it was the specific of it was since stats were tracked starting in 1950, Dak is the first quarterback to have 11 or more touchdowns, like combined touchdowns, passing and running, 0 turnovers, and having non-winning record. Because it's not losing record, it's non-winning. It's 1-1-1.
Yeah.
They're 11-1.
Dak on this loss impacting what he thinks this team can still be.
It's a long season. It's a long season. I've been 3-5 before, I guess, right? And we went and ran and made the playoffs. So that's my point. We've just got to find a way to win these close games right here, and I've got all the confidence that we will. Right, that game right there, I just wanted the ball back in my hands, knowing that we'd go win, and unfortunately it didn't happen. But reality of it is we've got to do better on that last 3 and out. More importantly, we got to score in the red zone when we had that chance there, and right, that field goes for a tie, or they're having to score to win. So it's a long season. It's a long season. We got a lot of great players. We got guys getting healthy and guys coming back. That's only going to make this team better, more explosive, and just. We got to keep our heads down and keep working, understand it's a process, and it is a loss, but it's also we got to take something and learn from it.
I need to pull this cut when we get to the next break because it's important. I need to have the question in there too. Todd Archer asked him yesterday. He said, "You've said that in the next 2 weeks you'd know more about your football team. It's been 2 weeks. What did you learn about him?" And there was a long pause.
Yeah,
that was concerning.
Yeah, his response was, "Oh, damn, you remembered to ask that question."
Yeah, it was very much like, we're gonna hang around every game.
Look who showed up after his team lost last night. Jeff in Keller. Misery loves company, baby. Good morning.
Yeah, well. Been listening to you guys probably ever since you've been on. You guys are a big part of my day every day, and you guys are my built-in. This is disturbing to say out loud, considering RJ and Bobby are out here. You guys are my built-in therapy because my sports weekend had me on the way to Walmart to buy a gallon of bleach and drink. My Tigers losing 15 innings. Michigan gets blown out by USC, and our 8th and 9th quarters last night just couldn't cut it in the game. And, you guys hit it right on the head. It's Eberflus. It's Eberflus. It's Eberflus. I mean, our defensive coordinator had to adjust. We had a guy named Rock Yassin, and I don't know who the other guy was out there playing corner. We had to adjust because you got to go with what you got. But Bryce Young, all 5'9", 152 pounds of him, I don't think he got hit at all yesterday. And, it just there was no pass rush. You had your starters, but Donovan Wilson, maybe just put on 25 pounds and make him a linebacker.
Yes.
They say, he got an interception. When he intercepted that ball, he looked like Bobby coming out of a Friday night triple shot night. Took him 5 minutes to stand up, and then I don't know. You guys, your analysis of the Cowboys has made me feel better about my sorry ass.
Love you, Jeff. That was a tough weekend. Hope you get through it. We have not called out the pass rush yet.
Oh, they had a sack.
2 quarterback hits. Oh, wait a second. 1 sack and 5 quarterback hits. They actually had 2 quarterback hits and no sacks of Dak. Wow. I'm surprised in looking at that. We talked about Leofau and what he did, but I didn't notice Dante Fowler, Ezeraku, nothing.
He had the longest time to throw. Dak had the longest time to throw of any game this season.
Wow.
For him, not
him.
Across the league.
Okay.
It's the most time he's had to throw in any game this season. The Panthers' pass rush is bad. They're not able to get to the quarterback very easily.
And John Owning tweeted our usual James Houston problem. Someone explain to me why James Houston only has 9 snaps so far. Clowney just 13. Even with his hair and stature, I still have not noticed Jadeveon Clowney once. If you told me he didn't play yesterday, I would have believed you.
And he's one of the easier guys, because you said he's one of the easier guys to spot.
Yeah.
Like he's there. You can see him.
And James Houston with limited snaps.
He ended up playing 12 snaps, and
it's got to be something in practice going on.
No, they keep talking about run defense, but this is 2 weeks in a row where he's put up better run defense. Like the yards per carry numbers are better with him on the. In fact, he was on for 5 run snaps in this game. He made 3 tackles in the run game in those 5 snaps. Like, I don't know.
And it's my same Eberflus thought. Well, how could it be worse? Just put him out there. Let him get trucked in the run game.
Yeah, he can give up 8 yards per carry too.
Yeah,
sure. Like they're getting past your front 4 anyway. What does it matter?
Leon in Dallas, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead, Leon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, it's very disappointing because I've been a fan for life. And I'm 59 years old. I've been there for all the glory years. This thing is very disappointing because Jerry Jones and his administration is missing opportunities to build this team. They let Quinn get out of here. They pass up Dion and an opportunity to get Shedeur Sanders as a backup moving forward.
Oh,
they let a 1,000-yard back out of the building and pass up 2 other 1,000-yard backs that were on the market. Now, here we are with this defensive coordinator. I think the pass rush is okay. I watched it real close yesterday. We gave pressure, but the problem is our secondary is so terrible that these quarterbacks are throwing the ball in less than 3 seconds because these guys are so wide open, man. Wilson is trash. He slipped down twice yesterday and cost us 2 touchdowns. He's trash. So what we have to do is figure out why this defensive coordinator can't understand that, hey, my guys are so wide open, we don't even have a chance to play defense. If you're man-to-man, at least you got a chance to put a hand on him and knock the ball down. But it's every touchdown, these guys are wide open. How in the hell can I sack the quarterback when you can't even, when everybody's wide open over there?
Yeah, I get it. Thank you for the call. I'm not clamoring for Dion right now like I was in the offseason. No one's clamoring for Shedeur. And I'm happy with Javonte. So I disagree with the first components of the phone call. But we all thought, or I'll speak for myself. You can agree if you want. I thought that Jerry Jones mandated a trade for Jonathan Mingo. He was getting crushed, destroyed in the media. And it felt like Jerry walked into Will McClay's room with the scouts and said, I don't give a rip who it is. Get a damn deal.
Or what you give up for him.
Or what you give up for him. Get a deal done and get a receiver or a player in here. If I'm Jerry Jones today, and I hope Stephen Jones is hearing it or someone tells him, I say by the end of the day at 5 p.m., there is a coverage safety on this roster. I don't give a lickety split if he can't tackle. He can be Dion in terms of avoiding contact.
I don't care if he's in the league right now.
There is, yeah. Someone said, a total said, hit up Honey Badger. I ain't against it. I'm not against it.
Oh.
You get a coverage safety or 2 on this roster. I better check the transactions by the end of the day when I'm drinking my iced tea, and there better be someone on this team to try out and work out. Today, by 5 p.m., mandate.
Or you just can also compromise and say, don't ever make it Donovan Wilson.
Well, who am I going to put there?
Yeah. Honestly, anybody, a warm body.
I mean, just give me a body on the roster.
Like Wanye, I'd rather have Wanye playing deep every single time over Donovan Wilson. And I'm not saying I want Wanye out there playing deep every time, but like I would much rather have that. I don't know, try out one of these corners. Elam can't play in the slot. Make Elam just stand back there deep. Make Elam do that. Like, I mean, just figure something out because this isn't working.
877-881-1053 with the great text messages and phone calls. Commercial-free expressway. You know, we'll let Sam in Philly. NFC East not in action until tonight. Commanders and Bears, and I'm trusting that Sam is not a filthy fan, so we'll let him on. Go ahead, Sammy.
Nah, I'm definitely not an Eagles fan. I got a tattoo of a blue star on my elbow.
Nice.
So. But listen, man, this is a front office issue. It's been a front office issue. It's going to continue to be a front office issue. They need to stop smelling themselves and thinking they're the best drafting franchise in the NFL because they're not. You know how I know? They don't win. So they got to stop giving out these contracts to all these guys that don't deserve them. Jerry makes the wrong move every single time if you watch it step by step. He should have held on to Dan Quinn. I don't have a problem with Shoddy at all, but, you know, come on, man. Like, They just make the wrong moves.
Thanks for the call. Guys, Dan Quinn got promoted.
Yeah,
Stop.
he got a head coaching job.
He got a head coaching job.
Yeah, I get the idea, though. The idea was a lot of people wanted them to just say, blow out McCarthy and make him the guy. I get.
Well,
the
guess
side.
what?
It'd be tough to blow because that would have been 3 straight 12-5 seasons. That's tough to blow the coach.
It would not have been hard to blow him out after that Packers game.
This city wanted Dan Quinn gone too.
Yeah, they did.
I'm not
It's
going
revisionist
to let people. I'm not going to let people
48
forget that.
points or whatever it was.
We
in that
ran
game.
Kellen out. We ran Quinn out. Chris Richard was a bum towards the end when he was the fan. The cheerleader vote from a lot of the fan base. So come on now. We got memories as well. Go ahead, Bobby. You get the last word.
You're going to be fascinated, I think, whenever we start digging through this confidence survey that I posted yesterday that's already got over 300 responses. The Will McClay feedback on here is surprising.
No, I'm not surprised. I think there's a media versus fan battle when it comes to Will McClay. I think the media doesn't want to go near criticism of him. This is just my opinion. And the fan base starting to call him out a little bit. That's what I'm guessing you're referring to. But we shall see. We have to get on the fan cam, y'all, for best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. This is going to be an all-timer. I had a busy weekend. I can't even come close to the top 2 recaps. This is where you let us know what you did. 877-881-1053. We have Bobby video to get to, but we have to start with the road trip of RJ Choppy.
Man, and it started off really well at the car rental place. Went there. We had rented. We signed up minivan. Rented a minivan for the trip.
Minivan.
Yeah, it wasn't my first choice. It wasn't my choice. That's on Sarah. We get to the car rental place.
When did you book it?
Several weeks ago. No, I'm sorry. I booked like 2 weeks ago. So we get to the place, and because we were going to give Sarah had to be there because she had to put her license down for the added driver because it's a 12-hour drive to Knoxville. Well, we go in, and we did not go to the airport. Went to one of these other ones that was like off-site, just so it's a little cheaper and it's not as busy. You have to go to the airport. Well, we get there, and they said, you don't have a minivan. You've got a Denali.
Oh!
And I was like, well.
Big dog. Woo, woo,
Yeah,
woo.
I was like, all right. They said, we just upgraded you. We didn't have one on lot, so here, just take this one. I was like, yes. Or, all right. I don't know how to drive a minivan. I was terrified of driving this thing. My kids, they weren't even going to go. They were going to threaten to stay at home.
Because the minivan
They didn't want to do it. This vehicle had a vibrating seat when you change lanes without signaling. So didn't bother me, but when Sarah was driving, she was changing lane left and right without signaling. I mean, she was just nonstop.
Reminded her of the drawer.
Yeah, it was her turn to drive. Woo, boy. So that started off well. And then we start the drive. 5 a.m. 5 a.m. on Thursday morning.
Also, he did leave
That's what
earlier
he's
than we
telling
thought.
us. That's what he's telling us. Come on. We know he left at noon.
No, technically it's about 5:25 in the morning. We started loading the car at 5. 5:25 in the morning we leave, and we're on the way. And we get through Rockwall before the sun's up. Okay, that was the goal. I was like, I want to get through Rockwall before the sun's up. 6:35 east of 75 going northbound. I feel for you people. It was 6 a.m. and y'all were gridlock. Complete and utter gridlock. Bad idea to drive interstates during the week. It is nonstop crowd.
A little bit of a challenge there.
Arkansas, we got to talk. Okay?
Oh, Nick Eatman.
We got to talk. First off, the amount of 18-wheelers on the road boggles the mind. I didn't know there was this many 18-wheelers. And these guys are just riding side by side. Nobody passing, just blocking up the road. And why I don't understand this. Why you have a different speed limit for the trucks and the cars, right? 75 for the
trucks should be lower.
Well, yeah, 75 for the cars and 70 for the trucks. Okay, which completely screws up the flow of traffic.
Well,
right? It's
a little harder to handle 18-wheeler. RJ.
It is. I know they got
West Virginia. The highways go up.
Yeah.
To keep them,
They
slowed down.
got to slow down. They got the runaway truck ramps. But I got to credit to them. They did fix their roads. The last time I drove through Arkansas, it was some of the worst roads in America. They definitely fixed them. One thing that I did on this trip, on the drive out, not on the drive back, but on the drive out, we raw dogged this trip. No radio,
vibrating
no
seats.
music.
Oh,
complete. Now the kids were on their phones. They had their headphones in there on their phones. I felt my brain be sharper. I daydreamed. I daydreamed for 12 hours. And, Sarah and I talked, but nothing. It was just complete silence. It was bliss.
This was both
so peaceful,
impressive, and stupidly disturbing.
Miserable.
What a dumb idea. Why? Whose idea was this, and why? You guys spend every waking moment together already.
Oh, I know.
You have to watch every sporting event, everything in life together, and commentate. Well, what's left to talk about?
Even in 1975, like go all the way back. Okay, that's not all the way back, but let's go back that far. You
That's RJ's birthday.
All the way back to 4 years.
You go
before
back 50 years ago. Okay, even back then on road trips, they're listening to the radio. Like, so this is not just some modern technological problem of like, we're too obsessed with technology. We need to be more present in the car ride. Everybody has listened to road trip music for all of time. Why would you deprive yourself of that?
Honestly, it wasn't planned. It just happened. Like, we started out, we didn't have anything on. It was because it started out, the kids were still sleeping. We got them in the car, and we let them wake up, and then when they woke up, we just never turned it back on.
That's a great sign for conversation, though.
It was.
Great sign.
And we weren't sitting there talking nonstop, but like...
if you can be comfortable in silence, that's a good sign.
It was peaceful, like for 12, and I've never do that. I always have the radio on.
No,
always.
You said every time you drive home, it's dead silent. Your drives in and out of work.
I have the radio on, it's just low, right? It's just low. Because, Kevin's voice is a little high-pitched. I need a little bit low on the ride home, right?
Right.
So it's just low. But this is, it was, honestly, I felt, that's a cure for dementia right there, man. I wish my dad did this more. It's all constant technology. I literally, by the end of it, I was alert. I was focused.
Wow.
I was
now have
sharp.
No circumcisions for autism, and now radio silence for dementia.
Did I miss that one?
Yeah, you missed it. More likely to get autism if you're circumcised.
Stop it.
Yeah, you should have the radio on 1080.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. All right. Well, so that was the
And
drive.
there's peace in the Middle East, in case you missed that.
I saw that one this morning.
That's what I was gesturing. Trump had Mavericks owner Miriam Adelson stayed up and recognized her in the middle of the discussion.
If you saw what she donates, she gonna get recognized.
So we get there, the game, the tailgate, the atmosphere, the kids. I was a little worried. Because these kids, they want to leave a baseball game in the fourth inning. They want to get home. They could be interested in anything but a sporting event. They were engaged. We sat right.
I love this song.
Yeah,
love it. I played this song in honor of you sitting outside on Saturday.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, thank you, man.
Really.
Right behind the end zone, second level, right behind the end zone. So it's like coach's film. And I'm sitting next to Julian, and he is now all in on football. He's playing middle school football. He's looking at, he's breaking down coverages. And I'm like, wow, we got a mini Bobby over here.
Yeah, I should send him over to the Star.
So did you have to leave Thursday so that you could get to Nashville or get to Tennessee by Friday and then spend all day Friday walking up to your seats that you sent us a picture from?
Oh, Bobby, why?
It was
Don't be a jerk. Don't worry, Bobby's time's coming, y'all.
Wow. That's why I'm being a jerk, because I know my time's coming.
Look, I love those seats. I would sit there again. Now, the atmosphere in the second level is not as loud as the lower level. It's more just like sitting. But it's like the view. The lower level there is flat. You barely, if you're not 6'3", you're screwed.
And y'all played Arkansas.
We played Arkansas. Yeah, we played Arkansas in this game. So I'm buying season tickets for next year. Sarah doesn't know this yet.
Oh.
But I'm buying season tickets.
Know this yet.
Yeah, she doesn't know this yet, but I'm buying season tickets for next year. I'll sell them all.
Okay.
Right, make some cash.
Yeah.
Maybe go to one game. We should go. We're going to go to the Texas game, all four of us.
They say, they say arguably it's the best stadium and environment.
It's awesome. It really is. It's special. The kids absolutely loved it. They want to go to school there now. I'm like, yeah. I wanted to make sure that happened.
Yeah.
I know they're gonna, because
intelligence and everything.
No, there's the younger one's really, really smart. The older one's gonna play baseball probably. But that's
not D1 maybe.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not there. Right. You may have to start at JUCO. You never know where they're gonna start.
So what was the tailgating and did you get recognized by your school of communications and RJ Choppy honoree guest of the weekend?
They want me to come speak.
Wow.
They want me to come back.
They
and
must
speak
not listen to the show.
They definitely don't listen.
Or the teases.
They definitely don't. He did say, we don't really have a radio program anymore. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? He's like, yeah, it's all podcast stuff now.
The RJ Choppy School of Broadcasting.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
We need the RJ Choppy School of Broadcasting. So I'm going to go back and speak at some point.
Wow.
To this class. Yes, they had the
They get a game weekend and be like, hey, just
let's go.
Give me tickets to a game.
Yeah, that's all I need. And I'll even take basketball. It doesn't have to be football.
Yeah.
I'll take basketball. I'll take baseball.
Sure.
Anything we can do. So the tailgate was pretty good. It was just it's jammed. It's jammed. They had 2 plates of mac and cheese, one with pulled pork and one with brisket in the middle.
Whose tailgate was it?
It was the College of Communications.
Oh,
tailgate.
you tailgated with the School of Communications
for the food. And then as soon as we ate, we bolted and we partied it up with the rest of the commoners out there.
All right.
Right, in the outdoor spot. I saw my college roommate.
Wow.
So he was out there. He was tailgate. We went to his spot. And that was it. It was a fun trip. We went hiking on Friday at the Smoky Mountains up to this waterfall. The awesome spot. It was 2.5 miles that way, 2.5 miles back. Sarah sprinted on the way back. She wanted the 2.5 miles in less than an hour, which with this terrain and the elevation changes, I mean, it takes like a 4-hour hike. And we finished it as a group in 2 hours and 10 minutes. I was very proud.
What's wrong with you?
No, there's nothing wrong. I'm just saying I like brisket mac and cheese, and I like pulled pork mac and cheese. That's good. But is it if you're gonna have the tailgate setup, shouldn't you have just like a classic mac and cheese with it too? Like one that's just like the simplistic, not overdoing it, not trying to spice up. Just like here's just your classic mac and cheese. Because there are times where it's just you want the clean one. I think.
Yes. Now, it was the brisket was in the middle, so you could have just picked from the sides where they had the mac and cheese. But it was really good. It was really good. The hike was awesome. The Smoky Mountains are great. We were skipping rocks. Julian was skipping rocks with me. I haven't skipped rocks in 25 years.
Yeah.
He's definitely my son, though. Every time we were walking, I was following behind him. He would bend over and just toot. Act like he was picking up a rock. And he must have done this 40 times. And it was firecracker. It was just firecracker toots. Left and right. And now I sidestepped one time, and he did it. There was somebody behind me.
Oh.
And he did it right in their face.
So then the drive back, you're watching the Cowboy game.
Yeah, so she drove starting in about Little Rock. So I drove to Little Rock, and then she drove the rest of the way. So I watched the Cowboy game. I got scared because when I picked up the phone.
You watched their defense?
No, it wasn't on. I was getting Little Rock channels, and I was getting panicked. I was like, oh, my God. It's too late to record. I couldn't record it because I didn't have... So I went to my computer. Somehow my computer was giving me the DFW stations.
Okay.
So I was able to watch it there, but I was freaking out. I was like, what? I said, we're going to have to pull over.
And the kids, temperament-wise, good for 12 hours there, 12 hours
They
back?
were fine.
Nice.
They were fine. They were playing their games. Julian's watching, he's watching his fantasy team. He's getting all mad that they're not throwing the ball. They didn't throw the ball to George Pickens on one play. Luca watched the entire catalog of Harry Potter on their way and the way there and way back.
Oh, my God.
Nice.
12 hours each way.
Whew.
Let's cramming it in.
We will, so it sounds like a 10 out of 10.
It was great.
You
It was
stop
great.
by
I
any
can't wait to
local
go
bar,
back.
establishment, restaurant, some food that brought you back?
We didn't. It's a craft food city now.
Oh.
And I'm not a craft food guy.
A little fancy.
It's chef inspired. Like, I don't want a craft foods place.
We will get to the video the entire internet was talking about at 8:20. I promise you that in case you've ever wanted revenge on Bobby Roberto Belt.
The video that shouldn't have been allowed.
I
that
agree.
was actively.
I agree.
Rules were broken to obtain the video. Very explicit rules that were explained to the entire group at the wedding.
Really? 8:20. We will get to it. Unfortunately, we have to get back to the Cowboys on the Cowboys Monday after the 30-27 loss. Now what? Next on The Fan.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap to Prescott, throws a slant right, caught Pickens, 25, 20, 15, 10, burst, touchdown! Pickens in the end zone again, the most touchdowns in a season in his professional career. 6th of the year, 34 yards, and the Cowboys regain the lead.
We do need to throw out a star up. It is going to George Pickens, 9 for 168. Dak Prescott gets a star up as well, in my opinion. But Pickens was the best player on the field, wearing a star on the side of his helmet. 9 for 168, 19 a catch, a touchdown, 11 targets, a long of 45 yards. No other Cowboy receiver had more than 3 catches. Javonte Williams had the second most catches on the day with 5 for 5 yards. So they scored 27 points, yeah, but no other receiver, including usually, Jake Ferguson for his 11 for, 38. 11 for 11. He had 3 catches. But George Pickens, the hurdle, he had 43 on one drive in itself to tie up the game. And I wrote down clutch stats for Pickens yesterday. 3rd down, 12 yards in the second quarter. 4th and 4 after falling in the second quarter. He falls down, slips, whatever. Brian Schottenheimer there on the sideline still picks it up. 3rd and 2, 34-yard touchdown in the third quarter. 3rd and 5, 35 yards in the fourth quarter. Down 3. Going at Bobby's guy, the mark, Mike Jackson. Chimone. So 3rd down production, clutch. George Pickens, 6 receiving touchdowns this year, career high, tied for the most by a Cowboys player through the first 6 games of a season since the merger. Dez also had 6 through the first 6 games in 2013. George had never had back-to-back games with touchdown catches during 3 years in Pittsburgh. And he has a TD now with 5 straight games with Dak.
Dude.
Wow.
He's awesome. I don't think in our wildest dreams we could have expected him to do this and what he has done.
No, nobody cares about the 3rd at this point. I haven't heard anybody mention the 3rd round pick.
I don't even care that he carries the ball with one hand. Fumble as much as you want. I don't care, dude. That guy is awesome. He can do absolutely no wrong in my eyes. Jumping over a DB, get hurt, don't care. Don't care. You are incredible.
You sound as giddy as Dak. Listen, Dak was glowing in the post talking about GP.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're right. It's contagious at that. I mean, obviously I'm having a blast, but when you get to throw it to a guy like that and he makes a catch and you watch him do make the people miss afterwards, try to jump over him. He loves football. And you see it on Sunday. I see it all throughout the week. I mean, there's plays at practice, whether he catches a touchdown and does his celebration or catches a big play and, act like he's or I don't want to say act like it, preparing to, cut back and make people miss. That's who he is. That's the way he approaches every day when he comes in. And we're crazy fortunate to have him, but you see that every day that he touches that field. And when he's around the guys, he loves his teammates and he loves the game of football, and it's contagious and it's fun to watch.
He is he's been really, really good for them. And he's at this point, his pace right now would be over 17 games, 91 receptions, 1,487 yards and 17 touchdowns. Like that's all pro level. And so
getting all the attention too is the one.
Yeah, and that's something that when he had that happen in Pittsburgh, he needed help. But when he got bracketed, he had a lot of problems. But
that bum's throwing to him too.
There's that. The play where he hurdled though is like such a perfect encapsulation of like the Pickens experience, which he makes the catch, which was a really nice catch. And then like Choppy's saying, he is just swinging that ball around with one hand. I'm like, okay, so let's slow down a little. This feels very Deshaun Jackson-like right now. And then as you're sitting there thinking that, he has, I don't know, a top 5 cleanest football hurdle that I've ever seen. Just
incredible.
Like no problem. There was no stumble. There was no rush. It's almost like it surprised him too when he landed. Like, oh, okay. I didn't even have to.
Did that, they put him on the cover of a video game.
Exactly. And so he's been so good and has been worth every single bit of their investment.
George was asked though how much pressure the offense feels with the defensive struggles.
I wouldn't say like extra pressure. I'll just say more finish and more resiliency, because it doesn't matter if we was out there by ourselves. We definitely want to put up as most points as we can and try to help the defense. That's how you help the defense. So definitely doing our part first.
You know, there's been Pittsburgh versions of George where that answer could have been a little bit more honest and brutal. Maybe he's still loving life here as a new Cowboy. Good behavior with that contract up. Everyone right now is going out of their way not to destroy the defense publicly. I get it. You know, of course, Brian Schottenheimer has to say, yeah, I believe in the guys. Dak Prescott, yeah, iron sharpens iron. That almost made me spit my drink out yesterday when he called them iron. But you have to do it. The important thing is, what are you doing behind the scenes about it? What's reality behind the scenes? But George Pickens absolutely balling out. And I'm just curious, since it's Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness, who are your other Star Ups? When I go through my list right here, I really basically have Pickens and Dak.
Yeah, I've got like some instances in the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like the opportunism on the defense, obviously. It's not... They didn't do anything to get the interception.
Yeah.
But they were in the right place at the right time. You get credit for being close to the play.
Okay.
And on that. Look, we're scratching. We're scratching here for these Star Ups.
Yeah.
Okay. And then...
Lipke's hands.
Lipke's hands on the 4th and 1. Dak selling the rough of the passer. He sold it. That was a bad call. That was a terrible call. He didn't touch his head.
Yeah.
That was a bad call.
Yeah.
Dak being the anti-Cam Newton, going after the fumble.
Yep. Dak fumble recovery.
The Dak fumble recovery.
And that's where it all went downhill from there. That was where they had the next 5 plays that were all. I mean, it was a great thing at that moment, but
who else do you have?
That's literally it.
I'm going Star Up. They finally hit a seam throw to a tight end. That was good to see when he hit Ferguson. I think it's hard to say Star Up because of how the final 6 plays went. Dak played well before that. Like Dak had a good game. And Dak felt pretty in command most of the day. I'm going to go Star Up because I think I'll go 2 Star Ups on defense. I'm going to go Star Up for, I think Reddy Stewart's a good player. Like the biggest thing Matt Eberflus gets credit for right now is finding Reddy Stewart. That's a competitive player who's willing to show up and run support. And I love the effort. I love the tenacity. That's all really good with Reddy Stewart. And he had that big 3rd down stop early in the game. So that's 1. 2, I'm going to go Star Up to his run fits aren't always great. Sometimes he's a little late. I don't know if I've seen Shamar James miss a tackle yet, though. Like, Shamar James might be the surest tackler they have on the team right now. So 11 tackles, 10 of them in the run game for Shamar James. I'll go Star Up for just the fact that he plays physical football, and that's what I admire about those 2 right there, Reddy Stewart and Shamar James, is just they are willing to play physical, painful football.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station for your Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. And Bobby Belt wants to attack the question of now what?
Now what? What did I write?
Where do they go from here? Now what? Same thing?
Yeah. No,
What's your point?
I thought we were doing that below the belt. No, for me, I think that what you're seeing right now with...
Well, if you looked at below the belt and what I wanted to do, you kind of blew that up at 6, so now I have to change.
I didn't know. So.
It's written.
I know, but I had to put my T's in
down.
there. I put my T's in there. So, here's the issue. First off, I think Brian Schottenheimer, as much as I did not love...
And I teased it on the radio.
As much as I didn't love the last 6 plays of the game, and I think that I don't know what the play design was on those final 3 plays. Like the screen, he explained that, but when he said there were other options there, I don't know what they were.
Checkdowns.
Yeah, I don't know. The 3rd one was definitely checked down. I just don't know what the play design was on the 2nd. It looks odd. Overall, that was trending towards a positive performance from Brian Schottenheimer for me in terms of putting it on the line. There were a couple different instances yesterday where I thought he kind of manned up on it. I don't want to say the other thing I was going to say, but he kind of manned up and said, 4th and 4, we're going for it. 4th and 2, we're going for it. And actually took advantage of those opportunities. And so you see evolution there. I think you've seen Nick Sorensen on the staff has shown some evolution. Clayton Adams has shown an ability to be flexible and do different things. The issue with Eberflus being so rigid and so inflexible after he said that was the biggest thing he learned while he was away, was how to fit players to what you're doing and make sure that you're working around players. Is
he getting grilled during the week out there when the coordinators talk? What's been his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor is he walks up there and he looks like he would rather be anywhere else. And it's,
is it edgy? Is he about to get testy? Is it confrontational?
No, it's like he's sad. Like, I can't explain. It's almost like he kind of walks up there and you're just like, he kind of feel bad that this is going to be a rough 15 minutes for him. And he just kind of walks up there and he's pleasant. And I think he's a completely different personality than the one I remember walking around that building in like 2017, 2018.
What, like feistier?
No, I think Chicago beat him down. And I think when he was here previously, that was a guy who kind of had his chest out. And now it's a guy who seems a little more unsure. And it's just, when Mike Zimmer reached the end of his time here, and he kind of reflected back, and there was kind of thought of like, maybe I didn't want to jump back into this. I wonder at times right now if Matt Eberflus wanted to jump back into this, because I think he's got to recognize there have to be adjustments and changes that he may not be willing to make. And that's the biggest problem that they're running into now. So to me, they've got, what's the next little schedule? They got Washington coming up here, then they've got Denver. Then they've got the Arizona Cardinals, and then it's a bye week. So you've got 3 weeks here lined up before you're in a bye week, 2 weeks off before you roll into the Las Vegas Raiders. If there's any issues, continue like this. If it doesn't look any better in terms of the communication, the busts, the whole tone and tenor of things, they've got to fire him in 3 weeks.
Yes.
If they want to salvage anything, they have to. And I think the biggest thing that concerns me about this whole thing at this point, or the thing that most frustrates me.
And by the way, let's see if Brian Schottenheimer can make a decision like that as the head coach for the first time. A tough decision from someone, that Brian Schottenheimer, at some point, we're going to have to decide what percentage of blame on him, too. This is his guy, his hire, right?
Yeah.
But Jerry didn't force Eberflus on Shotty.
No, didn't force
this is Jason with Wade.
This is
a
somebody.
lot of coordinators around here.
Yeah.
Kellen forced on people. So this is Brian Schottenheimer's guy too.
I think it fit for everybody. It was a thing of like where Schottenheimer looked and said, "There's a former head coach. He can come in here. He can kind of be the head coach of the defense. It's somebody that they feel comfortable with. It's somebody who's seen a lot of football." And I think that there were things that Schottenheimer went like, that's a good fit. And the Cowboys were obviously like, oh, okay, that's who you like? Cool. Yeah. We like him a lot too. We were very familiar with him. I think that it's a little, it feels, that's the one area that I'd say right now, I feel like Schottenheimer has most been dug in on, is that when Eberflus comes up, he is so quick to just aggressively shut it down and say, he did in the post, he's a great coach.
Yep.
He's a great coach. Not even not a good coach. He's a great coach, and we 100% believe in him. I understand there needs to be player responsibility and accountability on things. The messaging from the coaching staff and from ownership with Jerry Jones, and I'm going to see if he'll do it again tomorrow. The messaging from them so far has not been 90-10, 80-20. It has been 100% responsibility placed on the players by the coaches and front office, and nothing on the coaching staff. There is no, we got to be better too. Schottenheimer will always say, man, I didn't have a good play calling stretch there. I got to do that. There's been none of that about Eberflus. It feels like there's a hedge around him right now from the coaching staff. Like, we got to take some arrows for him here and not let him feel any of this.
And Shotty was asked yesterday if the personnel can work in Eberflus's system.
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. We got to coach better. We got to play better. The physicality of it all. We're a physical football team. We didn't show it today. Give them credit. And we have to be better. And it's not just the defense; it was the offense. Yeah, we threw the ball all over the yard, and that was great. But at the end of the day, we want to be balanced, and we weren't able to do that today. And we got to look at that as an offensive staff and see what they did to stop the run.
If I was in Brian Schottenheimer's family, there would be a little point here. I would say, Shotty, I understand you got to defend publicly. There will be a point where the things that you keep saying to defend publicly in the press conferences and the interviews is going to turn the fan base against you a little bit. So when you keep saying, absolutely, we have the people here to fix it, Absolutely. Matt Eberflus is a great coach.
And we're going to address it.
And we're going to address it. And we're a physical football team. They're going to start calling BS on you. I'm going to start calling BS on it. You can get away for the first 3 weeks, 4 weeks. You're historically awful. That S ain't going to fly with the fan base after it's not flying right now. That's what I would say if I was related to him. I understand PR-wise, Cowboys, they got to do it, But I'd be worried about Schotty's likability and acceptance amongst the fan base if I was really tight with him, because now it's starting to feel like a bunch of hot, stinky air. That's just something.
It is.
Just something to keep in mind because it feels like it is.
It is. I mean, look, and every coach does this.
Yep.
You gotta protect. You gotta protect your players, and you gotta protect your coaches. That's
But
just
we
the reality.
we do have to have some reality, though. You know, all this kumbaya, and we're gonna show it. It's 17 weeks. You're not 15th in the league. You're a joke defensively. An absolute abomination. So make it sound a little bit more truthful, in my opinion. Maybe he totally believes it. It's just start. Well,
if he believes it,
let's reel it in a little bit,
or just
Settle down
distance.
just a little bit.
Your offense has been good. Start really focusing on your responsibility in it. Just like there needs to reach a point where it's like, I just got to stop aligning and let him answer for this.
The walk and video that every Tolo is talking about. Get on the fan cam for this next on Sean and RJ. But let's go ahead and get you set up.
like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt coming up at 8:40. Entire morning squad is back together again. Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy back from his Tennessee road trip. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That's where I would advise you to be for the video that took over the weekend. It is Bobby Belt at our sales guy Cody's wedding and the walk.
Oh, the walk.
It's supposed to be the dance. Where's the dance? Where's the dance video? You promised your wife Texas Texas two-step. You guys didn't practice it last week.
I know, we didn't.
And there's keep this on loop, Aiden.
No, don't keep this on a loop, Aiden.
And there's no dance video. That's the video that we were supposed to be getting after you said you had never danced with your wife ever before. Not once.
Yeah, so I don't know which direction do you want me to take all of that.
Oh, where's the dance video? Let's start there.
There is no dance video. I was never going to take video of this. You were going to have to rely on others to get you that.
Okay, well, how many times how did the two-step go?
We didn't two-step.
How did the slow dance go?
We
didn't slow dance.
How did the fast dance go?
I just kind of stood there and was like bobbing around while she
turnpiked you, as they say.
Yeah.
As they used to say in Jersey Shore. Jersey Turnpike.
I was just kind of like bobbing along and because apparently the two-step song, she was off like getting a drink in that moment or whatever, and I saw Cody and Cody was like, these are the two-step songs, like the last two that played. And I was like, oh, okay. And then he's like, come on, go out here. I'll show you like while we're on the dance floor. Come on. And so like I started following him, and Kristen didn't follow right away. She was like still holding her. I was like, come on. And so she came out there, and then right as we walked out there, like the song ended. I was like, oh, there it was. That was the two-step.
So just a regular slow dance moment.
They didn't have any more slow songs after that.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was all like up. It was an all rise playlist, and so because of that, I mean, she was out there like dancing and having a good time. It's just
okay.
That's definitely not the dance that I'm going to take part in.
Right.
So instead, I just kind of like sit there and like bob my head.
What do they call the white man's overbite?
Yeah.
That's
okay, and
the
you can
dance?
take that off the fan cam now.
No, you keep it on there. RJ, explain what we're looking at here on this video.
All right. Well, if you know Seinfeld, that is the Raquel Welch walk without swinging the arms. That's the first thing I thought of, and the second thing I thought of is, man, shame on Zach.
This is Wolchuk's video.
That is. Look, we've all been there. We've all been in a position where we are completely uncomfortable and want to be anywhere else. And if we post those videos ourselves of us being uncomfortable, then it's okay. Zach doing this, that's not cool.
Oh, you're blaming Zach?
That is not cool.
What?
Ooh. That is not for the public to see. Bobby is
he's walking on grass.
I know. He looks uncomfortable. He looks like he wants to be anywhere else. Oh. I've been there. We've all been there. I get it. I felt bad for you in that moment. I felt really bad for you.
I felt bad for me in that moment because here's what happened. Because everybody's like, why do you look the way you do while you're walking? I was like, I look the way I do because, what's the name of the wedding person who's like just holding a little clipboard and telling you when to walk and all that? I don't know what the director, coordinator, whatever it is.
Yeah.
She was very serious about it needs to be about 2/3 gap, no more than that, because this is all timed out to music, and you're supposed to be walking at a certain pace and all that. And then right before I went out there, it was like, oh, by the way, there's some uneven spots in this grass that you're going to walk in. You need to watch out.
Trayvon Diggs trying to cover.
You need to watch out for basically dips. And look, you can see it's kind of sloped down there.
Yeah.
And so as we're walking, I literally am just like, okay, I got to keep an eye on my pace. But then I also was like looking at the ground and going like, where's these hidden dips? And as I'm trying to realize these hidden dips, I kind of look up and realize, oh, I'm walking too fast. I've gotten too close to the other guy. And so I was like, now I got to slow down. So I was just in my head the entire walk trying to focus on, am I walking
you can see it.
the right pace? No, I know, 100%. And
you look terrified, Bobby.
It's not. I was terrified of tripping.
You look like there's a landmine that's going to set off the wedding. It's going to blow everyone up.
I had basically said there was a landmine.
And you look like you're being scolded, like your head down, like I won't do it again.
Because they hadn't clarified either. We were trying to figure it out. The wedding coordinator hadn't told us, like, okay, are we supposed to do the hand over hand while we walk? Or are our hands supposed to be in our pockets when we walk? And I had heard her say two different things at one point, and so then I was also confused about what am I supposed to be doing? Like, am I going to have this look wrong? Am I not going to be in sync because my hands are wrong?
A lot of time, don't you walk down with the other girl and then you split off?
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah, you would think you would walk down.
No. So the grooms
by themselves.
The groomsmen all walked down, then the bridesmaids walked down, and then we paired off and walked out.
So Hey, what'd you think of this?
It makes a lot more sense when Bobby explained it. Zach posted the
that
video.
There's holes in the earth that he's going to fall through.
Just that, the pace and everything else.
The whole 2/3 thing. It looked like he was counting the blades of grass as he was walking by.
Yeah.
You know, that his tism, alarm went off or whatever.
Were the tisms? Were you full tism?
Yeah, 100%. And the other thing is that like I have. Like the tism is there. There's the counting the steps while Adderall is coursing through my veins, and I'm just like 1 step, 2 step, and then like as I'm sitting there counting it up, like before I realize it, like, oh, here I am. I'm standing like at the end, but I was not focusing at all. Now this video even existing, it shouldn't. This video shouldn't even exist. Not because it's me or anything else. It's not anything, but Zach was literally the only one in the crowd filming with his cell phone because you were not supposed to be because of where the cameras were all going to be set up. Like they didn't want a camera phone being in the line of the shot of somebody walking down or something. And Zach's like just holding his phone up and recording along the whole way. So
because I've never been instructed. I didn't realize Jeff Bezos was getting married here. But where paparazzi, you don't want to sell them to paparazzi. I've never been to a wedding to where I was told,
no cameras?
No camera while they're walking down. You're going to have kids.
Yeah.
You're going to have little ones. You're going to have, someone that looks beautiful or capture a moment for someone. So I've never been to a wedding this serious.
I've been to one, but nobody followed it. Right? I've been to one. They said like
they told you no.
They said yeah, no cameras or no. That's what they said. They never said no cell phones. They said no cameras.
Yeah.
That could have been flash, could have been anything, right? I get it.
I get it. If they're trying to film Jordan, who looked lovely, walking down the aisle, and Zach's phone is in the middle of the shot that they're trying to get, like, oh, here's the moment of her face, and here's Zach's hand,
right.
So, like, I totally get it. Honestly, I'm used to it because the Cowboys do that all the time at press conferences and stuff. They're like, put your phones down when you're taking a photo because we don't want to get in the way of these shots back here. That's what the priority is. So, that was the reason for the walk.
Now, what about we have an etiquette question of watching a game during the proceedings? Zach Wilczak also on the stand.
No, we don't have that question. That's not the question. You sneak a game on your phone. That's not unusual.
Okay, UNT.
Yeah, see, I watched I was at a wedding. I watched the Dobnail boot game. That was Tennessee, Georgia. They did the hobnail boot to us. We did the Dobnail boot back to them. And it was right there at the very end. It was the Hail Mary to Jawan Jennings. And you had Vern Lundquist doing the chortle. But it was that. So I did that in the middle of the ceremony. And it was
okay.
So there are probably 3-4 people that I noticed watching the UNT game on their phone at the reception, which fine and not unusual. Just kind of sneak a game in on your phone, especially it's a big game. Zach's wearing his UNT class ring or whatever, and so like he's plugged in, he's watching it. Here's the problem: when the reception speeches started. When Mark walked up there, who's Jordan's dad, who's also a Tolo. Big time Tolo.
Congrats, Mark.
He literally tried to hand me $10, and he was like, he's like, if I give you this $10, will you say something nice about my UCLA Bruins on Monday? I was like, they've won 2 games in a row, and that's payola, and I can't do that. But he was, he's a big listener, and so he was up there giving a very emotional speech. It's a big moment for him. He's giving away his little girl.
Yeah. And how far away was Zach from the speakers? This is relevant.
I don't know.
Were you 10 tables away?
I'm awful about it.
Give me a
we're
feet,
diagonal.
give me yards.
Diagonal is probably 6 tables, something like that. So while this is going on and this speech is going on, and you can hear a pin drop in between, Zach is loudly, drunkenly going, "Oh, F, they fumbled. And then it's like, Zach, okay, chill. Oh, why do they keep giving up a first? Zach, shut up. Like, I mean, I literally looked across the table and went, Zach, shut the F up. And I was like, stop. So he was getting loud. And so I, at one point, after we had said, shut up, quiet, literally people are starting to turn around and look. Then I leaned over and I had like whispered something to Eric because Chiafalo was sitting right there. I had whispered something to Eric, and then Zach loudly goes, "No talking during the speeches, Bobby." And I got up and I walked around the table and I like,
oh wow,
I got in his ear.
Oh wow,
yeah. And I was like, "You need to stop, like just stop right now." And I was like, even if you want to troll me or something else, just like.
Now, were you buzzed to the point that we should trust your judgment on his volume?
No, I was not that.
Because your volume is usually the loud one.
I had like 2 drinks.
Okay.
But no, I was not.
Well, that's 4 for regular people.
No, if you got to remember
at the speed he drinks about too. Yeah,
no,
right?
it's a wedding bar though. So it's like they pour mixed drinks for you and hand them over. So it's not like I could just get my normal doubles or whatever. It was just like it was a mixed drink. But no, I had like a slight buzz, but no, it was.
Did Chiafalo think he was loud? Because if Eric thought he was loud.
Eric leaned over and said, "I can't wait to get on the air Monday and talk about Zach dropping mother bleeps in the middle of a reception speech."
Zach, come on.
Yeah, it's like if he's saying it like, what the hell?
It's not under. It was not under his breath.
If it's like that loud, that's if it's man, what the hell?
Here's literally how
that's fine.
That's fine because. There's small conversation going on during all speeches.
Now, did you know that what I'm also trying to judge here is how much of this is Bobby revenge for Zach getting the video. Had the walking video been put out at this time?
It had. I hadn't seen it.
Okay, you hadn't seen it.
I didn't know it was out there.
So you weren't out for blood to get it?
No. This is literally how loud he was. So like you got to think it's kind of dead quiet. Cut the music for a sec, Peyton. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? They fumbled that loud.
Oh, that's bad.
And it's a reception hall, so it's kind of echoing a little bit too. It's like
that's a little loud.
Like I think for a second it was almost like a bit. Like he was like, "Oh, this is kind of funny."
Yeah.
But I was like, I think it was just he was lit up was all it was.
Yeah. So there it is, the wedding recap with the Bobby Walk on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Pepe.
Congratulations, Cody and Jordan.
We were at the same event on Saturday with the Tolos coming out to that.
Yes,
right?
the fan watch party, the OU Texas watch party at the Highland Hotel in Dallas. If RJ, you turn around, Sean, you turn around, you can see what Tolo Marcus gave us, the half and half Boomer Sooner and Hook'em Horns jersey there. If you turn around, it has like their logo and the fan logo on it as well. So shout out Marcus for doing that. I believe he worked at the hotel, one of the DJs or something there, so he was setting up music afterwards.
Yeah, cool.
But yeah, I was there for about 90 minutes. Sean was there for a while. We had drinks and it was a party out there, and glad Texas won.
There it is, little recap, best and worst of the weekend on DFW Sports Station. We usually have inside the locker room audio after a Cowboys win. Well, apparently we have it after a loss, and why this show unfortunately got tied to some national headlines even before the Cowboys went out and got embarrassed defensively. Inside the Star, in Below the Belt, right here on The Fan.
Saffron Squad?
for your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
No pressure. Checks it down over the middle. The ball is caught and then bobbled and then caught and then fumbled. No, picked up. And they pitched it, and now it's a scramble for a loose ball.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby. Sorry to disappoint all the Bobby Belt fans, but I'm starting off the takeover in Below the Belt on a Cowboys Monday. They lose 30-27, of course, on the road. Sean Sharif, along with RJ Choppy, who is back from the Tennessee road trip. I was hoping that this moment in the game right here, I felt bad that it was Leggett.
Yeah, don't, you know what? I wasn't going to do this. But it's been Xavier Leggett forever. And now, yesterday was Leggett. You get one shot. You get one shot on your name. The moment it has been agreed upon what your name is, that's what your name is. Dan Gadzurek. Dan Gadzurich. In college, it was Gadzurek. Then he gets to the NBA, it's Gadzurich.
Najee Harris.
And
Who
then
else?
Najee. Right, Najee. The only one that I think this flies with is Hakeem. Because his rookie year, he was Akeem.
Oh, Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah. And I'm only saying that because I was like 4 years old. But other than that, you didn't get one crack. You get one crack at it. He could have corrected us years ago.
But see, I also wonder if it's the way he talks. Like that accent.
It sounds like it should be Leggett.
Yeah, I don't know that
with where he's from.
I don't know that he could just say Leggett with his accent. Like imagine it goes Leggett. Like that's how he talks. Like I could see him just like you're basically trying to pronounce it just the way he's saying it, and he's just saying it with his little southern twang.
Well, right before the half, he laterals that ball. Ezraku then punches it out of Rico's hands. That sets up 3rd and 18. On the and that equals a 55-yard field goal. So it still cost the Cowboys points, but I was hoping that really silly play from Xavier. And is it Xavier or Xavier? I go Z or X?
I've always said Z.
Yeah.
Xavier Leggett.
Technically it's Xavier.
Now it's going to scramble my head. But that made it 17-13. But that's not what we're here to talk about. Choppy, you were out on Friday.
I was.
You know what? I think we had this guy Thursday. Choppy, you were also out on Thursday.
Yes, I was.
David Newton, Panthers insider, the Todd Archer basically for Carolina over there at ESPN. He's in some hot water. Panther fans want his job because, did you see this, Bob?
Yeah.
This is the locker room interaction that David Newton, our Thursday guest, has. You can't listen to it?
I heard it once. I can't hear it again. It's so uncomfortable.
Here he is interviewing Xavier Leggett about his dad's fandom of the Cowboys.
The Cowboys are always America's teams. You grow up following them or anything?
Oh, yeah, when I was a little man, my daddy was a Cowboy fan.
I think he won't be this week.
Oh, no. For sure, I ain't a Cowboy fan. No more.
I take it he won't be this week, was the follow-up comment from David Newton. Xavier Leggett's father passed away in 2019 due to a heart attack. What makes it even worse is David Newton wrote about that in a 2024 article. He knew that. Now, I was torn and split on putting this video up. I couldn't do it because, first off, we all love the guy, right? I mean, I want to get him in a broadcasting job as soon as possible. Awesome. I want him to be done playing football, and I can listen to him talk all day long. The heartbreak in this kid's face was palpable. Did you see it, RJ?
He is a sweetheart.
But in this clip.
Oh, did I see the heartbreak? Yes.
He's destroyed. It's like you reminded me that my dad died, and it's like 4 gut punches. Yeah. It was heartbreaking. Play it one more time and see how much you think the outrage should be over David Newton.
The Cowboys are always America's teams. You grow up following them or anything?
Oh, yeah, when I was a little man, my daddy was a Cowboy fan.
I think he won't be this week.
Oh, no. For sure, I ain't a Cowboy fan. No more.
And it felt like he was trying to hold it together with that no more at the very end. Is it dumb? Is it distasteful? Is it disgusting? Is it insensitive? Are you outraged? How are you summarizing this?
So David Newton has said that basically that like he was not basically it was just like a mental lapse is what David Newton's saying. Is that he blanked on it. He was, which I have to imagine that nobody said. I wouldn't think he would say that to his face, like just as like having an awareness of it in that moment.
He said, I've been in touch with the Panthers and have also reached out to Xavier Legette to apologize for my question regarding his late father's Cowboy fandom. There's no excuse for my forgetting a hard moment in X's life. I have nothing but respect for him. It was an innocent mistake on my part, but a hurtful one, and I hope he will accept my apology.
I 100% believe what he's saying there, that he forgot. It's just you can't forget. So like it sucks that you forgot, but like
he just wrote about it.
Last year. Yeah, so like I mean it's like it sucks, but I mean like I don't like I've had.
You think he was just there trying to make conversation?
Yeah, just like he got a short answer, and so he's like,
flustered follow up.
Not this week though. Like it's bad time, and doesn't excuse it though. It's awful, and like I said, I can't even listen to it again because Xavier Legette just seems like super sweet guy.
Yeah, he'll accept it.
I'm sure he will. But
apology.
I feel bad. I buy the excuse. I mean, we've all. I mean, I've been there. I've asked a question about somebody whose relatives passed, and I knew they had passed, but in the moment it was like follow up, like you just get flustered and you forget.
Was that Jim Kelly?
Well, that Jim Kelly was another one. But I don't remember. I don't know if I knew that Jim Kelly's. I think I knew Jim Kelly's son had passed, but I didn't know where he was. I asked Jim why the hell would you still live in Buffalo? And he was like, well, my son's buried there. I was like, oh, of course he is. Like, I forgot. Like, have a good day, Jim. Like, the interview's over on the first question. You feel awful. I guarantee you he feels awful. Now, if he doesn't feel awful, then it was definitely on purpose. And he's a jerk and should be just destroyed royally.
Which he seems like a nice guy when we've interacted with him, and I believe what he's saying. And when he's talking just last year, like he's clearly been around that beat for forever, and is so ingrained in it that like just from a intelligence perspective, you would never do that and damage a relationship, even if you wanted to be mean. And so to me, it's like it's clearly a mistake, but it's just one of those mistakes where it's like, yeah, that's tough, but you still aren't getting a pass on it. Happen. It's awful.
No pass.
All right.
It's a reason. I get it, but you can't do that.
But no pass meaning what?
Well, like nothing should happen to him. He should be fired, but like should be criticized. Like again, like it's your job. You've got to when a player makes a mistake, even though they know the mistake being made, you've got to get criticized for it. Same thing here.
He should, like any ripping he receives from people, you just have to go, yep. Totally get it.
RJ approved the comedy of Tolo Robert Johnson's tweet to us, and he said an hour ago on X, since we won't get a post-game locker room video, here you go. Tet had a wide-open TD. Yeah! Rico had a wide-open TD. Yeah! Tet had another wide-open TD. Yeah!
Another one is great.
So there it is.
That's good.
It was good.
That's solid, man.
Let's hear from an actual player, Tyler Smith, one of the team leaders, on trying to get ahead of the sticks with that screen pass in the fourth quarter in what was maybe the worst Cowboy drive of the season.
I mean, it is difficult, but I think it's a matter of execution. Like, I'm not going to reveal all the keys, but I think, if I had done something better on that play, it might have been more successful. Now, it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda now, but it's about the details of things, doing stuff the way you're coached. And when you do get those exotic looks, just building that chemistry and knowing what to do. So I think we could have been better there.
You know what I thought of driving in? What can be the Cowboy offensive line nickname of the Little Rascals? Because I was yearning for that backup O-line yesterday. I'm like, where's all the no-names that they put up on screen, that had me screaming at this offensive line and run game that did absolutely jack squat. What's the explanation for this, Bobby? How do you sit there and have Javonte Williams as the leading rusher in the National Football League, and then you go to 2 yards or less a carry?
So
with Tyler Smith and Guyton back.
I started I started working on a little bit of the film last night. I didn't get all the way through it, but I very specifically went and checked out some of the run plays because I was curious why was it just getting blown up so easily. So this was the first few ones that I saw. Run number 1, Derek Brown sheds TJ Bass, wraps up Javonte after 4 yards. Run number 2, Guyton is late passing off a block. It allows Patrick Jones to streak free and make the tackle after 4 yards. Run number 3, Christian Roseboom aggressively shoots the gap. Tyler Smith didn't have time to get to the block. That started a chain of events that ended with Ashawn Robinson making the play. TJ Bass had problems from what I saw. TJ Bass was not sustaining blocks. Guyton was not as good in the run game as he's been recently. Brock Hoffman had a couple instances where basically what it was guys on the interior, specifically the guys that have been replacing and playing well lately, like Bass and Hoffman, they were just not sustaining blocks. So this was Derek Brown, Ashawn Robinson, Bobby Brown, Christian Roseboom. They were just wrecking shop. They were winning. They were getting the matchup and they were beating you.
Javonte, 29 yards, averaging 2.2 a carry. Rico, 6.1 a carry for this offensive line that was supposed to be bolstered. We love using that word, bolstered, with the returns of 2 Tylers.
Which pass protection yesterday numbers don't look bad.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'll have to look and see if any of that was smoke and mirrors, but pass protection numbers don't look bad. And for the most part, we've been impressed with their run blocking this year. But yesterday was just, you got manhandled.
And what made things even worse for me as a Cowboy fan and follower, what the win over the Jets now means big picture. We'll talk about that around the rest of the NFL and Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Final hour Cowboy Monday with your texts and calls and a rush ticket giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on next.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back under center Young. Half roll to the right. Nealon swung and missed. Throw it in the end zone. Wide open. Touchdown.
Yeah, just that simple, that easy. I'm not fist pumping. RJ choppy. I like what Peyton's doing. RJ's fist pumping. Peyton is just doing thumbs down in the fist pump rhythm. So that's what I'll go with. 30-27. It's a Cowboys Monday.
Got to stay positive. Okay? You lost the game.
Well, this is
You're one step closer to a top 10 pick.
Well, that I'm glad you said that. That is my fan decision breaking point to where, hey, feels good over the Jets. All right, you're going to get this Carolina win. Everyone else in the division has 2 losses. Philly is crumbling. And then you sit here and you screw up Philly's loss with what you did yesterday. And I'm like, okay, do I want to go head or heart? Head is, and heart. This is not a playoff team. The Dallas Cowboys are not going to the playoffs. That's the way I feel today. So what? I'm going to get some fun offensive excitement for 8-9 or 7-10, or just go ahead and start ripping off the Band-Aids right now and get that bad boy higher. You know what gave me the only hope and satisfaction the rest of my day yesterday? Again, I hate losing the early game. It screws up my 3 o'clock, my Sunday night football, is just hoping that Green Bay lost to Cincy. A little opening there. Jamar Chase, Micah not getting a sack. I'm like, okay, maybe Green Bay will lose, and then I can say, yes, both draft picks were improved yesterday, but Green Bay ended up winning.
Yeah, this is. Look,
I want to win now, but I want to be happy later, which probably means lose now.
They're 2-3-1. There's a lot of fans today who I think are probably of the belief, it felt like it on social media yesterday, that they're like, we're going to win 4 games this year. We're going to do this or that. That, I think the most realistic take right now about this football team is they're not going to win just 2 more games or so. Right. They're going to be probably like 8-1.
6,
That's what they're going to be right around. This is the type of team they are. They are about a 500 team. They're a team that can play really well on offense and that can win you some games some days. And then there's other days where the defense is going to blow up. They're going to have a game like that yesterday that they shouldn't lose. There will be some game on this schedule, Detroit, Kansas City, something like that they'll probably be super competitive in. Maybe they steal it. Like, this is the type of team that they appear to be, which is just they're going to play down to some teams. Yeah. They're going to play up to others, and it's going to ultimately come down to basically being about a 500 football team.
They're going to have to, once they lost to Chicago, they were going to have to steal a win. Now they're going to have to steal another win down the road somewhere. I thought 7-3 was the number after the Raider game they had to be if they wanted a chance to make the playoffs. Obviously, with a tie, they're not going to be 7-3.
6-3-1 is all they could be, and that's if they win the next 4.
Right. Right.
4.
Now, good news.
It's not the most difficult 4. They're not going to win all 4, but it's not the most difficult 4 they've got on their schedule.
And who is it?
It's Washington, Denver, Arizona, Raiders.
Okay, well, you're losing 2 of those.
Washington.
Which ones? Just you're saying 2 of them you will lose?
2 of them.
Yeah.
Because Denver just doesn't look as intimidating.
Yeah.
They really struggled with the Jets yesterday.
Yeah, like Cowboys offense versus Denver's D will be really, really fun.
Thank God Bo Nix sucks. Thank God he's an awful player.
Arizona, they get you every year. Yesterday, they didn't have Kyler and then lost Marvin Harrison. But anyway, you were making your point.
Yeah, it's like, you're going to have to steal one. I would not surprise me if they beat Denver. It would not surprise me if they beat Washington.
Yeah.
The
problem is the defense is so horrific, you're not going to be able to overcome it enough times to win 10 games.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Right.
Like there's no hope in your, I don't care who's coming, and I don't care about the personnel, and I don't care about learning it all. Your defense sucks and is so horrific, it will not allow you to consistently, I don't think, rip off enough wins to make the playoffs. That's there. It's there, and it's not changing.
Yeah, like when Choppy says it would not surprise me if they beat Washington, it would not surprise me if they beat Denver. Yeah. It also would not surprise me if they lose to Vegas. Like
right,
that's the kind of team they are. They're just a team of they're a coin flip every week.
Yep.
That I felt really confident that they should beat Carolina last week. Like
we all picked them by double digits.
Thursday, Friday, it's like, yep, this is a matchup that, by the way, you want to change up tendencies. Carolina yesterday played way more man coverage than they've played all year. Like they were basically Dallas's man coverage rates on the season. They played 33% man coverage yesterday. So changing some things up, doing some different things. But that's a team you should have beat. You should have been able to win that game, even though it was on the road, even though everything else, whatever. And I was wondering why the line had moved to, because it had been 3.5 when we were talking. It was 2.5 yesterday on all the pregame shows, and so it was like inching towards Carolina. But they're a team who every week we just need to be like, they could win or lose this game. Like, we'll do our best, but like, this is such a legitimate coin flip with the way this football team plays right now.
And then the Jets loss that had you feeling, I think, a little bit better about the defense and a little bit better about the pass rush and a little bit better about Matt Eberflus. They did this yesterday in London.
Neither team's calling timeout. The fans are roaring. Wow. And the Brits are wondering what is happening in London. And so are the American announcers. And that is halftime. Garrett Wilson being somewhat demonstrative with his coach heading off the field. My word.
NFL Network, Aaron Glenn
ran a fake punt just to run out the clock.
Manhattan Mayo. That's what his new nickname is. He's going to be Manhattan Mayo, because you're right. He might be one and done. He's so bad and so unprepared.
I said that late last week. If there's going to be one, it might be this. The Jets had 32 yards at halftime as a team. Fields threw for 17. Heading into the fourth, they had 95 yards of total offense, and they were winning.
The Jets covered a game in which the quarterback had negative 0.4 net yards per pass.
Negative 10 net passing yards is the worst in a game in Jets history, and the worst by any team in 27 years. You said it that Justin Fields could not see last week.
Mm-hmm.
That was being kind. Justin Fields is so damn blind. 9 sacks. 2 on the final drive. They were near field goal range. They had a chance. I was hoping Denver lost. I'm like, they don't deserve to win this. Please, New York. Please win this game. 9 completions, 9 sacks for Justin Fields. He's blind as a damn bat out there. He can't see and does not want to pull the trigger for anything.
Boy, I'll be honest.
I tie that back to the Cowboys. To
what does this really mean?
You got fooled. People got fooled by one half of defense against Philly. This is the real. This is the real delusion. Is what you did against the Jets.
I will. I'm actually happy this is happening to Aaron Glenn at this point, because I didn't have any like strong emotion about Aaron Glenn to begin with. The whole like lifting him up after like Detroit's defense was really talented, but probably underperformed for a good portion of the time while he was there. Like boasting that up, the fact that he would talk about Parcells so much, and then when he got thrown questions about it, he's like, I'm not answering, I'm my own coach, and was super sassy about that. The fact that he was like, we got to run Aaron Rodgers out of town, which
to have us feel bad for Aaron Rodgers, if you take Aaron's word for it, which now I do because I see how Aaron Glenn is. Aaron Glenn like was in the wrong. For me to say that about Aaron Rodgers, that takes a lot.
Yeah, and he was basically just a jackass to him. And now when you compare it, like I just saw some Jets fans say this on Twitter. They're like, Aaron Glenn should be fired immediately for thinking it was justifiable to pivot from Aaron Rodgers to Justin Fields. To think this is better than he's completely incompetent. Because Aaron Rodgers now, he's 4-1 now. He's got he's got a 105 passer rating.
That was probably a culture thing, I assume.
What was?
Getting rid of Rodgers. Like,
you got to get rid of Woody and Brick.
Well, that could be good luck. You can't, good luck with that. It's because the Jets, they're a problem for the league. They're a problem for the NFL.
What do you mean?
I mean, they're
like the Knicks when like they had to talk to Dolan. What's the cover of the paper?
YUK, yuck, but the UK is in green.
In New York.
So, but like, and they can't do anything about it. But they sent him over to London to display for the entire world. The poor fans in England who have been subjected to Jaguar games for decades now get the Jets. Like everything.
That was, it's gonna be hard to top that as the worst game of the year.
It's going to be very hard. The Jets are the Pirates. They're the Pirates of the NFL.
But Denver, I ain't letting them off the hook either. That was a disgusting football game.
Jets have 11 more games left. Don't be so quick to say it's the ugliest game. This is what got Robert Saleh fired last year, though, was a poor performance overseas. Because remember, it was an embarrassment to Woody Johnson as an ambassador. That was just as bad as what Robert Saleh put out there last year.
Maybe worse. I don't know. I mean, 1 year. You want to talk about a dysfunctional franchise will fire you after 1 year. But it's gotten so bad, like it might be actually justified.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, will join us coming up in 10 minutes at 9:20 after the locker room in Carolina. Nick will tell us what it was like in there. But speaking of Jets, Mark Sanchez walks out of the hospital with reporters right there. His first words after the stabbing incident.
Mark, is there anything you want to say to the people of Indianapolis?
Right now I'm just focused on my recovery, and I just wanted to thank the first responders, Eskenazi Hospital. That's right, you're going to hit some. I just want to thank Dr. Mossler, the surgeon. She saved my life.
And that was it. And then we got the mugshot that came out. He knows he's screwed.
Oh, yeah, he knows. He's doing everything. Like, I guarantee, obviously, his attorney probably said, do not mention the altercation. Like, the only chance we have is that you just say, hey, it didn't happen. Nothing happened.
And be tearful. He was, I think he was coached up.
Yeah.
Be tearful and look as remorseful as possible.
Right. Because he faces what? Up to 6 years? 1 to 6 years? And a fine? And like and
you're losing your job.
Losing your job. The recommendation is going to be, obviously with some kind of jail time. That's going to be the recommendation. It is. I mean, it's not good.
Because if there was another story that makes him look innocent, we would have heard it by now, right?
Yeah.
Your attorney would have.
Something.
Yeah.
You would have seen video, something.
Well, at least his account.
Did you see his baby mama weighed in yesterday?
No.
So Mark Sanchez,
I didn't know he had a baby mama.
He does have a baby mama, and so she was talking about how, hey, I've stayed quiet. This is all out in the open now. He's free. Everything else.
Are they together?
No. So this could be a play. This could be a legal play. But she did say now that everything is out in the open, she put this on Instagram. My focus hasn't changed. Talking about her son. She goes, I have always been concerned for his safety and for what he is exposed to. Sadly, none of this is surprising to me.
Yeah, but she's saying she was concerned for his safety and what he's...
Her son. She's concerned with what her son is exposed to. Yeah. And then she says, none of this is surprising. Which, again, that could be a legal play. You could be playing chess there, but...
Yeah, because he had I was Nick Mangold that said, like, dude, this is surprising. Like, he doesn't have an aggressive bone in his body. He's, like, very...
Yeah, people thought he was, like,
at all.
Too carefree for New York.
Yeah.
Too fun, too cool.
Right. Like, just kind of very nonchalant, not nonchalant, but just kind of just going with the flow,
No,
man.
yeah, like California surfer dude.
Cool, dude,
Yeah.
man. I'm not going to get in a fight.
All right, what did Nick Eatman think of the 4th and 4? Why was Deron Bland giving up so much cushion? And what about the 3 and out that had the Cowboys going backwards? Nick Eatman back from Carolina. He joins us over in Frisco after this.
I think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
freaking me out a little bit.
You've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel. Search 214-417-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
This could be a ball game play. 4th and 4, empty gun. 2:31 left at the Dallas 40. Young back, throws it over the middle. The ball's caught on a slant for a first down at the Cowboy 32-yard line.
Everyone weighing in on the 4th and 4 cushion. It now has 314,000 views on Twitter and X. I just put it up and said, look at this bland cushion. And you had people weighing in, which I appreciate, adding to the football discussion, the layers of it, saying that was Kenneth Murray. That was supposed to get over there and knock that ball down. That Deron Bland playing that far off in the slot was trying to invite that slant. It happened. Kenneth Murray was just late. John Owning, friend of the station, said, if you want Murray to rob the slant, why on earth would you align him on the line of scrimmage on the opposite side of the formation? You are just asking for trouble. And Brian Schottenheimer was asked about it after.
Yeah, I mean, we feel good. We had Deron, in that situation one-on-one. And, Bryce made a good throw down and away to Hunter, and they moved the sticks. Big play in the game, of course, but not the only play in the game.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, back from Carolina with the headline on DallasCowboys.com. Something has to change on defense because you just lost to the worst starting quarterback in the NFL.
It's interesting.
Worse?
Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, how is that wrong? I mean, he may not be now because he won another game, but he is. I mean, statistically, he was the worst starting quarterback with the 79.9 quarterback rating, but now he went for 114 on you with his quarterback rating. So
what can change, Nick? Like let's just go inside the meeting room today.
Well, for me, the zone defense has to change, in my opinion. I mean, and however much they're playing, I think that they played less than they did like a few weeks ago, when it was almost 90%.
Yeah.
But as I wrote in the article, and this is something I just don't understand, but do you need $20 million a year corners to play zone? I mean, like I just don't. I don't get that part. I mean, I feel like if the corners that you have are here, you're paying them handsomely because of their coverage skills, then they need to do that. And in a game where Rico Dowdle and Bryce Young are battling to see who gets 200 yards first, that to me suggests that you better stop the run and just put it all on him. Put it all on Bryce Young, because history shows, other than Alabama, he's not going to get the job done. So why was there cushion? Why was there time where he was going 5 or 6 yards? That's what I don't understand when you're going up against a quarterback that is not winning in the NFL, and they made him look good and they made him be comfortable, when I think that they should have been in his face the entire game.
I agree. My thing on the 4th and 4, it goes back to your salary point as well. Like, okay, you want to be tricky with the scheme and have Kenneth Murray or a player come out of nowhere. I get that, but I am paying the guy $90 million. I think I'd rather rely. That tells me to rely more on the player playing press man or closer to the line of scrimmage than Kenneth Murray, who is already getting criticized this year, and you have him starting off on the wrong side of the center. So do I want Kenneth Murray in movement, surprising Bryce Young, or just go straight up with my $90 million corner?
Yeah, and it goes back to the pressure too. I mean, he's a shorter quarterback, so when you get in his face and you collapse the pocket, it becomes even shorter, honestly. And so they needed to do that. When he was rushed and backed up at times, he threw the ball away a lot. So
he struggled against the blitz mightily this year. And Bobby, what was your blitz stat? Sorry to cut you off, Nick. I just want you to know this.
How many times they did yesterday, or what Bryce's numbers are? Yes, they 5 times. They blitzed him 5 times, which was tied for the fewest they've done all year.
Back to you.
That's my response. Because on a 10-play drive, I think that's how many times I would like to blitz him. 5, like on a drive. I don't get it, because who's getting home? That clip was nice about James Houston last week and all that, but like he didn't do anything today. Clowney, Fowler, had eight pressures last week. I can't remember any, so they're not winning off the line. That offensive line, I don't know anybody on their offensive line, but credit to them, because they did an awesome job, and it's sad because they're wasting they're wasting the performances by this offense and the quarterback.
You mentioned in the offense there, and we're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, you mentioned in the offense, obviously they kind of carried you yesterday, but it was a bad time to have that really bad series, the 3-and-out right before Carolina got the ball back to finish things up. Just in general, how much blame can you put on the offense for keeping you in a game like that, but then also being like, in the biggest moment, you gave us the worst series you've probably put on offense all year? Yeah,
it's very similar to the college team that I cover this year. It's unbelievably, remarkably the same. And it forces your offense to be perfect, because the way the defense is played, your offense just has to be perfect. They pretty much have to score almost every single time. And now that was a questionable series, of course, because one thing that we've seen is that regardless of what they did, Carolina could not cover George Pickens. They couldn't. And so in that drive, the biggest drive of the game, I think I'm trying to get the ball to Pickens. It almost felt like that Schottenheimer said, we're going to go score and we're going to try to work clock in doing it. And they didn't even get a first down. They went backwards, actually. And so that was, those calls obviously weren't great. But slants, anything, comebacks to Pickens, they weren't covering them. And when they were, it was interference. So that's one series that they would like to have that back.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com right here on the Fan. What was it like in the locker room? And my follow-up to that is, and I'm not suggesting they're close to being there yet, but I also would like to know if you've ever covered a team here where the offense turned on the defense internally or vice versa.
Yeah, it definitely happens, and it happens mostly without the media, but you definitely know that there's jabs that are being said one way or another. Has it happened? Yes, I'm sure. I know it has. But not to the point where it was a major deal, and that's on the head coach for trying to keep it together. And in this case, like you said earlier, the offense, it wasn't perfect. And the offense, it wasn't just that drive too, but like too many times after a huge play to get them down inside the 10, they weren't scoring. And the lack of running game really, really hurt them. Because they couldn't get anything. But that fumbled snap by Dak was a big play, because now it's 2nd and 10, and then they throw the lob up to Pickens, and I'm not sure if they misread it with each other or just a bad throw or whatever it was, but that was a touchdown that was there that was missed. And next thing you know, they get a field goal. So the offense, struggled in the red zone as well, but it's hard to really, you don't put a lot of emphasis on them. It's just that because of the way the defense is, they have to be perfect. We've seen 2 games this year where they've scored 37 points in regulation, and it wasn't good enough to win. And one of them they did win, one they tied, but still 37 points at the end of regulation should get you a win.
You think we were approaching that in 03 with the offense getting, wasn't great. Defense was top 5 scoring in the league. That may have happened. I have to go back and remember. I don't remember it, but that may have been the year where you saw that happen. Other than that, I can't think.
It definitely was. It felt like it was starting when DeMarcus Lawrence and Dak Prescott were publicly talking about who was going to score more touchdowns each week, the defense or the offense.
Yeah.
That was starting to feel tense when I think that was 2017 or 18 before Coop took over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the year that Cooper Rush took over those 5 games for Dak. I mean, that was clear that they were winning based off of defense. I think everybody knew that. That wasn't even a tense situation. Everyone kind of knew that was going on. But yeah, I mean, and this is up to Shotty to make sure that it doesn't get that way. And I think in Dak as well. I think Dak is really good from that standpoint. But yeah, I mean, it's a bad. I mean, I went back and looked at this stat. This is interesting. 38 times now in Cowboys history that they have 0 turnovers and 0 sacks allowed, and they're 33-5 now in those games. Mm-hmm. And 4 of those 5s were 3 points or less, decided by. But just that sounds kind of history that you want to make. But you don't give up a sack on offense. You don't turn the ball over. You actually won the turnover battle, and don't win the game and lose to a quarterback that, in my opinion, is not an NFL caliber quarterback. I mean, and that's what I believe. I never thought that way coming out of the draft. I just feel like, they should be able to blitz him more and he'll break down. And that's the sad part is they didn't do that. Didn't do that.
Nick, when Matt Eberflus has talked on Thursdays, stuff comes up about Diggs or other things like that. He's kind of held a firm line about his beliefs and has focused on player execution. Brian Schottenheimer called him a great coach yesterday. Jerry Jones has really kind of put some cover of this is not a coach problem, this is a player problem. So to this point, there's been kind of a hedge built around Eberflus in terms of the responsibility has not fallen on him at all in most cases. Is that going to start shifting, do you think, at all in Schottenheimer's statements or Jerry's statements?
Well, in their statements, I'm not sure.
Or behind the scenes.
Yeah, right. Or not make the statement at all, which is, it didn't, Jerry didn't even talk yesterday. And there might be, and I don't know the whole reason for that. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes it's a logistics thing. But, when it comes to Eberflus, Diggs, I know some of the comments that were made. I have a hard time getting in the middle of all that because, you can make the case both, one way or another. I mean, there was a guy that wasn't here this offseason too. So, and I love Trayvon, but for me, he doesn't have a lot of legs to stand on when it comes to scheme and who's doing the right thing and all that. When, all the install, all the OT, all the stuff like that, he wasn't around for. So, naturally that is going to be the case. But I know this, go out there and cover number 12 or cover number 3. That's not that hard to do. And that's what he should be doing, in my opinion. That's what he's good at. That's what Bland's good at. And I think that's what this defense would be better at because they don't rush the passer consistently and they don't seem to have a great understanding from cornerbacks to safeties. It's like they don't get along. They don't communicate for whatever the reason. I don't know. So to me, and again, I don't know how to run a defense, but we're talking about it looks like they have to dial up pressure that they said they were going to do and that they haven't done. They need to dial up the pressure and let these cornerbacks that you're paying like you're paying cover their guy.
You more surprised that this run D got gashed or that the offensive line had Javonte at 2 yards a carry?
Yeah. Ooh. I'm going to go Cowboys-Packers on that one and just say tie. I mean, I was surprised by both. I just kept thinking, like, the press conference with Micah's press conference, like, wait, I thought they were supposed to stop the run, like stopping the run. That's what they chose to do here. And they're not at all. So I was surprised by that. But then on the offensive side with Tyler Smith back, Hoffman, to me, Hoffman has always done a good job when he's in there. Bass, I mean, there hasn't been any kind of drop-off, and I was really shocked by that they just could not get anything going, and he was getting hit at the line of scrimmage every single time.
Thank you, brother. We'll talk on Wednesday. Appreciate it.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman back from Carolina with the headline, "Something has to change on that defensive side." Let's talk about it as we cross-talk with the KNC Masterpiece next here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the low.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. That's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Rush at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Tie on you and the Spacey invades.
This is my biggest, one of my biggest musical regrets is not seeing this band in concert.
You have a chance.
While Neil Peart,
baby. Peart was amazing. She's the new drummer's good. She's really good. She's not Neil Peart.
That doesn't matter.
Is.
I didn't know that they had. They just this is brand new. Like they announced last week that they were going to start touring again.
Good giveaway.
Very good.
It's Cowboys Monday. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here.
Do we have to?
I guess you can do whatever you want.
Okay. That's not a real offer. That's like a wife offer. Don't take that.
If you had
that's like your wife says you can do whatever you want.
What's
that?
If you had diamonds growing out of your face, would you give the diamonds to people, or would they have to chain you in a basement and take them out of your face?
Do you think that's what Rico Dowdle does? That's a piercing. That's not growing out of his face.
How many am I growing a day for how long?
Every time one comes out, another one comes back.
Oh. Then I'd give them to people I like.
You got one day. Yeah, it'll be back the next morning.
I don't remember that piercing. I don't know why. I just don't remember.
You don't remember the cheek one that he has?
No.
Yeah.
You definitely would not be getting one from me. Because I am not happy with you.
Is it because I quote tweeted Shanks?
Yeah.
You said
you are taking some sick delight in my all-time bad gambling run. Mom, turn off the radio. My mother will be happy. She'll tell me. But you are taking some delight. I don't even want to get into it all right now. I have to talk about it tomorrow with RJ to get me through it. But you are taking some sick satisfaction in my horrific,
Sean,
all-time bad streak.
I want to let you know this was an edited version in my head. Because originally I was going to quote tweet and say that's why you should use promo code Masterpiece. But I was like, that's too far. It's too far.
Take money from me, even more money from me.
Wow. It's too far. But it was the fact that you set it up by apologizing to Cowboys fans when you made the play that I had to jump in.
Think about what I've lost. I have lost
the Philly one.
Eagles, Giants, no Malik Neighbors.
Ugh,
I lost it. Cowboys, Panthers, coming off that Jets game. We all picked them to win by double digits. Texas OU, Mateer made it back. Chipotle was right. Mateer made it back. That was awful. Lucius, screw him too. I was sitting there watching the game. He was getting sick satisfaction and delight. Peyton wasn't backing me at the Highland Hotel, ordering up drinks. Awful. Miserable.
Look, this is the gamblers. Is it a paradox? Maybe there's I don't know. This happens to all of us.
Yeah.
It's just variance. We just chalk it with variance. That's all it is.
But the problem with me is I'm not betting the same units. I'm chasing.
You can't chase
that
losses.
is problematic.
You can't chase losses, and you got to bet a lot of games.
Oh, I'm betting a lot.
Yeah. You got to bet a lot of games. You got to bet 5, 6 per weekend, per day. Because that way, if you lose, if you go 0-1, right, you're down. Yeah. But if you go 3-2,
you're up.
Right, you're okay.
Do you shift to spots you're less comfortable in? Like, do you go hard into baseball playoffs to try to make up the difference? Or are you like, I got to wait until next weekend? I mean, I know you got Monday Night Football.
I mean, usually, weekend to weekend.
Okay.
Weekend to weekend.
I gotta make some plays, or I'm gonna lose my $100 bonus.
Promo code Master.
Yeah, I gotta go ahead and do that. I guess tonight.
What's coming up on the show?
Make some plays right now,
guys. 10:40. We're opening up the phones. We don't do that very often. Go ahead and call in if you're ticked off.
Somebody swears though.
Yeah, if you swear, we'll dump you and then let you keep talking for a second. But also we have Stephen Jones joining us at noon today.
That's probably gonna go great.
Yeah, I was hoping. Normally I'm upset that Jerry talks to the road media because it sometimes zaps our Tuesday interview.
Okay.
I was kind of hoping he talked yesterday and he didn't. Because tomorrow, I mean, we're as Jerry would say, right? It's getting down to nut cutting time.
Mm-hmm.
How many more times are you going to keep telling us help's on the way? I think on one of the interviews he told us the defense improved in the second half. I think they got scored on every drive in that second half, and I'm starting to get a little irritated with my boy Brian Schottenheimer too. He's a little bit too nice. I'm not liking how nice he is in these pressers.
He's not nice to you.
In the pressers, I said, jackass.
Okay.
Open up. You know, Aiden, get the video ready. Get the video ready,
I like
Aiden.
what you said this morning about
thank you.
him, the way he's going about it, at some point it's going to turn. Because don't lie to me about something I can see. If I see something's bad and you're telling me it's fine,
yeah,
then I can't.
Then you kind of call me dumb.
Yeah, I can't trust you anymore either, and that's not a good thing for this. You've been transparent, open, honest about things that we've had tough decisions about.
Yeah,
and now you're the protection part of it. I understand what you're doing, but now don't lie to me about things that I literally see on the field.
Has he said it's fine yet? I think he said. I think it's going to be fine. Like I think
he hasn't said it's fine.
Yeah, I think
we have the pieces here.
Yeah.
We're going to get it fixed.
Yeah, I think he's. I don't think he's tried to just say, "Oh no, that's better than y'all have been talking about." I think he's just saying you should be more optimistic that it'll get worked out than you are right now. Which he'll still be held accountable for that if it's not.
Yeah, to me, it's like, all right, let's sit down and try to have like a productive meeting with things, right? If I'm Jerry, I sit down in the room and I say to Matt and Brian, this is your last chance to convince me that running zone 85 to 90% of the time is a good thing. Tell me why running, maybe these should be some of the questions for Jerry tomorrow. Tell me why running man 50% of the time could be worse than this. Because now when you talk about making a change, we're like training camp and 5 to 6 weeks in. So are they about to turn some type of corner from a communication standpoint, kind of like they did last year, versus us starting over with something else or introducing something brand new and then taking 3 more steps backwards? That to me is kind of a tough decision and conversation to have. You got to convince me that the Mike Zimmer turn is coming.
All right. So do you think one of their answers about why going 50% man coverage would be worse is because Trayvon Diggs right now cannot keep up with a wide receiver?
Yes.
I mean, because at least part of this zone is done to hide his deficiencies at keeping up with.
Well, then we got to get someone else out on the field.
I hear you.
You know what I mean? Like, and again, I need to know, is Trayvon cooked totally, or is he injured? Is he banged up or is he hurt? Is Deron Bland hurt/injured, or is he nicked and banged up? The other things that have to be done by the end of today, 5 p.m., or whenever the waiver wire goes out, the transaction wire, there has to be a Donovan Wilson coverage replacement off the street.
Would you put Dono at linebacker?
Sure. I think he'd get over there faster than Kenneth Murray on that 4th and 4, but...
Yeah, but then you're asking him to cover.
But not as much, right?
But there has to be
that
someone.
Situation.
Steven says 24/7, blah, blah, blah. There has to be someone walking a street corner right now that can cover better. That is Jerry Jones. Oh, you coach the team. You want to be coach? Jerry Jones has to sit in there and today and say there is no more coverage deep safety for Donovan Wilson. If I see him one more time in that type of coverage position, you're fired. We are bringing in a safety or 2, and these are the things instantly that I would have taken place in the meeting. And then Jerry should hold up a mirror, and Steven should hold up a mirror and talk about Kenny Clark and these expensive D tackles that they have who are getting emasculated and embarrassed.
Yeah, they got pushed around a lot yesterday.
What?
This is a heat map. So you notice how there's a whole bunch of red back here and not a lot of red down here.
2023, it looks like there's four corners of heat.
This is right down here.
2025 is 2 corners of heat.
That's all where Donovan Wilson's lining up. This is his heat map of where he's lined up before the line of scrimmage. This is his last year with Dan Quinn, where he's basically at the line of scrimmage most of the time.
Dan Quinn knew.
So I get Joe Flacco to come in on a Tuesday and quarterback a football team, but I can't find any other safeties out there breathing that can cover a little bit better than Donovan Wilson. Like, I'm feeling bad for Donovan Wilson being put in this position.
It doesn't fit his skill set.
Yeah. So that's my idea for the defensive meeting today.
Yeah, I mean, there are some things that are not within Matt Eberflus's control. There's a lot of bad players on defense.
But Diggs saying this defense has no identity is him trying to cover his own butt and throw Eberflus under the bus.
Well, they've got an identity.
I don't.
Points allowed.
I generally don't try to get inside the mind of what did Trayvon Diggs mean by that, because there's no telling a lot of the time. It could be. It could be a slight. It could be a CYA answer. It could be it could just be him talking. Like he's so unpredictable with the way that he approaches things. But I mean, to me, the bigger thing that right now, the thing that's been disappointing through 6 weeks now is that there's not been any shared accountability for Eberflus. He won't take any, and they're not giving him any. He's just there's been protection.
I heard you say take some arrows. Do you think it's because they traded the best player on the defense before the season, and he was like,
maybe
okay, but
look, I got news for you.
He's never had
suck with Mike.
He's never had double-digit sack guys.
No, I'm not saying whether or not they would suck. I'm saying whether or not the Cowboys are protecting him for that purpose. We screwed you over, and we
they all
probably need to
voted
protect
unanimous,
you a little bit.
Corey.
The last time Eberflus had a double-digit sack guy was at Missouri, where his defense that he was running, he was at the University of Missouri. That's the last time he had a double-digit sack. I think it was Coney Ely or somebody.
But good player. Panther, maybe?
So he doesn't generate pressure. His scheme has never generated pressure. It's the same one that they ran with Marinelli, where everybody's just like,
you got to rely on the talent of the individual player.
It was bend but don't break, and his is break and break and break. That's what he's been running.
It relies on an individual player. In a related story, they had an individual player that could do that.
Well, this defense was going to stink anyway.
They are not one. There's not one player.
Look,
that can help.
As much as Micah loves to freelance, they would have more busts. He would get sacks, and that would be great, but they would have more busts on defense with him.
And I also, if I'm Jerry and Steven, I'm like, I got 30 minutes. Give me an education on that whiteboard on run blitzing. You need to teach me about run blitzing, because this team needs a freaking run blitz, maybe even more than pass blitz.
So the run blitz is going to be, in a lot of instances, it's just the design blitz, and it happens to fill in with they ended up running the ball. So it usually changes the player's approach more than design. It's harder to design because you don't know if they're going to run a pass or a run, and so it's more just how does it mesh with what the play ends up being. But it's usually going to be just a designed blitz regardless, and a lot of times when you're blitzing, you're anticipating it's going to be pass, and it ends up running.
Part of the fun of being a sports fan is the unknown, and that's part of what is starting to eat away at me right now. I'm seeing my impending death. I see the end of the pier, and every rebirth, and every defensive series is
going to rise like a phoenix.
Is a step. Well, Bobby just told me it's not happening after the deal that was made.
Oh yeah,
but we'll get to that.
We're getting into eschatology.
Eschatology?
I don't know what eschatology is.
Oh, you should never have gone to Germany. But I'm sitting here seeing plank, step, plank, step, and there's no.
Yeah, every week it's the same. It's the same thing that killed you.
But slow death. But the water is the rebirth, because that's the draft pick.
Oh,
see,
I mean, but that's what Travis,
you're going to get an 8
that's
and
what
9.
Travis Hunter
So
did yesterday.
you're saying Mike was right the whole time. You got to suffer through the season, and then whenever you get to the off season, you get to relive everything.
Because after you suffer,
we could be good again.
There's always a party at a funeral.
If I told
There's always a party at a funeral.
If I told you right now, you could lock in 3-13-1, or go with the rest of the season unknown.
1,000,000% the first one.
Yeah,
not even
right, not even close. Because we all know, even if things break right, they're not winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no.
And if you're not going to win the Super Bowl, just give me 3-13.
Okay, what if I can lock you in at 3-13-1, or I can lock you into the Packers being 7-10 and then play out the rest of the season?
I think I would still take the first one, and I could see how people would disagree on this. I'm still going to take the first one, because if you take that first pick, you have control, and you might be in a position to trade down because of the uncertainty about a unified number 1 pick.
Let's let the fellas take over. We got Jerry Jones for the first time talking about that game tomorrow at 8:30. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Maidens?
Pre-club.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing?
Well, Kevin, over the weekend, every single team I root for lost except for the Stars, who only win 5-4. But
are you saying they're only going to win all of their games 5-4?
So far, they have only won all of their games 5-4.
Oh.
So that's what I said is true.
It was a tough football weekend for you, wasn't it?
It was brutal.
UNT, Oklahoma, the Cowboys. I'm sorry, man.
Fantasy. I got my first fantasy loss this weekend.
Oh man,
I'm already done. Like, I don't even need the Monday night game.
Are you
I'm done.
embarrassed?
Thank you, Corey, for asking that question to me. This is a tough weekend overall. FC Dallas
They lost too.
And I'll be honest, I didn't like the red card. So, like, there's lots of bad things that happened this weekend. But you know what? Today's Monday, and we get a chance to turn it all around, just like Garfield used to say, love Mondays.
No, Garfield famously hated Mondays.
I thought he hated lasagna.
I think you have completely misinterpreted all
I'd
Garfield.
have to go back and rewatch the film.
strips.
I got to go rewatch the cuts on him.
Okay, you definitely should, because you got all of those wrong. All of them. All right, speaking of getting all the things wrong, let's talk about the Cowboys defense. Professional transition. All right. Now, I had a conversation with a few people yesterday, because I think we all
in the world,
yes,
okay,
feel like we know what the answer is to this. But if the Cowboys have the right personnel, then what's the real problem with the defense? Because that is
the plays they call.
What Schottenheimer said yesterday. He was asked if he has the personnel to run Matt Eberflus's defensive scheme, and he said, yeah, absolutely, no question about it. And I got some pushback from some people who were like, well, what's he supposed to say? And I honestly, my answer was, well, clearly that's what we thought. We thought we had the right personnel. We thought we had made the right plays, but clearly that is not the case. So we're going to reevaluate not only the scheme, but the players and what we're doing. So something along that felt like far less positive, because the way he answered that question makes it feel like, oh yeah, what a foolish question. Of course, we're awesome. And so then if it's not the personnel, what's the problem with the defense?
Can we say a combination of everything?
I mean, at this point,
because the personnel is
yes.
definitely like what you do with Donovan Wilson, you can't continue to do.
Yep.
Thought they made the decision that they, oh, yeah, you know what? Everybody else that's watching that's been saying this is right. Because it seemed like they kind of made a couple of adjustments. I know injury was a part of it too, but you can't do that. So that person is part of your personnel. He does not fit what you're asking of him. Why are you continuing to ask him to do those things then? What is it about him? You're not trying to hide him in center field, because you need him in center field.
Right.
What are you doing out? And then why are you, so scheme-wise, why are you playing Deron Bland 15 yards off of receiver whenever you have this play that needs to be happening right here, if you know that the linebacker that you have can't get there?
See, and I think Deron Bland is a better example of curiosity for me than Trayvon Diggs. I know why Trayvon Diggs right now is playing so far off the line of scrimmage, because he doesn't think that he can either stay with or catch up to a wide receiver who outmoves him. So that's why he's playing so far off the ball. Now, if you think that's a product of he's still returning from injury and it was always going to take time, okay. If you think that's a product of he's donezo, well, that's obviously hugely problematic. It's probably problematic either way, but that second one feels really problematic.
This is one of the things, Kevin, where when I was saying don't lie to me, whenever I know what I see on the field, that line of no, we have the personnel,
right,
feels like a lie to me. And this is one of the reasons that a lot of Cowboys fans get so upset with Jerry Jones and Steven, because they'll talk to us. And I love the conversations we get to have. We get to have some unique, interesting, weird conversations sometimes. Sometimes they're tough. Sometimes they're light. It all kind of depends on how things go. But doesn't it feel like for the longest time over the history of bad times, Jerry Jones has said things were fine when they clearly were not?
Yes.
And that's that frustrates fans.
Yes.
So when Brian Schottenheimer is like, no, we got the pieces, That is, in my mind, him saying, I got to buy more time for whatever it is, or I'm covering up a lot of things by just saying, yeah, we got the pieces that's going to eventually work out. Because right now, it doesn't even look like it has a chance to. So, Kevin, I don't think they have the personnel that fits it. I don't think the scheme is correct. And I don't think that the play caller is on top of his game by any means right now. The defensive play caller is, while Schottenheimer and Dak are in their bag, it seems that a lot of times, except for on that one that we really needed one, it just, and actually, isn't that 2 in a row? Like the Packers game, they got beat on that. This one, they got beat on that. That's where I feel like it's just a combination of all three things, and that you said was a lie because they don't have the pieces.
And I've already seen a lot of people say this. I'm sure that Drum will continue to get beaten this week. I do not want to see the Cowboys make any trades with the first round picks they got. Now, if you want to make like Pickens-esque trades where you use some of your day 2 or day 3 draft picks for players that will be here, then I'm fine with that.
Like moves that dudes could be here for a couple years. Gotcha, I got you.
Exactly. But there is no part of me, and I think for Cowboys fans, there should be no part of you, but I'm not going to tell you how to fan, who wants the Cowboys to trade any first-round draft pick asset, because I just don't see how you could think that it's just one player or anything like that. Hell, Micah could be back on this team, and I still don't think I would advocate trading one of your, like, if you still had bonus first-round draft picks to get another player. This defense just feels so far away. It is definitely further than one player away, and I do not want to see any future traded for this season.
Do you think it needs like a complete overhaul at every position?
See, not necessarily, and that's
because Ezraku is still growing. So you're dealing with growing pains there.
Look, and
Kenneth Murray is not playing well at all.
Yeah, Kenneth Murray and Jack Sanborn. I mean, look, and I know Sanborn obviously was still dealing with issues from his concussion, but it doesn't feel like they're the answers. This is where I think, and you're going to, I'm assuming, move on from Sam Williams at the end of the season because of his contract. But if you want to lean on Ezraku and Leafau and hope that Overshown comes back, like, I see the promise of that, but in addition to a talent deficiency, you clearly have a scheme deficiency. It can be both.
Over the weekend in the pregame show, I heard Chiafalo say, hey, I'd love to try and snag Demario Davis from the Saints. Older, still playing well, though. I think he did get burned on a play this week, but it's fine. It's
Everybody does.
Kevin, but Broadus also asked Steven on Friday, hey, you can slap me down if I'm off base about this, but what about a trade? Like, how would that kind of go? And Steven was like, I think you are off base. You know, we're not seeking it. We don't need it. If one presents itself.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel like they're just kind of hovering around waiting for something to pop up. And I don't know that they will use those picks, Kevin. I don't think they would to go get something. But somebody just texted in, you could get 2 players with those first 2 picks.
To what end? If you tell me
you get 2 players with 2 picks.
Okay.
I love that text.
If you tell me that you think picking up, Trey Hendrickson or whoever, I'm assuming is the direction that this is going to go, and you think that's going to fit the defense, please tell me who those 2 players are. Because I think you could get not reincarnated. I think you could get prime Aaron Donald here right now and then go pick up another player, and I would still have questions. If you could get me, prime Revis Island and prime Aaron Donald, then maybe I would listen to making those moves.
Well, and that's players make plays, right?
Yes.
You have players that can make plays? No, it doesn't look like it.
It does not look like it.
You're not forcing turnovers. So
not
players make
pressure.
plays. You have more players, you can make those plays. The scheme is kind of part of it as well, but players make plays. Kevin, the line that your coach said so many times yesterday was we weren't physical enough.
Yeah.
And this seems like a history now of this team lacking the physicality to go say, I'm going to push you around. They got pushed all over the place yesterday.
Okay, So, but not
they're not the players.
And that's an issue then, not physical enough where? On the offensive line, where Tyler Smith agreed that they were probably not.
On the defensive line?
On the defensive line, where Rico Dowdle is the first player with 230 yards from scrimmage in back-to-back games since Le'Veon Bell 11 years ago. By the way, Rico Dowdle this season, 200-plus yards from scrimmage, 2 games. Rest of the NFL combined, 1. And so, fine. Is it the defensive line that's not being physical enough? Or let's go to the secondary. Bryce Young against zone coverage, 85% of the time on his dropbacks. He completed 14 of 21 passes for 174 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception, although that interception was obviously off of a drop. So you weren't getting to him then. Let's go back to the combination of the coverage and the pass rush. The quarterback for Carolina, he started the game 3 for 3 on passes of 20-plus yards. Do you know what he was going into this game? 3 for 12 with 2 interceptions and no touchdowns, which means going
that's
in
improvement.
No, for him, actually, yes, that's a huge improvement. But think about it. Going into this game, you were almost as likely to get an interception as a completion on a 20-plus yard pass from Bryce Young in the air. And instead, what did you get? 3 for 3. So, okay, fine. Who wasn't being physical enough? The secondary? Is it the linebackers? Is it the defensive line? Is it the offensive line? Is your answer yes to all 4 of those?
Yes.
That's not good.
Yes, and. Okay. I don't think you expected this, did you?
Oh, it's like improv.
Yeah, he didn't expect it. Yes, all 4. And Carolina was more physical than you.
Yeah.
So it was like you can go out there and be not physical and play a non-physical opponent. They went out there and played an opponent that was like, we will be more physical than you, and they had no answer to it. And that right there, Kevin, when Diggs says we don't have an identity, when you know your identity, you don't get beat around like that. When you have the morale, you don't get pushed around like that because somebody in that huddle is holding you accountable and saying it's not going to happen to us again. So that's the yes and. You went up against an opponent that said, we're going to push you around. They just did it to Miami the week before, and they had confidence they could do it again, and then it wasn't buckled up, as Rico Dowdle said. That's the fear, Kevin. You're going to run into Denver here soon, who is going to be more physical than you.
Right.
You're going to run into more defenses and offenses on the schedule that are going to be more physical than you, and if you don't decide to show up and say, I'm not going to let that happen, you're going to get pushed all over the field.
Okay, you just said something that I think is a football philosophical question. I'm sure some of it is internal inside of you, but what do you think is the breakdown between being physical? Like just pure talent versus the want to? Because that comes up with rebounding. Surely you can have some inherent rebounding and angle judging skills, or you can be like Dennis Rodman and just watch shot after shot after shot and learn the bounce pattern and say, I'm going to get it. Same question here with physicality. How much of it is just pure, raw strength and power versus want to?
75% strength and power.
Okay.
25% want to.
Okay, because I actually kind of like
5%,
that. 5%. That's too much percent.
All right.
I actually like that because it feels like we do not do a good job of judging the want to of players. So hopefully we can judge the measurables.
Because if you call players soft, it's like they're in the NFL. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
There's no way they're soft. They're in the NFL.
Comparably.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm with you.
Well, I saw what I saw. I'm not saying they gave up. I don't know. Maybe they're incapable of getting to that next place. You thudded up all during training camp. You thudded up as hard as you could. That thudding up hasn't transferred. Not in this game, at least.
So, 2 follow-up questions. Would you load up your fantasy roster with offensive players going against the Cowboys going forward?
1,000%.
And as one fan texter suggested, do you think we should now call it the Cowboys offense? Because there's no D there.
Oh, you mean like a fence door?
Shut up. I'm not getting drugged back into this conversation. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm curious to see how this conversation goes. Obviously, the Cowboys defense was horrid, But how much, if any, blame falls on the Cowboys offense for their final 6 plays? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
that Uber Eats has raised.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap is good. Kick's on the way. Kick is good. Time is at 0. Panthers win. 30-27.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There might have been few games of which Brad Sham was more excited for the game to be over because, like most of us, Brad Sham felt like he represented fans yesterday with his disgust of this defense, and rightfully so.
I was heading home in the fourth quarter during after wrapped up at the Bearded Monkey. Awesome day for the Tolos out at the Bearded Monkey yesterday. We will be rolling another one out here soon. I'll let you know when. And I'm pretty sure that'll be the Rockwall place that we'll be at this time. So looking forward to that.
Pretty close to my house.
Somebody brought up some fatheads yesterday. I'll talk about that at 1 o'clock in the C block today. But also, Kevin, that was the feeling from me driving home, was listening to Brad Sham just crack jokes on how bad the run defense was and how like everything's 8 to 10 yards. And it just he was so furious, and that's one of the things I have always liked about Brad Sham as the play-by-play broadcaster. He feels the way you do as a fan a lot of times.
Yeah.
When he's calling those games, he's just as frustrated as you are in these situations.
Now, let's set forth the idea that we can all agree that the defense was horrid yesterday. Just absolutely terrible. All right?
So if anybody comes into this segment late, y'all tell them, hey, this is a specific discussion about something else.
We all agree the defense was terrible, but how much, if any, blame falls on the Cowboys offense for their final 6 plays? And here's why I include the final 6, because I certainly understand how everyone is focused on that final series and the final 3 plays. I want to focus on the final 6 because you're down 27-24. And you're first and goal at the Carolina 8. Now, these next 3 plays would lead to a field goal, and that's all fine and well. And I don't want to pretend like maybe the Cowboys would have taken a 31-27 lead. Carolina would have done the exact same thing, except they wouldn't have wasted time and they would have scored a touchdown. I can't dispute that. That very well could have happened, but the Cowboys certainly didn't help themselves. So on the final 6 plays, how many yards do you think the Cowboys gained?
7.
-9. On their actually, I guess on their final 6 plays, they had a positive gain on 1 of them. It started off first and goal, and you have the fumble, snap, catastrophe that turns out to do nothing but waste it down and move you back a yard. All right. Second and goal at the 9. You get the pass that's short to George Pickens. Why is that relevant? Because on your final 6 plays, that was the only time you targeted George Pickens. And I realize...
Yeah, that wasn't as smart.
No. And I realize if we go to the next series, your offensive line did no favors to giving you the time to try to get the ball to him. But on a day where George Pickens seemed like he could do pretty much whatever he wanted, prior to that pass, he'd been targeted 10 times and caught 9 of them for 168 yards. All right. So if you're ever going to force the ball to somebody, now maybe feels like the time. So you have the incomplete pass there, and then you have the incomplete pass to Javonte Williams, which again felt like a give up pass that we're going to talk about in that next series as well. So you get 3 plays right there, and you do nothing, man. Like nothing. And you lose a yard, kick a field goal, game's tied. Then the unbelievable, biggest miracle of the day yesterday, you force a 3-and-out. Now, did Carolina shoot themselves in the foot with penalties? Yes, but don't worry about that. You force a 3-and-out. It's 27-27. There's 8:18 left to go. For the first time, maybe in the entire game, the defense has been like, hey, we want to participate. And now the offense has the ball. And man, oh man, did they S the bed.
Yes. And this is the second time now, as I was talking about with the Packers game, Schottenheimer explained how that third down was affected in overtime.
And why they didn't go for it.
Bad play. They didn't go for him fourth because, hey, I got beat once. And he said the same thing about this drive, that it was covered. You got to give the Panthers credit for the work that they did, making sure that we didn't have the play. And that's scary to me, honestly. We don't have anything that can work in these situations. This is the time you have to have your best stuff. I do stress a little bit, Kevin, from that, but also because I feel like you're having to call your best plays all game long.
Right.
And at some point, they've seen it all because your offense has to do everything. Every drive, you're like, we have to score. We have no other options. And so that is a little bit of a stressful thing because you've run out by the end of the game. You better open up. You better make that playbook deeper then. Like that's the only other option you have right now is to make it deeper and make sure that you get these plays off the right way.
And so here's what I really hated about when you get the ball back. I know some people are going to point to first down. I get it. I am going to go to second down. We're going to play that audio in just 1 second. Cut number 9. All right, but you have a disastrous dump-off play to Javonte Williams. It goes absolutely nowhere. I go back to what we kicked off the show with last week. Dak said it's not pressure. It's not really pressure if you have a plan for it. Well, at this point, you got to know your offensive line is starting to falter. One of the reasons that play fell apart is because your offensive line came crumbling down in a hurry. Now, this next play was problematic for a variety of reasons. First of all, if you know that your offensive line might implode again, you have to be ready to get rid of the ball. And I'm looking right at George Pickens, just like the Carolina Panthers looked exactly at their tight end on fourth down. And they're like, what are you going to do about it? And secondly, what was disastrous about this is on Dak. You got to throw that ball at the feet or at the turf of Javonte Williams, not to Javonte Williams. And Javonte Williams should not have caught that ball, although I realize it's counterintuitive not to catch the ball when it comes to you. But go ahead and give me cut number 9 because this play just doomed it.
2nd and 16. Snap to Prescott. Looking. Checks it down to Williams, and it didn't end well for him there either. He caught the ball and then was driven backwards to about the 30. The Cowboys started at their 46, and they have gone backwards 16 yards.
I know. Now, luckily, it was only 12. So, hey, all right. I realize you don't want to automatically depend on this. But from where the Cowboys started that drive, it's a 72-yard field goal for Aubrey. I know your goal is not let's kick a 72-yard field goal unless there's 5 seconds left. But my point is, you're what, 10 to 12 yards away from being like, even outdoors, I feel okay about this field goal attempt. Instead, in 2 plays, you're minus 12. Now you're at 3rd and 22. And then, and only then, on the 6th play in the sequence we've been talking about, do you get positive yardage. And that's because of a BS dump-off pass to Hunter Lipke where you're like, I don't know what to do. So does the offense bear any responsibility for the end of that last drive and this drive in particular on, yes, once again, a day in which the defense was just the worst?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, and they should. Like, they absolutely should take the risk, and they do. I mean, I've read a lot of the quotes. I've heard a lot of the quotes after. They take the risk, but they're not trying to throw their defense under the bus. They're trying to fall on the sword at the same time and be like, valiant here because we got to protect the defense here. But if everybody out there, Kevin, I'm not going to say this offensive game was the problem.
Sure. But that offensive drive was the problem.
That absolutely. But the game itself, this grouping of plays, not good enough when you needed it the most. This is the time that you need it the most and you can't deliver. Is it too tasking because of what you have to cover up the entire game and all that? I don't know about that because your opposing quarterback's the worst in the league.
Yeah. Except against us.
Your offensive line, their run blocking was bad. Javonte Williams, who's been really good. Kevin, we've been calling for Nate Thomas.
Yes.
I was calling for Nate Thomas all day yesterday.
Yes.
I was like, please. I know they're going to continue to give the first-round pick his opportunities, man, I was just really hoping that we could get something rolling there. It wasn't good. And so, Kevin, that's another thing. That's another factor at this point in the game. Because what happens at the end of your game, you get a 6-minute drive against you for a field goal to win.
It was embarrassing.
15 plays, 71 yards, 6 minutes. Now, that's not me taking a shot at the defense. That's me taking a shot at the Cowboys offense here. Because, Kevin, what you just pointed out, if you could run the ball effectively.
Yeah, and you couldn't.
If you could do that, you could take time off the clock to get what you wanted instead of saying we have to throw these passes. There were a couple other times I thought they panicked in the red zone and they're at the 7-yard line, and instead of just saying we're going to keep running this ball because they didn't feel like they could, they're like, let's throw it around a little bit, and there's incompletions and they have to take 3 points instead of 7. So yes, their inability offensively to do what they wanted to do in the run game also affected this drive at the end of the game as well.
Yeah, I'm disappointed because not only that drive, but
everything, right?
Yes.
Like play calling, execution, all of it.
It's all horrendous. And obviously, Javonte Williams had a terrible day. I thought the offensive line had a very poor day as well. But you look back at that drive where they ended up kicking the field goal off of the 3 plays and then the ensuing 3 plays. In the previous 4 possessions, the Cowboys had scored 3 touchdowns.
How?
But then when the games, just throw the ball to George Pickens. And then when
that's the reason I asked that question was they forgot that Pickens existed late in that game. Or it just like maybe it was he's just not. They're not giving him. There was a play last night, Kevin, where I looked on St. Brown. And I was like, why isn't he getting the ball here?
Yeah.
And then I saw a cornerback and a linebacker moving with him and a safety over the top. And I was like, oh, because there's 3.
Well, that's fine. And then the pressure's coming because your offensive line has been imploding. Surely there is some sort of other advantageous matchup in that point. But they target him once in the final 6 plays. It's frustrating across the board because you lose. And most of the blame goes to the defense. But in the previous 3 of the previous 4 possessions, the Cowboys scored a touchdown. And then in the last 2 possessions, they got 3 points total. And when you know your defense is the drizzling S, that's never going to cut it. And this offense has looked badass this season. But you did have the opportunity when the game was tied and the ball in your hand to do something. And the Cowboys went 3 and out. And the Panthers marched down the field. And they very well could have scored a touchdown. I'm not here to argue against that whatsoever. But they went and won the game.
Was this loss bad enough to do something about it? Because offensively, do you feel like, hey, if we can just get some defense, we don't need to worry about those last 6 plays because we're not in a situation where it's 27-27. 27-20.
So, on offense, it makes a lot more sense to me when they say the reserves are coming. Because they
do say that a lot.
Yeah, because Turpin is coming back, and my God, we haven't even gotten into the catastrophe that was the return game yesterday. And do our Cowboys players know the rules?
I don't think they do.
They might not, of the new NFL. So you've got him coming back. You've got Turpin coming back. You've got another 2 offensive linemen, one hopefully sooner than the other coming back. So I get that better than the defensive things that are coming back are somebody who's never played in the NFL before and then somebody who might be back at Thanksgiving who struggled to stay healthy. That feels more disingenuous to me than on offense. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, we've had an opportunity to get our say in to start the show. Now it's your turn. 877-881-1053. We're going to open up the phone lines for, I'm assuming, Cowboys complaints.
Yeah, if you're excited.
If you're excited, I want to hear about that as well. Just remember, once the cursing starts, we're done with this. So 877-881-1053. Call in. We will get to your calls next right here on The Fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I know we don't frequently take phone calls. This scenario seems to demand it. I'm assuming Cowboys fans are mad. But if you want to call in because you're happy, then I am fascinated by that as well.
Yeah, but I've always said this show specifically, if you're very, very upset or you've won the World Series, that's when we take calls, usually.
Okay.
And if Dez caught it and people want to call in and say it wasn't a catch, I will hang up on you.
Okay.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
So it doesn't happen a lot.
Not a lot at all.
Let's go ahead and go to Roger in Dallas. Roger, how we feeling?
Hey, I just want to say I met you guys about a month ago at Uncle Julio's. It was really nice to meet you guys.
I didn't hear a word you said.
He said he met us at Uncle Julio's. I'm sorry. We'll go to the next one. I didn't understand.
He sounded like he was talking through a pillow for me, but I thought it was my headphones. So.
Hey, maybe he's at work.
Oh, he's trying to be quiet.
Quiet.
Hey, man.
All right.
Roger, was it Roger, Kevin?
Let's go to Harrison in Mesquite. Harrison, can we hear you, and what are you thinking?
What's up, fellas? I'm just thinking, man, more defensive problems with Eberflus. I just don't see the players putting the effort in anymore. And I think if you monitor Schottenheimer comments after the game, one of the reporters asked him, do you think you have the right players to support the coordinator? He said, sure. But he's constantly talking about physicality of the league and his team. They're not being physical enough. And it's true. You can see it on the field all day long. Rico Dowdle made a comment, hey, I'm going to come out and they better buckle up. Man, I didn't see any effort from that defense, from not one player. It's not, we just can't say Donovan Wilson. Diggs had trouble. Linebackers had trouble. Defensive line, we paid those guys. They're not showing up.
Oh, for sure. I'm going to kick it over to Corey. I know he has thoughts about this, but for sure, I know some people are upset about Donovan Wilson. By no means is this a one-person issue. Bland had issues. Diggs had issues. Wilson had issues. Your entire defensive line, right down to Kenny Clark and Osa, had some issues. I am here to say the blame goes to everybody.
Yeah, this is my concern. Now, you can say, I never liked Eberflus in the first place. I don't want to replace a defensive coordinator in the middle of the season, at the beginning of the season. I don't want to do that for a variety of reasons. Now the defense has to learn how to do other things too. And you're hoping that you find a person that's going to come in here and know what the personnel can and cannot do, right? Like so my fear is all this work that he's been doing trying to get this stuff together, maybe he's right there and you can't turn it. But Kevin, just like our job, just like everybody else that has a manager out there, the guy above the manager sees the thing that's happening in the workforce and starts going, why do they not look motivated? What is the morale of this bunch that they don't look like they're giving the effort? Fans feel that way. I felt that way a little bit yesterday.
too.
When I say effort, I'm just saying you got to beat your man. You have to defeat the person in front of you. Why couldn't you do that? And yes, 75% is physicality. There's another portion that's 25% is 100%. I know this sounds ridiculous, but that's that part that you're just like, I'm not letting it happen. I'm going to go win it. And so if you start to have your head down, your body language is bad, you start to believe that coach doesn't have that group, and that group is starting to fray, and you can't have that.
And don't worry, we'll talk plenty about the offensive line in just a little bit as well. But let's go to Jason in Midlothian. What is on your Cowboys' mind this morning?
Good morning, fellas. Brian Schottenheimer, when he was asked about 4th and 4, he made there's other plays. All those other plays led to that 4th and 4 being important. And on 4th and 4, you have Bland playing so far off the line, he did not have a chance to defend that pass, period. He was not put in a position to succeed, and he didn't succeed. You got to have him on that line and make them make the play. If you get beat, you get beat, but you got to have your guy in position to make the play, and he wasn't, and that's on Eberflus.
And I agree with that. I've always wondered, like obviously we'll talk about run pass option offensively, but defensively the same theory of Bland just kind of standing there and being like, hold on, This is silly. Like, I can see they're clearly going to the tight end. Greg Olsen tried to tell us, hey, they're going to throw the ball to the tight end.
Yeah, he did.
Maybe I should go ahead and scoot up 3 yards so I have an opportunity to break that up. I don't know. I would assume he has that kind of defensive autonomy, but maybe I'm incorrect about that.
Man, I'm glad you brought up the word autonomy, because I do want to ask this to you right now. The decision, if somebody was, because a lot of people are calling for Eberflus's job because the defense is so bad.
Yes.
Does Schottenheimer have the power to do that? Does he have the power to go to Jerry and say, this is not working?
If not, then what the hell are we doing? Like, but then again, we've seen it before. And that's one of the things. And I understand people want to complain about the Jones family as well. We've just talked about this and been pretty consistent. That's never going to change, no matter how much I dislike it. You dislike it.
I don't need to talk about it anymore because I'm exhausted
change
from the conversation of it altogether.
Let's go to Daniel in Colorado. Daniel, you're in another state, but I'm guessing you might be just as irritated.
100%. And it's very frustrating. I was super excited because the offense gave us reason to be optimistic these last few games. You know, it was very, very optimistic. But between the Bears and now this game, it's like I'm back to being ready to where I was before the season of let's just kind of tank get some picks to build up. And now I'm like, should we trade Javonte? Should we trade GP? Get more assets for these next couple of years.
Look, I support that line of thinking. I supported that line of thinking the second they made the Micah trade. I guarantee you, and you already started to hear it from Schottenheimer. You'll hear it from Jerry Jones tomorrow morning. You'll hear it from Steven today. There is no chance in hell they're going to concede that yet. Do I think that's what they should do? Yes, I think that's what they need to do. You need to go at least 9-7-1. One would assume to go ahead and make the playoffs. Do you think this team can go 7-4 the rest of the way? I do not. Hence, I think your playoff dreams are over. But I've wanted to big picture this for a while. I can see how with Dak and Pickens and the way the offense clicking, they're not going to do that.
And that's the thing, like, the defense is already wasting Dak's season, right? Like what you're seeing right now, the defense is not doing their job to help Dak Prescott. And Dak Prescott has to stand there and be like, hey, man, I can be better. And you're like, dude, you were 71% yesterday, 81%. You're like, you're doing really good at a lot of these things right now. And the defense continues to waste what Dak is setting up. And that's where, at what point do you make the decision of, well, we're just going to waste a season for Dak anyway? Like you just said it. He's not going to do it. Pickens isn't going to do it. No. But Dak Prescott's sitting there going, I only have so many of these seasons left to be able to even try to sniff a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And what am I'm playing at my best. I might never have another season like this again. I know I'm going to go try to have another season like this, but things are rocking for me right now, and I need somebody else to step up. Joe Burrow had it very early in his career last year. And for Dak Prescott, it's getting later and later and later.
Let's go ahead and go. Give me Pancho in Corsicana. How the heck's it going this morning, man?
Hey, guys. Just calling in because I'm dead. I'm dead inside, so I really don't feel anything. I'm just glad that Dak had a great game. I'm glad to see it, man. That boy's been battling injuries, so I'm happy. Kevin, I just want to say that y'all guys do a great job, great job. Something like that.
Yes, yes.
I wish we would have taken your call sooner. Now.
It's good, great, yeah.
A great job, and Kevin, I'm so glad that you came back from. It's been a while, but you came back from rehab and.
No, it wasn't rehab.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, are we sure about that?
Cowboys might send some people back there, though. I don't know. I appreciate the call.
Are we sure about that?
Okay, I am sure. But yes,
that's my new favorite caller today.
I am also. I think a lot of people are pleased that Dak's looked better than I thought he would so far. And obviously you take into consideration yesterday and the offense not getting the job done when the game was on the line. But I think Dak has played way better than I thought he would.
He said dead inside, Kevin.
I get it.
Does that mean there's no anger even left?
Yeah, because you don't care enough. Because people will be like, oh, the opposite of love is hate. Nonsense. It's apathy. All right? And I think that's for so many Cowboys fans, that's where they sit.
Jerry's biggest fear.
Yes. I am not in that camp this morning because I think me and a lot of other people thought this is how the season was going to go. I go back to it. I know I said it like 5 minutes ago. The second they made the Micah trade, I was like, okay, you see that this is the direction. This is the way, as the Mandalorian would say, and this is the direction we're going to go. But then the Cowboys keep sprinkling in, oh, maybe we might trade those picks to get better. And I really hope that they do not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, what the hell happened to the defense?
We got the over-under right.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And I feel like we told people to do that, and I made a sizable play on underdog, so that was
very good.
That part was good. I was hoping it would be because we won 34-27 or 34-30, but alas, that was not to be.
Yeah, I don't know if you've got despair, disappointment, disgust.
All of them.
But that was another one of those opportunities, blown, because you would think that the offense could have done a little bit better. The defense couldn't have done any worse.
Yeah.
There's obviously just too many buckles. They didn't buckle all of them.
So. No, they buckled under.
Man.
They underbuckled.
So,
yep.
Okay, is it... I get that the yardage is bad, but I feel like what's worse is just how open either these runs are with the holes he's going through, or Dowdle yesterday, or how open these wide receivers are. That part feels more egregious to me than just the yardage they're giving.
No, absolutely. Especially, I was just going back looking at that at the first series when they actually stopped them at the 13-yard line for a field goal.
Yep.
Almost every play, there was 8 plays. I counted 5 or 6. Were either 2 tight end or 3 tight end. So what do you think they're going to do?
Run.
They're going to run the ball, right? And they were getting blown off the line of scrimmage. I mean, blown off the line of scrimmage. And as Schottenheimer said afterwards, he was talking about some of the runs in the first half. He said 75 to 80% seemed like there was no contact until 5 or 6 yards. That's how open they were. So, Rico can say what he wanted to, but boy, the holes he was running through were gaping. I mean, gaping. And then they said, well, we weren't filling the gaps. Well, no kidding.
Because of all the gapes.
There was too many gapes.
Yeah.
And so that was the egregious part about it, that there was just these wide open holes. And then, there was a couple times 2 tight end, and I don't know if they were worried after that first catch by the tight end down the field that, well, I don't know, if we're not going to cover these guys, we better not play three linebackers. So they started playing 2 and nickel. And then they were getting even blown off the line of scrimmage even more. And then consistently for the rest of the game, 216 yards rushing? Seriously.
You know what's jarring to me, like statistically? I believe of his 30 carries, Rico Dowdle, 15 of them went for 7+ yards.
Yeah.
The Cowboys had 0 runs of 7 yards.
Well, of course, when you only run for 31 yards.
Yeah. Okay, so I know it's early in the week. It's Monday. This game, just wrapped up yesterday, but you mentioned all these problems.
Oh man,
we see.
You're defeated by all this.
Sorry,
I can tell.
that was we're way too early in the week for that kind of side. But we mention all these problems, and I guess what's going to change because Schottenheimer says, "Hey, we got the personnel there." So I know everyone's clamoring for Eberflus to get canned. That's not going to happen. I know everybody wants to see more man. It doesn't feel like that's necessarily going to happen. What honestly is going to change? Because in addition to the coaching, there is a personnel deficiency defensively.
No, that's the biggest problem. Everybody doesn't look at that. They find these other things, right? And they played some man in pass coverage because they were flooding the line of scrimmage. They used some 8-man fronts, right? And then in the second half, they started using a 5-man defensive front, like 5 defensive linemen on the line of scrimmage. And then they were kind of blitzing a safety. So, you only got 11. And if you got 8 guys in the box, you're playing man if they happen to throw the ball. I mean, that's just the way it is. And then, he ends up with what? Three touchdown passes?
It might have been 17.
3. Yeah. It felt like it, right? That was his second highest quarterback rating in his career.
Which
114.8.
Which doesn't surprise you, right? Because like Caleb Williams hit career highs, and we've led
Russell Wilson.
Yes, yeah, Russell Wilson looked better than he had in like 5 years. So
and even
Jordan Love,
Justin Fields was they kind of.
Yeah,
Did you see that though?
Oh, yesterday?
9 sacks.
Yeah, that.
Denver's really good at sacking the quarterback.
That might have been the worst game of the season.
But
Surely
they only scored 13 points.
Yeah.
And not only 9 sacks, the Jets ended up net passing yards minus 10.
Mm-hmm. And then their head coach said, "We're sticking with them," which I respect.
Well, and at least, and so that, like I said last week after they beat the Jets, okay, it's the Jets. Well, all right, a win is a win, right?
Yes.
You got to beat who you're told to beat, and they did. But it might have been a mirage, right?
And I don't think Carolina's that great either.
No.
Which I was prepared to have that conversation today. Hey, you're above 500. Did you beat another team that's not that good? But instead you lost to that team that I don't think is that good.
And now they're 3-0 at home. And it wasn't like they had a home field advantage. Like,
Agreed.
There was, I bet 35%, 40% of the crowd was Cowboy fans. And there was empty, they said 71,000 distributed, right? Well, all the distribution didn't show up. There was a lot of empty seats in that stadium. And yet they, kind of, I don't know, they just got, they were out physical. Is that a term?
Yes.
You can't run the ball, and then there's Dak. He's got to be perfect, and they had the one bad series.
I'm glad you said he's got to be perfect, because I asked Kevin this morning off air, and he said he was with me on this. Right before halftime, you got about 20 seconds to go, maybe make a couple plays to go get a field goal.
Go try,
this
right?
Team,
Don't just assume,
this
right?
team needs points. Like, they're a team. I don't think they are good enough right now to be able to kneel out at halftime.
Yeah, they. I thought they would do more, but they chose, to be very conservative. But then they were at the.
Hold on, can we pause on that just a second? Because we were at the 20.
They were at the 20 and just 17 seconds.
And part of that is, holy moly, does our kick return team not totally comprehend the new rules of the kickoff? Because, man, did they look lost on those dirty ball kickoffs.
Well, that's because they had guys back there that haven't played a lot of NFL football. There's another indication of what happens when you don't have Turpin in the game. Right?
Yeah.
And you're exactly right. And then when they were trying to return, the blocking wasn't all that great either.
Sure.
So yeah, that was a problem. But still, I think the one that stuck in Dak's craw was the 3-and-out after they got the ball back at the 46 with 8:18 to go.
Yep.
And they tried the screen and it didn't work, and then. It looked like the others were screens, but they were kind of dump-offs because whatever they were running down the field was not open. And they, it was like, what happened? But then as Dak said, it's like, well, I didn't want to take any chances thrown into coverage because we're going to get the ball back. Well, not so much. They ran off 6:07.
Yeah.
6:07. They ate up the entire clock,
and they could have easily scored a touchdown. I think we all agree.
Yeah. And by the way, the 216 yards rushing, it should have been 218 because they kneeled down and lost 2 yards, yard each time, right?
Yeah.
And then the other thing, and this goes back to what I said about the offense needing to be perfect, needing to score 30 points or more a game to win. They kicked 2 field goals inside the 10-yard line.
And it was that second field goal, Mickey, because I know, and we talked about this earlier in the show. I know everyone is focused on the 3-and-out, and I certainly understand and agree about that. But the 3 plays before that, when you have first and goal, you have the fumble, incompletion. So you run 3 plays, I think from the 8, and you get -1 yards to kick that field goal.
And it was a miracle they recovered the field goal, right? I mean, the fumble.
Yeah.
Should have covered the field goal, too. But, no, they're at the 8, and they ended up at 9 in 3 plays.
Yeah.
It was like you would think, you could gain an inch.
I would think that.
They lost 36 of them.
Oh, look at that.
And so, and you've heard me say it 10,000 times, the more field goals you kick, the closer you are to losing.
Agreed.
And there's 2 right there that, you got to have touchdowns there. And and again, another indication of what happens when you're not running the football. You got to go in there and you almost got to throw every down, right? And the compressed field makes it a little bit more difficult. And so, there was a lot of problems. The defense for sure. But again, we know, it's no secret that they better score 30 points a game or they got no shot at winning.
Your thoughts on George Pickens?
Unbelievable.
Thanks, Corey.
Just phenomenal.
I found the silver lining.
Right? Oh my. When he caught that slant, and I was looking at all the guys that were kind of downfield, and I saw the gap, and I said, "Oh, he's gone." They couldn't even lay a hand on him, right?
The angle he took to score there, though, was pretty captivating.
Right.
I liked what he did. All right. So on a day when you can probably guess I'm going to be kind of a downer, George Pickens was awesome, but he only got targeted the one time on those final 6 plays, and he had caught 9 of his 10 targets for, again, like 1 billion yards, 167 yards or whatever it was. Are you surprised? And I'm sure that you're doubling him up or dropping a safety, but
they did.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't try to maybe even force the ball to him.
Force one to him?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and then you're thinking, okay, but I got to come away with points, right? But
right.
Boy, you got to have touchdowns. I'm sorry, in those situations, but but there's other guys got to do something, right? He had 11 targets, caught 9 passes.
Yep.
And again, there was too many, and then it looked like, Ferguson gets off to a good start, and then he ended up with 3 catches. They had some problems with a defense that I think ranks like 26th in the NFL. So a lot of it just, I don't know, it didn't make sense. And we can sit there and we applauded the coaching staff last week for a great game plan and the preparation.
Yep.
Well, maybe they ran into a brick wall this time around, and it wasn't as good. But they sure weren't as good up front. The guys were getting turned to the side. They tried, blitzing, like I said, putting a safety in the box, and whatever scheme that they were running, they had the Cowboys outmatched, it seemed like, most every time. And that's what leads to giving up that many rushing yards.
And you're right, the rushing yards were a disaster yesterday, but do you know what kind of, we talk about the offensive ability that Dak has to switch things up. Do you know what kind of defensive autonomy the players have? Because everyone's going back to the 4th and 4 in the closing moments when, Bland is so far off the line of scrimmage, even if that's the call.
That can't be the call.
Okay.
He was 8 yards back.
Right.
And his first step was back. They only got to pick up 4 yards.
Right.
So what are you protecting against? Like they're going to throw a touchdown pass over your head? I didn't understand that, or if it was bad recognition. I just can't believe that they were supposed to be that far off the line of scrimmage, and there was no one over there to reroute that guy, right? Normally, when some guys come off and you're playing back, the linebackers are supposed to reroute the guy. Way they didn't do on that first series. Murray didn't touch the guy; he just let him go right by him. And then if you're in zone back there, well, their wide receivers are taking your corner out. The safety sees that they're getting threatened, and here comes the tight end just wide ass open. And it's like, okay, somebody didn't do something right. So back to the drawing board. And, typical of this team, they'll probably play real well this coming Sunday when everybody expects the worst. You know what? That's the deal with this team. When you expect the worst, you get good. And when you expect good, you get the worst.
I would like you to predict them to lose every single game from here on out, then, if that is conceivably possible. Thank you very much, good sir.
Carry on, boys.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. All
right.
Here you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. And you know what? He's not wrong about that. I just told you, I think it's time to lean all the way in on tanking out this season. Then they'll probably beat the Commanders. Whoa, offensive. By like 10 to 14 points, and then I'll be like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do.
That's the history of the Cowboys, isn't it?
Yeah, if they really cared about doing this the right way, they'd go ahead and lose by 21 points so we could all be on the same page going forward.
Or win the rest of the season.
This is the life we've chosen.
Yeah. I know, Jerry. I think about that all the time. Just real quick. Mike said something like 2 years ago. I think about it all the time. Why didn't we all get super into music and just go to concerts? Because, how often do you leave a concert and you're like, stupid Lumineers, they suck.
They didn't play my favorite song. No, they're going to play it.
You might walk away once in a while and they didn't play that one song you wanted, but I'll bet you leave most of your concerts and you're like, man, that was a fun-ass time.
Mm-hmm.
Not, I hate life and the rest of my weekend is ruined.
Except for that one lady in the front that just wouldn't, she's in the way.
Because she thinks tonight's her night to get a band baby.
Or that one bro that spills his beer behind you.
Yes.
Other than that, show was great.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day. Plus, I can't believe I'm going to say this in 2025. I'm going to go to bat for the Miami Dolphins head coach. Next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Chad. Your name's Chad. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 9, snap to Young, 4-man, as Araku push in the pocket, he throws it in the end zone, and wide open, Ted McMillan for the touchdown. He was 5 yards behind Donovan Wilson. I don't know who else was supposed to be covering him.
Yeah, indeed. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Cowboys lose to the Panthers 30-27. But right now, we'll try to bring a smile to your face because it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. Yeah. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm going to. I'm going to go to bat for Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, because of something his quarterback said after yesterday's game. You're going to hear from Tua here in a matter of moments. We'll get to the question of the day as well, but do want to say thanks to everybody who stopped by at the Highland Hotel on Saturday for our Tolo watch party. As you can see, Corey and Kevin right behind you got an awesome gifted dual jersey with our branding on it as well from the Highland Hotel. So pretty cool little decoration for us there. Had a great time out there, and not so much actually watching the game because it was boring as hell. But we will talk about that plenty this week, including tomorrow with Carter Freeman. So we will get to that as the week progresses. But also, Corey, I do want to say I'm stealing your bit. You know how you're Tum Thumb famous?
Yeah.
I'm Pluckers famous after yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, watched the game with a bunch of buddies from high school and college yesterday, and as I was walking out the door, got stopped by a Tolo that wanted to say hello and mentioned that he won a giveaway from us during the season last year, and just wanted to thank me for that. So always appreciate that. I am now Pluckers famous.
You gave it to him?
Excuse me?
You gave him the prize?
Yes. Yeah, he did win it during this show. Yes, and I was the one that answered the call.
Do that.
Yeah. So I definitely,
hero.
I danced around that. You're not going to get me this time. This segment is where I farm Masterpiece of the Week clips from y'all. You don't farm them from me.
Valid.
I know your game because it's my game. I play this game. I run it. I make the rules. Guys, the question of the day. I want to know, who is an athlete that has everybody fooled, but not you? 877-881-1053.
Trey Young. It's Trey Young. I say this all of the time, and I get pushback every single time. Trey Young is a very, very good passer. he sucks at shooting when everyone says that's his superpower. Oh, his range is unbelievable. Sure, if you let him go out there and jack up three-pointers from almost half court and he makes one out of every 5, he's unbelievable. His shooting percentages are horrendous for a so-called shooter, and then he bitches about not being on the all-star team. Are you kidding me, man? You do not belong on an all-star team. Wow. Sorry, he's
firing out the gates. I like it.
He's a good passer. There you go. He's terrible defensively. He can't shoot.
Sure.
He's an all-star? What are we even talking about?
Did he kind of lose that steam the last 3 years, though?
God, I hope so. But I still feel, you still hear people, here's what drives me crazy, is they'll be like, oh, Trae Young had 32 points. And then you'll look into it, and it's because he was 11 for 34 shooting. And they're like, oh, what's that guy got to do? And I'm like, I don't know, make a normal amount of baskets?
Jeez. I love how this has been going on for so long and it's been so consistent. And hey, I don't disagree. I really don't.
I'm going to go with Cooper Flagg. He is not Luka. Fact.
What? Technically correct.
Thank you. Nor is he Dirk.
So before, because he's Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
I feel like you should have at least let him play one regular season game before you're like,
what a bust.
He's not Luka.
Can't believe this guy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, what if he does roll out there and he puts up Luka numbers and it's a team win? You know, not just a Luka win, but like a team win with Luka numbers.
Although, if we're grading on the dirt curve, it took a minute for him to get rid of that chili bowl and to be better.
Do you think that
for Cooper Flagg, it's get rid of that mustache?
You think, you think his haircut's always going to be the same?
Hey, that's fine as long as he gets rid of the facial hair. No,
it's like it just kind of sits on top of his head. You know, it's just one of those like. It just kind of.
I don't know what that means. I don't have any hair.
It's like he has thin hair, so you know you can't really do much with it unless you use product. And he's like, "Why would I use product? I have to be on the court." And so he's just like, "I'll just let it hang there." His hair.
Alec, your thoughts?
It just kind of sits there. I kind of like that.
Just kind of sits there on top of his head.
It just exists. You know, it just is. I like it. 877-881-1053. An athlete that has everybody fooled.
Fine.
But
LeBron
not you.
James.
Oh, jeez.
He's no Michael Jordan.
Well,
do you need to say Mateer?
Yeah, I think you do.
I don't think Mateer should have played in the game.
Agreed.
And this is also, retrospect, obviously, because going into it, I was like, yes, I would love for that quarterback to be there because he's the better option.
Yeah.
But it didn't look like he could get the throws off that he wanted to, and he wasn't really scary downfield, and I think Texas kind of knew that. I got to give Texas credit for defensively how they handled him.
Oh, yeah.
But
defense thumbs up.
I also feel like the OU was like, they just don't feel like they can run the ball, so they're just like, we're just going to put it in Mateer's hands. But yeah, I'm not saying that he's a bad quarterback, because he is better, just he was not good in that game.
Should somebody tell Oklahoma they're allowed to score touchdowns against Texas?
Yeah, it's been a very long time since that's happened. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Corey.
A lot of people saying Arch Manning.
Man, you know who's
who
weird?
I thought made some really good throws late in that game.
I agree. But some people were describing it as breakout game. And I was like, maybe. It felt like a breakout result.
Sure.
That he was obviously a huge part of, more than his personal breakout game.
He can hang his hat on that win right there for the rest of the year.
I could see that.
Like, hey, do y'all remember how this thing went down? And people are gonna be, you beat OU, baby. Let's get back at it. Now. Obviously, they want to win the SEC, but that right there is a huge stepping stone for Arch Manning.
Let's see. From the 817, they say Micah Parsons got his bluff called, and the fire in his eyes isn't the same in Green Bay.
You know, that's probably a conversation for a day sooner rather than later, as he continues to exist and be good.
Yeah.
But $47 million a year?
Oh, you know,
Not even close.
It just brings me back to something that a very wise man once said on this station.
Who needs Micah? We have James Houston.
So,
do you think the Cowboys remembered he was on the roster yesterday?
No. I think it was John Owning yesterday that at one point he was like, how does he we're at halftime, he's only seen 8 plays.
Well, yeah, it was him and Jadeveon Clowney.
13.
Who you would think would be like two of your primary pass rushers, and we were like, we're doing great.
Yeah. It was infuriating.
Why not just rush the passer more? What are you afraid is going to happen? You're going to give up a wide open reception? You did that with nobody rushing the passer.
To the running back.
That's right.
That was the longest reception of his career.
Man, you know what makes it more irritating, at least for me, is I saw Devin McCourty did one of those like corny little FaceTime bits that they do on Football Night in America, and asked him about that play specifically. And Rico said that was something that, it was a tape watch where they saw the Cowboys defense and knew they would be susceptible to that. And he said, yeah, that was a play that they designed for me to get open. And they told me, hey, when we run this play, look for the ball. It is going to you, and you will be open.
And he was wide open.
And
they absolutely trapped that defense. You know what, Alec? I think I found the one from the 817. They're damn right. Daniel Jones. I don't believe it. I do not believe
Indiana
it.
Jones? Are you kidding me?
10 for 10 in their last 10 trips to the red zone. Scoring touchdowns.
I don't know who he has pictures of. I don't know what's happening here.
He has pictures of all those defenders?
Every defender and their coordinators. It's just, and the NFL. All the NFLs.
Mm-hmm.
Every person in the front office.
Big football.
Yeah, big football. He's got him by the...
Who do you believe in less? Daniel Jones or Sam Darnold?
Sam Darnold.
What?
Because
After what you just said about Daniel Jones?
Here's the reason. Sam Darnold has had his opportunity to prove that he was as good as he was, right? In the playoffs last year, on the way to the playoffs last year, he had his opportunity. Daniel Jones is still trying to prove it, so I will go with Sam Darnold.
Well,
but nobody believes Sam Darnold's good. Or do you?
Oh, I don't know if I do.
I don't think
this
Sam
point.
Darnold's fooled anybody.
Yeah, not me.
I got an overreaction reality question.
Oh, jeez. Well, just to make Corey mad.
I know your answer already.
Just to make you mad, Corey, the Colts have scored 194 points through 6 games. That's the most by any Colts team in franchise history through 6 games.
More than Peyton?
More than Peyton Manning. Yeah. That's something to think about. Indiana Jones.
Now, Corey?
They're all Jonathan Taylor points.
Yeah, sure.
Actually,
Every point.
yeah, I get it.
That's actually valid. And then I just like this level of thought from the 214. It's Tolo Jeff. He says, Jared Goff, he sucks. I just like that level of thought. Thank you for that. That was very well thought out. Ooh, from the 817, DeMarvion Overshown. Hasn't done anything in the NFL to warrant the hype that he gets.
Okay, that probably is fair, unfortunately. The fact that he was already, ranked 8th off the ball linebacker, I thought was pretty stunning.
I get frustrated by that. He has shown me something.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's injury prone. That's a reality. So that's the frustrating part is, you see it. He's got the speed, he's got these things, but he hasn't been able to play because of injury. So if I'm not buying that he's going to be healthy in his life, yes.
Yeah.
Nobody's fooling me that he's going to be healthy again.
And my answer, Zach Bond, the Eagles linebacker.
Oh.
I'm sorry, after watching you try to tackle Cam Scatterbo, that PFF grade ain't going to save you much longer, buddy. One-on-one, he's not good in the open field. But he's good at playing cleanup, I can tell you that.
You still believe in Bobby, even though he said Scatterbo would not do jack S in the NFL.
Scatterbo is going to end up having the best 3-year career in NFL history, the way he runs the ball and puts his body on the line. Absolutely. I can't wait to see what his final stats look like at the end. But real quick, guys, I'm not going to play the sound because it's just a whole lot of yapping from Tua. But he talked after the game yesterday, and they asked about, some of the deficiencies that you've seen about this team just looking like you have an identity. And he said it's the leadership. Which, okay, that sounds like GM, head coach, or whatever. And then he mentioned we got guys showing up to the players-only meetings late.
Yeah, that's bad.
And that's really bad. But then when you say the issue is the leadership, when it's a players-only meeting in the NFL, in football,
wouldn't you think he would head it up?
Who is organizing these meetings?
Yeah.
Who's the leader?
The quarterback that is under a long-term contract and gets paid more than anybody on the team.
Yeah.
I think that falls on your plate, Tua. So why are you going to say leadership is the issue and then talk about how the players aren't showing up to things that you set up, that you coordinate. You can't blame Mike McDaniel in this situation and say leadership is the issue when the leadership problem starts and ends with you. So for 1 week and 1 week probably only, I'm going to defend Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, and say that his quarterback is full of himself. And he doesn't realize how bad he is. You went out there and threw 3 interceptions, and you want to say that leadership is the issue? I think you suck at football, and you suck at getting your guys wanting to play for you and to play alongside you. So, Mike McDaniel, for 1 week, I'm giving you a pass because this wasn't on you.
Wow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The Bucs make a statement, the Jets do not, and the Bengals kicker gets screwed. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gbag Nation, we will react to Cowboys-Panthers.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
2nd and 11. Going for a big ball. Down the field. He's got an open target. Oh, what a catch! Touchdown, Tampa Bay! Taz Johnson has his first NFL touchdown and a magnificent flip to go with it.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, let's start with that game in particular. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers victorious 30-19 over the 49ers. They moved to 5-1. Tampa Bay's win yesterday was by a bigger margin of victory than all 4 of their previous wins combined.
They, for the first time, got to do victory formation.
Yeah, and they didn't win in the last minute. That is true.
Yeah, this is they're actually a scary team. And for a couple of different reasons. Their defense is playing pretty good. It keeps them, kind of like we were talking with Jacksonville, it keeps them in games. Baker is electric, man. He's looking like the guy that I remember liking to watch at OU. Before that, it was a Kansas game that just turned me off on him. But this is a version where you're like, I can't not watch this guy play quarterback. He's going to make some sort of play that just makes me jump out of my seat. And that's what he's doing right now. I feel bad for Mac Jones, who had 347 yards yesterday.
Yeah.
No touchdowns and 2 picks, but like the dude threw the heck out of the ball because he was asked to throw 40 times.
But Tampa Bay continues to roll on.
Fire the cannon!
That'll never get old.
Not so for the Jets. The Jets fall to 0-6 in a game that feels like it set football back a good 25 years. That game was just horrendous. The Jets end up with a net negative passing yards, and they weren't able to get a field goal when they needed to, as I believe the final score was 13-11 to the Broncos. And yeah, it was just a terrible game. But Coach Glenn has already said that even though Justin Fields took a step back, he is not going to bench him. So,
why not?
Because he's probably like, who cares?
What else do they like? What are they going to turn? They're probably trying to say we need some sort of stability, like sort of stability.
That's true.
And we just got to deal with this for the rest of the year. And Justin Fields is like, please let me go. Y'all keep trying to make me throw the ball, and I don't want to do that. I just want to run.
Now to the Sunday night game. I think this game is going to end up being problematic for Detroit for a variety of reasons.
It was classic.
Yeah. Well, they lost the game.
Stood the chance to be a classic game.
And then Brian Branch didn't want to shake hands with Patrick Mahomes. So be it. And so he walks off. Juju Smith-Schuster, I believe, offered the handshake as well. And instead, he got...
I don't know if that was an offer to handshake. I feel like he said something as he extended his hand out.
All right, so you think it was a
I don't think
faux
that reaction,
handshake?
Yeah, I don't think that reaction
came with
is for nothing.
Hey, you're a B, just accept the loss.
Yeah, something like that.
So,
you got to be a hoe bag.
Brian Branch, he responded by...
ear-holing him.
Yeah, that is a good way to put it. And so Branch has already been fined per Spotrac 3 times this season, when it was also fined 7 times last season. So you wonder, with all that in mind, and that led to a little bit of a scuffle. And it was really amazing because the camera view was on Andy Reid, and you saw somebody in the background like point. He's like, oh! And then they go, and there's a fight on the field, or a scuffle or whatever. You can't help but wonder, is this going to end up in even like a 1-game suspension? Dan Campbell, as head coach, said it was unacceptable. I don't know. This feels like it could be problematic.
I mean, it's unacceptable if you are not a player of importance. You know how this is, the NFL.
But he's important enough to
be like, hey, don't do that again. Guys, we can't be doing that after games. You understand? All right, now let's get ready for this week.
Okay.
That's kind of how I think it's going to go. But I do think the NFL has to do something. I think they have to make a mention of, hey, look, we've noticed a consistent theme with you.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to figure these fines aren't affecting you in any way, shape, or form. You're still doing stuff like that. I did feel like, you know how I said last week it looked like Kansas City in the first half was back and then they fell apart? Last night they looked right. You know, the way that Mahomes was distributing the ball, the way that they were just doing lots of little things, and then defensively they looked better than they did the week before too.
So, by the way, to that point, in the last 4 games, Patrick Mahomes, 9 passing touchdowns against only 1 interception. The Chiefs are 3-1 in those games, so maybe they're starting to build it back up. For tonight, you get a doubleheader of Monday Night Football games.
Alec loves doubleheaders.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Don't get me started.
And they start at 6:15 and 7:15. So even if you ran the ball every single play and always stayed in bounds with the halftime, it's going to carry over into the second one. Washington, I don't know if you were counting on that. I'm just breaking it down
just killing
for
my
you.
dreams over here, Hagee.
I'm sorry.
That's all we're doing, huh?
So maybe you only missed 12 minutes. Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown are going to be out. So Terry McLaurin out once again. And Deebo Samuel, he hasn't been practicing Thursday or Saturday, but Dan Quinn said they would take it into today to figure out if he is going to play.
They should still be able to beat the Bears.
Yeah.
They should still be able to.
It's a home game.
Yeah.
I'm inclined. But in this division,
it'd be fun.
NFC East teams this year seem very good at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
Is what we're going to go with on that. All right, let's go to Evan McPherson. All right.
Kicker.
Yes.
In football.
That is true. Did Evan McPherson get jobbed on this? Because just let him kick the damn ball. It's a 67-yard field goal, and you'll hear the Packers call a timeout to ice the kicker.
From 67 yards?
Although I guess I probably shouldn't say that sarcastically because we'll get to that in a second. But here's Evan McPherson kicking that after the whistle got blown.
With the wind, and it is gusting to 20. And he's got the accuracy.
And hit it.
Timeout Green Bay. Timeout Green Bay as he hit the crossbar.
And hit the crossbar and
ricocheted in.
And went in.
Oh, my goodness. How about that?
How about that indeed? Now, clearly you could hear the whistle, but still, 67 yards, NFL record, hit the crossbar and went over. And I know I sarcastically said ice the kicker, but to be fair, in the next kick, he was several yards short. So I guess I can't complain about a strategy that clearly worked.
Kevin, here's the deal. The NFL doesn't want anybody but Aubrey to have that field goal record.
Okay, deal.
Okay.
I accept.
There you go.
Easy argument. Sean McVay has said that Puka Nacua is day by day with his ankle injury, uncertain if he'll be able to play next week against the Jaguars in London. I don't know if NFL will make him play to apologize for the terrible international game that they saw yesterday. But there is word going around that much kind of like CeeDee Lamb, this is an ankle injury that will probably force him to miss a couple of days. But for now, the Rams are holding out hope that that is not the case. And they've said day by day, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that stunk. Seeing him kind of being helped off the field yesterday, I was like, no. Kevin was just trying to make some plays on whether or not he'd get to 1,000 receptions this year.
Not 1,000 receptions this year.
He could, though.
But higher or lower on that was 8.5 receptions. Definitely hit the higher on that. And I believe he had 2.
Dang it!
So I will also tell you that's where Underdog's injury protection comes in. Although if you come back into the game, then it doesn't necessarily
to make some plays on.
Yeah.
You know what? There's a doubleheader tonight. I
That's
probably
right.
make some plays on that
is right. And then finally, the Raiders. They are celebrating a win for the first time since the first week of the regular season. They were up 17-0, won 20-10, and I I mean, I know it was over the Titans, but still, they got a strip sack of Cam Ward in the final minute to really lock it in, and good for the Raiders for getting another win on the board. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Now, one of the things in the postgame yesterday that Brian Schottenheimer said he has no doubt that they have the personnel to run Eberflus's defense. Do you feel that same way?
Yes, I do. I think, this just comes down to execution, and we've got to continue to be more consistent, and we can certainly do it. I think this is a work in progress. I think, obviously, we got a lot of work to do on the defensive side of the ball. It goes without question. We got work to do on the offensive side. In terms of running the ball yesterday, we didn't win the line of scrimmage. We got out physicaled, but yes, I believe we got the personnel, and we just got to continue to go to work every day, and we've got to execute, and we've got to be a lot more consistent. We've shown at times this year we can stop the run, but yesterday certainly was an issue, and we got called out before the game, and we didn't do a lot about it. So we got work to do.
Now, if y'all have the right personnel in place, you need to execute better. Can you walk people through, myself included, why you think Matt Eberflus's defense is the right one for this team and this personnel?
Well, I think it's a work in progress. There's no question. Matt Eberflus has been a very successful defensive coordinator in this league. He was really good when he was here. He was really good at Indy to the point where he got a head coaching job at Chicago and then had really good defenses there. It's a matter of our guys executing the defense. Probably going to be some give and take in there, and us doing more and more of what our guys may do better in terms of how it works with what he's doing. And it's just one of those things where we have to continue to go to work every week and get better. And but we've got to get better in all three phases. Right now, we're not good enough to go out there and consistently play at a winning level, and we've got to get to that point.
Stephen, I'm not suggesting this, and I have seen a lot of texts about it, and I'm kind of curious, how much of a step backwards would it be to change a defensive coordinator right now?
Guys, we're worried about getting to work, going to work this week, and getting better each week so that we can be more consistent and execute. And we feel like, as Coach Schottenheimer said, we've got good personnel, and I think we're going to evolve into a good defense. We just have to continue to go to work.
And a lot of talk after the game yesterday, and you kind of mentioned it just a couple of minutes ago. A lot of talk about physicality after yesterday's game. Where does that, in your mind, where does physicality start?
Well, I think it starts in the trenches, and that's where we didn't execute yesterday, either side of the ball. Certainly, they ran the ball, in a strong way, and they were able to stop our run. And we've been able to run the ball, physically and good all year, but we didn't get the job done yesterday, and certainly we didn't stop the run. And that's not, what Coach Schottenheimer at the end of the day is all about. He preaches week in and week out. We've got to win the line of scrimmage, and yesterday we didn't do that. Hats off to the Panthers. They've got a physical line on both sides, and we didn't get the job done.
When you describe being better with the execution, how big is communication as part of execution? Because Wanye Thomas talked about it yesterday, and are you alarmed at all that communication still seems to be a pretty big issue after 6 games?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're not playing well is alarming. I mean, our goal here is to play championship caliber football, and communication and execution go hand in hand. You got to be communicating well to execute, and certainly that's a part of the lack of execution at this point. But we've got to continue to go to work every day, chop wood, and I'm convinced that we'll get better. And we're doing a lot of things well on the offensive side of the ball, and at times we've played the run well on the defensive side of the ball, and we just have to continue to go to work every day and execute.
You point out playing good on the offensive side of the ball. I think we were all kind of concerned when CeeDee Lamb got hurt, but is George Pickens raising his value around the NFL by every single week?
Sure. I mean, if you turn on the tape and you like to watch people throw the ball around the yard and receivers make great plays, he's doing it at the highest level. And certainly Dak's playing at a high level. And, this is the first time we hadn't run the ball well, but we've been a well-rounded offense. And, we'll get CD back. That's certainly going to usually helps you when you bring back one of the best receivers in the league. And bring back Terp. He'll help in two ways. He'll help our offense and he'll help our return game. And we just got to continue to go to work every day and get our hands around how we can play the best defensive football. And certainly Flus has been an established coach in this league and have a lot of confidence that he'll get the job done.
I might use the wrong word, Stephen, here for this because pressure is the only real word I can think of at the moment. If you can come up with a better one, let me know. But when Dak is playing this well, does it feel like it puts more pressure on everybody, and even yourself, like to make sure you don't waste this kind of a season from a quarterback that's at this level?
No, I think at the end of the day, I'm sure Dak would tell you that, the job of the offense every time they get a possession is to take advantage of it. We have to move the football and get points, and regardless of what's going on the other side of the ball. So, no, I don't think there's added pressure in terms of, the offensive side of the ball. I feel good about our football team. I think, we're early on and we've got to continue to go to work. We understand what's ahead of us and, we like this team. We just got to, execute better and we got to be more consistent. And I think good things will happen to this team.
When you say it's early on, is there a particular point in the schedule when you don't think it's early anymore?
No, I hadn't thought about that. We think about things around here. When you come to work every day, you think about the task at hand. The task at hand now is our next game. And we don't think about the season as a whole. We think about the next game.
He almost always speaks after each game. Do you have any idea or any insight about why Jerry didn't speak with the media after the game yesterday?
You'll have to ask Jerry that.
Stephen, how important is Kevontae Turpin to your return game? Right there before halftime, it did kind of look like there was a little bit of confusion. It just seems like he's a calming presence when he's out there.
Well, he's an all-pro as a returner, so I would say he's pretty important. And it'd be like asking, is Brandon Aubrey important to the kicking game? Yes. When you got great players at a position and they're not out there, you're not going to be as good. I mean, he's considered one of the best in the business, and it'd be great to get him back.
You kind of make that on Aubrey right there before halftime. Also, I was a little frustrated. There was about 17, 20 seconds there. I was a little frustrated they knelt it out, and because this team does need to score, it does need to put points on the board. Did you question that at all? Or were you okay with that?
No, I'm okay with that. Considering where you are and how much time's on the clock, I totally understand it.
You had said last week you were hoping maybe perhaps in 2 weeks you could see more returns. I know it's only Monday, so it might be too early. Whether it's Booker, Lamb, Turpin, what are the early feelings about perhaps their availability against the Commanders?
Yeah, I think they have a chance. Certainly, at the end of last week, we were, felt really good, and we'll see what the week brings. If they were going to be able to start working in and see if they would be able to go, all three of them, Booker, CD, and Terp. So we'll see what this week brings, and hopefully they'll have the opportunity to be able to play, but we also understand they've got to be able to play.
I know you were talking about, chopping wood and going to work hard every single day, and I don't think people are questioning that at all. But do you get annoyed when people like us ask questions about Eberflus's job security?
No, that comes with our business. I mean, y'all have you represent the fans, you're in the media, and you have the right to ask hard questions, especially, when we're not winning football games. Certainly, our goal is to go out each week and win the game. That's the most important thing, and we have to focus on that. And certainly, if we don't, then it's very fair that we get asked hard questions.
And we'll try not to ask them like a bunch of a-holes. We'll do our best.
Oh, my gosh.
Just be nice. We're trying to do a good job here. Stephen.
From my judgment today, you're lacking.
Oh.
Hey, I am.
As long as you agree, that goes both ways. All right.
I get to have an opinion.
We could all have some fun with that. The DeMarvion Overshown. I was kind of curious over the weekend about when he does get active or everything kind of opened up. Would that be kind of immediately he would be back on the field as soon as possible, or is it kind of no? We're going to take the full 21 days to make sure that he's ready for that.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
With DeMarvion Overshown and
Overshown. Okay, yes,
his return down the road.
Think, obviously with him not having any camp, any work at all, and other than his rehab work, certainly it's going to take. I don't expect him to come back to practice the first week and go to work. We obviously could have started working him if we felt he was ready to work in practice. We could have started the clock on him if we felt like he was going to go day one. So, yeah, I expect there to be some weeks that he's getting acclimated to playing football.
Okay.
Y'all did open up the window for Carson and Mingo. I know they were ruled out for the game yesterday. How are you feeling about their progression? Because obviously there is a limit to their window.
Yeah, I feel like both of them will be ready to go this week. Mingo and Carson, they should be activated this week.
All right. Appreciate the time very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you next Monday.
Thanks a lot, guys.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. So,
hold on, I'm confused. Did he say we were lacking in a-holeness?
Yes, so he did think that the questions were phrased like a-holes, and that's why I was like, can you agree that goes both ways?
And then he laughed and said, high five. All right,
okay.
He Jackson Dart high-fived you there.
So, if you are looking for, and I know today it is tough.
Yeah.
If you are looking for any semblance of positivity, Carson and Mingo looks like they're on track to be good to go for the Commanders, with Booker, Lamb, and Turpin all viable possibilities to be ready to go for Turpin as well. I mean, for the Commanders as well. And then to the other point, it sure as hell sounds like, since we directly asked the question, that there is no chance for them to switch their defensive coordinator right now.
Oh, and that was, seriously, that I wanted to know the answer to that. He did kind of move around it a little bit, but how much of a setback is that? Like, or is it not? Maybe it isn't. Maybe for somebody, somebody has an answer out there. But I feel like if out of nowhere they were like, Kevin, you're no longer part of this show, it's Corey and somebody else now, there would be a setback to this thing.
Right.
So I feel like that would be the case, but maybe somebody has an answer out there, but they're protecting, man. Like they want to protect this guy because for two reasons. One, I think because they did trade away a player that their coach probably came here thinking, I got that guy. And then they're just not good right now. And they're like, we have no other option.
Look, from Jerry last week, from Steven last week, and
I don't know
Steven
how much
today,
it would help to throw him under the bus publicly, right? Like,
yeah.
So I get that.
And especially since it's been 6 games. I might not agree with it. You might not agree with it. But what just got said, it's still early, although did not get a definitive answer for when it stops being early.
And, that's interesting because remember we asked Boach that a long time ago, and he gave us a date.
Yes.
So I get that.
So it's still early, and also they think that they have the personnel, and that's something that we talked about last week, not only to run this defense, but to make the playoffs. So whether I agree, disagree, I disagree. It doesn't matter, because you just got told again, and it's going to happen tomorrow morning again with Jerry, because I know Sean and RJ and Bobby are going to ask about that. They believe it. Do I think that is big picture wrong? Yes, I do. I will let you know when I get put on the payroll to make some of these decisions.
Hey, dude, seriously, if you get put on the payroll, can I get a little of that cash?
Yeah, then you can fire me from the show, and I'll be like, that's fine. But yeah, look, regardless of what I think, regardless of the questions that we all just asked. You just heard. They think they have the personnel to run this defense. They think, and this goes back to last week, and I think teams do this all the time, not just the Cowboys, but all teams. They put too much credence in the good and not enough credence in the bad. And you heard we've been able to run the ball. We have been somewhat successful at stopping the run. They gave you all the positives that have been happening. The Cowboys believe they can still make the playoffs, and that is the direction that this team is going to go for at least the next month. Whether you like it or you don't like it, and I don't, that's what's going to happen.
Yep, that is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ooh, this should be fascinating. Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you notes after an embarrassing defeat, but also, hey, at least the Stars are good. Next on The Fan.
What was it? Pepper label.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Back under center Young, half roll to the right. Nealon swung and missed. Throw it in the end zone, wide open, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. No thank you note to Ted McMillan, who had 0 touchdowns all season, and then was like, I'll get a couple.
I do have him on my fantasy team.
So you're glad he scored those touchdowns? Do you want to go on record saying that?
I ended up getting my first loss this year, so it really was a wash, Kevin.
But if you would have won, would you have been glad he scored those touchdowns?
You know, I don't deal in hypotheticals. I gotta come into work every day.
That is smart.
And execute what I have to do.
All right. We only got executed 8 times.
That's actually
in the first 3 minutes.
You thought a record was going to be set?
I thought 15 for sure.
Well, I mean, that's actually less than I thought.
Yeah.
I really did
No, I agreed. Yeah. All right, Dallas Cowboys, thank you, and no thank you notes. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of no thank you notes in here. Thank you to everything that George Pickens was doing. George Pickens caught a 6-touchdown pass of the season. That's a career high. And the game took place on October 12th. So good for him. Looks like he should shatter his previous career high.
Of what?
Of 5.
He will.
Yes. And then also, thank you to George Pickens for that hurdle. Was it true while that was happening, I was a little concerned at how loose he appeared to be with the ball? Yes, but it looked super cool and it worked the first time.
I believe
second time I was like,
I believe Brad and Babe definitely were concerned about how loose he was holding that ball.
Because he was just kind of flailing it around.
I want to say thank you to George Pickens as well. Kevin, we watched the play that I think was resulted in like a 6-yard gain where he fell down, got back up, got the catch, braced for impact, didn't get hit, turned around, saw no cornerback was actually going to hit him, and then said, I'm going to take off running. And then got to a cornerback and said, now let me jump over you, and didn't quite jump over him. And somebody tweeted that he's objectively hilarious, and it was. Like that was a hilarious moment in football, but at the same time, you see the athleticism and the confidence in that man.
Alec, did you also think, as Corey said, it was a hilarious moment in football?
Yeah, I told you guys I was sitting at a Pluckers and the entire place just erupted in laughter. It wasn't even like, yay, we did a good thing. Like the offense is moving the ball. It is just, he is so funny for no good reason. I love this guy.
I like the way he said that. It was a fun moment. Listen, dude, with CeeDee Lamb out, you're seeing what George Pickens is capable of, why they got him, just in case, a backup situation, just in case, and he can be a 1 on this team. They call really good routes for him. You wish they would go to him in bigger moments too, like you pointed out, that fourth quarter, these drives, what are we doing here? But he's definitely been a positive for this Cowboys team, especially in the absence of CeeDee Lamb. I don't know how they manage it when he gets back. We discussed this about balance for balance's sake rather than what the game asks of you.
Right.
And I don't know exactly how Schottenheimer is going to decide to balance that out when you have 2 really good receivers like that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not certain about that either. By the way, thank you note to Xavier Legette for that ridiculous so-called lateral. Oh, yeah, it was a lateral, even though it went forward. Don't worry about that. I thought that play
was John Mateers.
Was ridiculous, but I also, unfortunately, no thank you note to the Cowboys for being incapable of picking up the ball when it was on the ground.
Dude, what happened, man?
Twice!
You need to practice that.
Now to the no thank
you.
Go
thud up on the fumbles.
Yes. No thank you for the first play, because I've now decided that the first play, Mike Bassick style, will dictate what I think will happen the rest of the game. I will always go back to this. We were at the owner's box in Dallas watching the divisional playoff game between the Cowboys and the Rams. First play, Rams run it for like 9 yards. Mike leans over to me and he goes, hey, we're going to lose.
Why?
So,
you know what? That's on him. His negativity towards their game that day.
His first play theory has worked the last 2 weeks. First play against the Jets, and it was immediately a pressure. What happened all day? You got pressure on the quarterback. You dominated the game. Well, it was the first play yesterday. It was an 8-yard run by Rico Dowdle. And you saw that play again about 14 more times. And so that play spelled the end of the game. I just didn't know it yet.
Then I'll throw that no thank you out to the Cowboys offensive line.
Oh my dear goodness. Yes.
Guyton wasn't that great. Dak's smartly getting rid of the ball. Like, that's one of the things, Kevin, since the Packers game, I think we've been noticing that Dak's just making sure the ball's getting out.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of the biggest factors in his success this season is not getting caught behind the line of scrimmage, holding on, trying to make a play happen. He's just like, I got to move with this thing. But the offensive line's inability yesterday to really even get a running game going was poor. And so my no thank you note has got to be definitely in there, because that balances out the offense. Late in the game, the Cowboys have options. If you're in a close game like that, you still have options. You don't have to pass so much. And maybe that's a little bit differently called if Schottenheimer believes they can run it late.
Now, I'm going to go broad. Alec, I'm going to go to you after this. I'm going to go broad with a no thank you note to the defense and then be specific.
Supposed to call ladies that anymore, Kevin.
It was not about a lady. What's the male equivalent of like an outdated term of like a broad that you're not supposed to say?
They didn't say things about men like that back then.
Oh.
You know, we were just men.
You know, let's keep trying to do better.
They were broads and dames.
Oh my gosh.
Old birds.
So.
Not anymore though, Alec, because we've changed.
You know how women are.
Okay, PJ Watt, that doesn't help out our argument. And don't play the mic one either, because that definitely doesn't help our argument. All right. I told you the first play of the first half defensively was bad. Well, the first play of the second half defensively was worse. Is a 34-yard pass to Jimmy Horn. That was the longest play of the game at that point. Although Rico Dowdle would surpass that later in the half with the longest reception of his career.
Well, good for him.
No, not good for him.
Yeah, you can't be happy for him?
No, I can't, because it happened against my team, including Rico Dowdle was the first undrafted free agent since the merger to have back-to-back games with 200-plus scrimmage yards. The merger was 55 years ago.
Are you sure?
Yes.
And that's when football began.
That is not when football began.
We're going to get it one day.
But can we talk about one more really stupid offensive play?
Yes.
And I don't care how well you can execute it. I will never support this play. The Cowboys, after they gave up the longest reception of Dowdle's career, they had a 3rd and 1 on the ensuing possession. I can't stress enough that it was 3rd and 1. They pitched the ball to Javonte Williams 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Why?
I've seen teams, Kevin, have success with that play. Okay?
Don't you still hate it, though?
Probably against the Cowboys. All right?
That is true.
But for some reason, in the entire history of the Cowboys, the pitch just has never felt like it worked for us.
Yeah.
The toss. Like, it has always felt like it was, we don't have the offensive lineman speed to get out there. I have no clue what it is. It just has felt like it doesn't work for us. But I'm with you, man. Don't do that. Let's get plays that are going forward a little more.
Yeah, look, if it's 2nd and 12, and I'm like, the hell with it. Let's see something. But if it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, 4th and 2, don't pitch the ball that far back. I'm not kidding you. It went 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Kevin, forgive me if this has already been kind of discussed, but is there a thank you note for underdog and playing the over on yards against the Cowboys?
There should
with
be.
Their quarterback?
Here's what you do. You focus in on maybe you thought Ted McMillan would get more than half a touchdown yesterday. Maybe you thought Bryce Young would go over his passing yards. But
even though your fandom tells you one thing, it doesn't mean that you can't have common sense.
I actually think this is the perfect way to do it, all right? I hedge my bets emotionally with money.
You did this with Mike all the time.
That's how when Tom Brady made a stupid fluky run to the Super Bowl, I was like, well, at least I won $300. Hedge your bets. So underdog will be like, pick your favorite
money
players.
For your emotion.
Disagree. Pick your least favorite players who are going against your team. And you're like, hey, I hope. So I'll give you an example. I did a $10 play on Florida to win straight up against Texas A&M on Saturday.
Okay.
Because I was like, if Texas A&M wins, then I'll lose $10. Easily worth it. Best start in 9 years for that team. But if they lose, I'll be sad, but at least I would have picked up $50.
Okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I think you should hedge like that. Alec,
hedge your emotions.
Outside of daily fantasy plays, what are your thank you and no thank you notes?
I've got a thank you note, surprisingly, but trust me, it's not going to go where you think. I want to thank Jalen Cropper and the rest of the special teams unit. The reason I would like to thank them is for making me really realize how good Kevontae Turpin is at his job.
No joke, man. That first one, like I know the second one, they just missed it. The first one, I don't think they were going to go get the ball.
Yeah.
And then they were like, hey, Nimrod, go get the ball.
And Steven mentioned it, he's an all-pro, so people look at him and say, oh, good player. But, we watch him every week, so we almost become numb to the field position that he can give you without scoring a touchdown, right? Everybody goes crazy whenever you see the kick return touchdown, but you kind of take for granted the field position that he does give you when he's not scoring or when he's not doing something crazy. It made me realize if Turpin is returning these kicks and if he's involved in the offense, a totally different conversation, you're probably in a lot better position before you even touch the football.
Yeah.
So then maybe in some of those situations where your play calling offensively wasn't perfect, you're working with a shorter field and you don't make some of those decisions in the first place. So it made me realize that he's really, really good at what he does and he's an all-pro for a reason.
And yeah, Cropper dropped a punt too. It was their special teams from the return aspect was a catastrophe yesterday. Can I throw out one for Javonte Williams?
Yep.
That's about a very specific play. Javonte Williams doesn't pick up a block on 2nd and goal.
He
didn't even really, I guess he kind of tried to chip by going for the feet. That was a completely ineffective play. And so because he doesn't pick up the block, that led to a rushed incompletion in what ended up being eventually a field goal on a game that it's not hard to see you desperately needed a touchdown. And so Javonte Williams, I know Steven talked a lot about it. We've already talked about how poor this run game was for the Cowboys yesterday, but that play in particular, man, that might have cost you 4 points.
Yeah, you can't go into it halfway.
No.
None of that at all.
And he's been super physical.
Yeah.
But that play I thought was a giant miss.
That's one of my concerns is the possibility of him wearing down. I mean, you're early in the season. You already have a lot of carries, but the possibility of him wearing down because you don't have a backup, really. Like Jaden Blue right now, Kevin, no thank you to Jaden Blue. He wasn't good. And so
he looks kind of slow,
He
too.
doesn't look like an NFL player right now, honestly. He looks timid. He looks scared. He looks like he doesn't want to get hit. In the slow part, like you've been speed.
Yeah.
Well, and I know the holes have to be there for it, and maybe not gaping holes like Mickey was saying for Carolina, but the holes got to be there. But he's still got to be able to, wriggle his way through them.
And you know what? And I've always had issues with when they say we just got to get him in space, and I'm like, can that person create any of their own space? Like that's going to be something about like if we're talking about basketball, Cooper Flagg. You have to be able to create some semblance of your own shot. And so Jaden Blue looks like he's slow on the first step. So if you want him to create space to be gone, can he do that at all himself?
I don't know. Maybe he's just not comfortable in it yet, and it's going to take him time. But Cowboys don't have time right now. They got to move quickly. Thank you note to John Cena and the Peacemaker show. I really enjoyed it. No thank you to the movie Honey Don't.
Oh, I thought you were going to say no thank you to their season finale. But yes, thank you to his match with AJ Styles. That was a love letter to pro wrestling. That was delightful.
That's right.
They wrote a letter physically wrestling?
It was delightful.
I don't understand how that works.
People held up their phones. It was lovely.
If you're a fan, you can read it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're fluent in this, Corey.
And it might hit you right in the feels.
Mm-hmm. Shed a tear.
You know what, dude? I want to laugh at that, Alec. But I get it. I don't think Kevin gets it because Kevin has no emotions, but I get it. Yeah.
I've gotten really good over the years at processing the emotion people want me to feel. I can tell in instances, and I was like, I can tell how you want me to feel.
So I will attempt to feel that way.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
By the way, I know we've talked ad nauseum about how far they were off on 4th and 4. But I continue to say no thank you for Trayvon Diggs for lagging way too far off in coverage. Like, I still think it's a matter of, I don't know if it's mental or physical, but he does not have faith in his ability to certainly catch up and maybe not even run alongside the receiver. And so I think he's lagging way too off, giving up easy catches at a time when Lord knows this defense gives up lots of easy catches.
Yeah, Bland's having some of those moments too where you're like, man, and maybe it is the defense is asking this of him. I don't feel like that's their strength.
Yeah.
I feel like what we know of their strength is completely different from what we're seeing them being asked to play. And the pairing is bad.
All of a sudden I'm having a brain fart. Was it Ezeraku who had the punch out? I know we talked about okay, because I was like, I thought it was Ezeraku, and then all of a sudden I was like, could it have been Leafau? But you got another punch out, but like we said, couldn't pick up either of those off of the Dowdle one. Okay, I might have just written it down in my notes wrong. And then I did want to give one more thank you note to Dak Prescott. I think this is the kind of throw everybody wants their quarterbacks to be able to make. That touchdown pass to Ferguson, right when he was about to break, it felt like Dak saw it and goes, oh yeah, we got this. Because he knew, what the route is to begin with. But he also saw the way Ferguson was playing the coverage. And when he was going to break out, I believe, to the left, he was like, well, there's no way his defender can travel with him like that, especially if I lead the ball where I need it to be. And he did exactly that. I thought that touchdown pass was a thing of beauty on a day when obviously we've been complaining a lot. I want to just say
the other pass to Pickens that went right over the cornerback's hands.
Oh my gosh!
And Pickens, because he's such a big long receiver, he was able to make the grab on that. But Dak,
that was the jump play too, right? That he caught it and then jumped.
Yeah, Dak placed that perfectly though. And again, if you don't like Dak, that's fine. I understand you can say he hasn't done anything. What I'm watching right now this year is exceptional, man. 11 touchdowns, 11 pass/rush touchdowns, no turnovers in 3-game span where he didn't win, which I believe Todd Archer said is like another historic thing that's happening.
I mean,
he's the first one to ever do it, and he's playing well. He's doing the right things.
Yeah, I would, and if we can, one more thank you note to Reddy Stewart for the 3rd and 2 stop the Panthers on the first drive, led to a field goal. And I know eventually in the grand scheme it didn't help you get the win, but I thought that was a good way to start the day.
Yes, thank you for being ready,
Stewart. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, let's try to cheer things up. Can you go ahead and give me cut 15? Because at least this Metroplex team is looking good.
The Stars will race forward. Niels Lundqvist, the backhand pass. Rantanen delays. Back for Harley. Score! Lundqvist, Rantanen, Harley to the back of the net. And late in the first, Dallas strikes first.
One thing I did really like about that goal in particular also was, I believe it was ESPN, that one of their bold predictions was Thomas Harley is going to be a Norris Trophy finalist. And so I love that idea that with him and with Miro, you've got defensemen that can also blend that offensive skill to come along with it. And so I thought that was really beautiful. I'm not saying, Corey, that every single Stars game is going to end 5-4.
They only win 5-4.
Yeah, I knew.
Those are facts.
So far, that is true. So
it's exactly what I said. I don't understand. Every time I've said it, you act like it's off in some way, and I don't understand. So far, do I need to throw the so far qualifier, or can I just say it the way I said it? They only win 5-4. Prove me wrong.
All right. So you know what's crazy about this? Consider this for a minute. We're going to tie it all together. The Dallas Stars, yes, I see all of your tweets and DMs and now texts. Frankel & Frankel, injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. Stars right now are on pace to go 82-0-0.
Thank you.
They are also on pace
to never lose again,
to score 410 goals.
And also give up.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
So they score 410 goals. That means they will have the best offense in the league.
And maybe in the history?
Yes. But if they give up 328 goals, it means they'll have the worst defense in the league. Now, can you imagine going through a season where you have the best offense in the league and the worst defense in the league? I can't fathom any team that could possibly happen to.
Right now, the Cowboys currently have the best offense in the league and the worst defense, and like 32 worst defense in the league. Kevin, let me ask you this, though. Can you imagine going through a season where you have the best defense in the league, but the worst offense in the league?
Yes, because that's what happened with the Rangers. How are the Dallas Cowboys and potentially the Stars? I don't think they'll win every game 5-4, but as long as they're winning, who cares? How are the Dallas Cowboys the exact opposite of the Texas Rangers? Texas Rangers went into the season like, we think we got the offense. And they can't do jack squat on offense for most of the year. But their defense, a.k.a., their actual defense, and their pitching is phenomenal to a level that we've rarely ever seen. And then you get to the Cowboys, and their offense is phenomenal, and their defense is just the worst. They are the exact antithesis of the Rangers.
Kevin, regarding the Stars, obviously, what would your play for tomorrow night's game be?
Baby, you hit
5-4.
You hit that over. I don't. Okay, actually,
if you were going to say the chances of going 3 straight games to start the season, winning 5-4,
it feels very unlikely.
Well,
right?
I've crunched the numbers.
Oh, have you? Are you going to tell me 100% of the time they go 5-4?
I was going to ask you because I don't. My numbers, I think, were wrong.
I needed to check what the over/under is. And if it's like 5.5, kind of feels like
it's a pivotal game.
Maybe it's not
for them to go 3-0.
Okay,
it's absolutely pivotal. You can't go 82-0 without being 3-0. So we're almost there. You know what, Kevin? They're a fun team though. That's what I love about them. They are a fun team to watch.
I will say that the first 2.5 periods of the first game was fun, and most of the game against
you
Colorado.
have to enjoy the other moments too. I know you only enjoy 5-0.
Look,
but 5-4 can still be fun.
So that Colorado game was super fun if you don't care about big time goalie saves. Although actually that's probably not fair because Ottinger got peppered with shots all night long. That game was fun. The first 2.5 periods of the first game were fun. The last 10 minutes or so were a nightmare. But you did
if you're
win.
Afraid.
I was. By the way, ESPN projected the Dallas Stars to have 94. I was. Projected the Stars to have 94 points this season. And yes, Corey, I know what you'll tell me. Right now, they're on pace for 164 points.
Dude, that'd be amazing if they did that.
Yes, that would most certainly.
I don't think anybody would have expected it.
That would be the most amazing thing in the history of modern sports.
You know what? Maybe you're right about that.
If they go 82-0-0, that is not going to happen.
You might be right.
But it would be the most amazing thing. And how much did you love Rantanen putting in the game winner in the shootout?
Dude, he is amazing. Like it's nice having him.
For sure.
When you have an elite player, you want to make sure you take care of them, keep them on your roster, keep them happy.
Right.
Do everything you can to make sure that they stay elite on your dime. But you also want to make sure that they play up to their value, and that value of what I feel like we're getting in return. Doesn't it feel like this team has we love this Stars team, right? We love them. We love the players on this team.
Yes.
Sometimes we think a little too highly of our own. In some regards, in a lot of these sports, I think whenever you look at this roster, a lot of hockey looks at it and goes, "No, they have a really good roster.
They do,
and they have that guy who can be an elite player." It's nice that he can put that cape on occasionally. He doesn't have to every night, right?
Yes.
This team is one of those where he doesn't have to every night. He might feel like he does. But just be part of this thing, and then whenever it's time for you to do it, do it.
I mean, look, we have referenced numerous players, so you just heard it. I think Thomas Harley has the ability Probably not as much, but has the ability to take over games. Certainly Miro does. We've already talked about hopefully the rebirth after a tough playoffs of Wyatt Johnston. This is the biggest season of Jason Robertson's career from a financial perspective. And then even, I know it's strictly in the net, but Ottinger has the ability to take over a game as well. I think you have multiple players on this team that have the ability to take over a game.
I don't think there's any doubt your answer here. But from the 469, would you rather have the Stars have a perfect season and not win the title, or a mediocre season and win the title?
100% the second one, because the 2023 Texas Rangers exist, where after the first 2 months of the season, they had a mediocre season and then had the greatest run of baseball I've ever seen in my life.
The perfect season would be amazing. But some say that it would be one of the most historic moments in all of sports.
It would.
Modern sports.
And then everyone
some say that.
would talk about how you S the bed in the playoffs.
But they would also talk about the only perfect season ever would be that. However, nobody can argue with you about a championship. They can say it was fluky. You can say eat one. You know, like it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Like a hamburger. Eat something. Eat
I
a
agree.
hockey puck. But that's always the deal, right? The Rangers, they won the World Series. Say what you want, doesn't matter. They're champions.
Agreed.
That's all I got to say about that.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 12? We're going to do a little bit of a wanker of the weekend right here. And does Oklahoma fit into that category?
Empty backfield. Wisner is far to the left. Manning looking to the left. Zips into the end zone. Touchdown. DeAndre Moore. They turned him loose. He kind of looked the ball into his hands. And Texas is on top for the first time today.
We will definitely talk about this more. Yes?
I was right. The first head coach fired in the NFL, Kevin.
Ooh, hold on.
I changed my mind last week. I think on Friday you asked the question.
I'm going to go with Callahan.
Ryan Callahan,
whoa,
after a brutal start to the season, has been fired.
Yeah, man, that strip sack of Cam Ward in the last minute might have really done him in.
He called out lots of his quarterbacks along the way and never really took accountability for that. That being said, Will Levis wasn't great, but that team didn't look prepared. They didn't look good. They didn't look like they had the talent to compete in the NFL, and now he is no longer the head coach.
Wow. Okay, well, welcome to Wanker of the Weekend, Brian Callahan. Have a seat alongside James Franklin. Although, I struggle with this. So James Franklin got fired, right? But his buyout is $56.6 million. So if you get to leave your job and get all of that money, much like Jimbo Fisher before him, are you really the wanker of the weekend? Or are you like, here, do you want to stay in one of my many mansions while I kick back and get paid for nothing?
If I got fired and had $56 million, I wouldn't work for a minute. I would literally tell you I will be on a beach. Do not call me. If you would like to contact Corey Majors, please put a note into a wine bottle and throw it into the damn ocean and hope it gets to me. Cancel my wake-up calls. You're not hearing from me if I'm sitting on $56 million. I don't need anybody else's love that much, except for my wife and kids. But the people, coaches want to coach. It's in their blood, right?
What if you could only get that $56 million if you left your wife?
This is the reason I'm taking so long is I'm trying to figure out a way to get my wife back and have the money.
Nope.
I've enjoyed my life not having $56 million, and I will continue to enjoy my life.
Oh, man.
Because Adrian, you cannot put a price on her love.
Oh, well, you could. You said it's more than $56 million.
No, I said no. I said I wouldn't even take $56 million.
All right, we'll continue this conversation in the
Put
break.
that money in front of me.
I'll
we'll have a
offer
different...
more. And by the way, after Franklin got fired, they lost numerous commits, including the number one running back in the 2027 cycle and a couple of other junior top 300 recruits. Of course, the Cowboys defense goes in wanker of the weekend as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Will the Stars go 82-0? Kevin says no. We ask him why next.
Get your driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I just want to confirm, if offered $56 million, I would definitely stay with my wife. Kevin then upped it to $56 billion, and now I have to come up with a plan. All right? I'm just... I did ask her, though. I did ask her if she would take it.
What?
She gets offered $56 billion, but couldn't be married to me. Would you accept that? Currently, I have 3 dots in my text. So this is a long text she's replying back to me. I feel like there's going to be a lot of qualifiers in this text.
You're done for.
Tell her if she doesn't take it, she's fired like Brian Callahan.
Okay. So, and I wanted to get to that real quick too, Kevin.
Does he have to be number one on the misses list now? Or is that not?
The last 4 quarterbacks taken first overall have seen their first head coach fired during their rookie season. Cam Ward, Brian Callahan. Caleb Williams, Cowboys defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus, who's done it before in the past, so faith that he's going to do it. Bryce Young, Frank Reich, Trevor Lawrence, and Urban Meyer. In their first year, that's malpractice, dude.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be, here you are, it's the greatest moment ever. I get drafted number 1 overall by a team, and it's very likely my coach is so miserable that he won't be here for the rest of the year. That's just atrocious.
Yeah, that is bad.
That is just atrocious. Kevin, I got a text back from my wife.
Should we be doing this on air?
I want to see what she said. Real quick.
Okay, Alec. Hey, by the way, while you're looking into that, I just wanted to let you know that Daryl Moose Johnston is going to be inducted into the East West Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame.
Look at him.
If you wanted to know that, just thought I'd throw it out there.
I think we should get him on the show.
Hey, they're going to do a presser tomorrow, so maybe we can.
Kevin, quick answer is no. She would not take the money.
That's dumb.
But obviously, what is meant by not married? Like just legally, or like we couldn't be together? And I like the way she thinks, Alec, because she's trying to figure out a plan too.
Nope.
You know,
can't see the person, can't talk to him, can't burn her with him, nothing.
You don't know what I'm going to do with them. I'm going to bury it all. All right.
No, that's fine. I'm going to have an Alice in Borderland type device in you if you violate that agreement. Laser beam.
Oh, dang.
It's a good show. You guys should watch it.
The tracking of the top 10 passers and top 10 rushers over the weekend, Kevin. Top 10 passers went 5-5. Respectable record this week. First time this week they have gone 500, except for week 4 when they went 4-4-2. So,
yeah, that's nice. By the way, quick question. Is there any part of you that kind of wanted the Cowboys at some point to tie that game? Because then they would be 2-2-2?
Dude, I thought it was going to happen. I literally thought Carolina's going to miss this field goal attempt. The Cowboys are going into overtime, and we're going to get as 500 as it could possibly be. Like, I thought that was going to happen. And then Rico Dowdle was like,
yeah.
The passers, top 10 passers, 7-3 this weekend.
Ooh.
So, I'm sorry, rushers. 7-3. So that brings the top 10 passer records to 28-2. And the top 10 rusher records to 33-15-2.
Run the ball.
I feel like if you can run the ball, you win. Kevin, would you like the hits or the misses?
I'll take the misses.
Honorable mention, only 2 this time.
Oh.
Because you said I went overboard last time by giving out 6 or something like that.
That was too many.
Honorable mention goes to the Cowboys' run defense.
Oh, sorry. I was like, what? But, man.
Yeah, Cowboys' run defense, honorable mention. They weren't good. But they also made Bryce Young look like a serviceable quarterback in the NFL, too.
Man, this must be a brutal week if the Cowboys' suctitude was only an honorable mention on defense.
Yeah, there's a couple other ones I thought were important. Also honorable mention, the Ravens quarterbacks. Cooper Rush had 72 yards. Huntley had 68 yards. And that's just poor quarterbacking.
Yeah.
Just because Lamar Jackson is not around doesn't mean you can't play football anymore. It's not like you forgot.
Did you see after the fact they were like, we were always going to play both of them, and you're like, mm-hmm.
I do not understand the tremendous drop off in a lot of instances. I understand the talent definitely probably covers up a lot of your terrible play calls,
right?
But I feel like if you're at the best, if you're the best of the best, you figure a game plan out to take best advantage of whoever your backup is, and you shouldn't have that as an excuse. It's the NFL.
Yeah.
But here we are. Let's go. Number 3, Tua Tagovailoa. Kevin, 205 yards, 3 interceptions. Did he throw his teammates under the bus, or did he need to not call anybody out after throwing 3 interceptions?
So it was really weird because it felt like
That's
at
bad
first
timing.
He was trying to take out the management, but then he told on himself by saying, "Oh, players don't show up to the players meeting," and I'm like, "That's your deal, man."
Yeah. When it comes to Mike McDaniels, I think that if Mike McDaniels had that room, you don't have to worry about a players only meeting and nobody showing up. So I do think that Mike McDaniels is part of that too. I don't know if he's like in it invested anymore. I think he's just like, well, I'm just waiting. He's probably right now going, well, at least I wasn't the first one. But like that thing turned for me, Alec, during the offseason when all the players were like, we lied last year about being together and leadership.
Right.
That was when it turned for Mike McDaniels, who I liked a lot.
The perception on him has changed so quickly in such a short amount of time. That's what led me to believe initially that it's all his fault because of how quick that turned around.
Yeah.
But now I'm starting to see that these players really don't care either, which is a product of McDaniel himself. I get that. But it's like, dude, the leadership on that team stinks. I can smell it from here, man.
Yeah. And that's the thing, too. This goes back to how you always want to be. That's why consistency is so important. I had a teacher in middle school. Early part of the year, she was such a hard ass. And then by the end of the year, it was like, dude, she's the best. And you know what? All that hard work that she put us through early, like, that
set you up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then I also had a teacher who she started off as not a hard ass. And then by the end of the year, she wanted control of the room, and everybody in the room was like, no, that's not you. Don't act like you're somebody you're not. We know you. So that's Mike McDaniels was easygoing, cool, fun, and everything. I wanted that to succeed so that people would be like, no, these are professionals that show up and do their job. And they also have a leader who is out there having fun and understands that this thing can be a lot of fun. But that place in Miami just has a bad vibe about it altogether. Number 2, Kevin, on my misses list will be Cam Ward and Brian Callahan now.
Yeah.
Maybe the Titans' entire offensive line. 6 sacks, 2 fumbles, only 1 interception. So that's nice.
So you're here to look at the positives.
Well, yeah, in the misses section. But yeah, now that we see Brian Callahan has been fired, maybe I do bump him up just a little bit, but that's bad for yet another rookie quarterback to come in and now have to deal with a coaching change immediately.
I know it's different in stuff like baseball, where probably in basketball and hockey, where there's so many more games. But do you think like if they would have won that game yesterday, that he would still have his job then?
Maybe.
Okay.
But there's people in that room that are going, how did 6 sacks and 2, like, how did this happen though?
Right.
And that I think, Kevin, you might be right. They might have
I don't know.
They might have set the deadline of, all right, 1 more of these and he's done.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go into it, you're just like, we'll see. And then it just keeps getting worse. And you're just like, it's not going to get any better. And every employee in that building starts to hate life.
Yeah.
Like all the people that are coming in trying to go to work, they're just like, not fun, don't want to do this. You're like, why? Because we stink. It's not worth it. And so a change has to be made. And that's what they did there. Number 1 on the misses list, the Broncos and Jets game. Somebody on the internet said this was the worst thing the U.S. had done to Britain since 1776.
In your face, War of 1812.
We sent Americans over there to play football. And they have to be sitting there looking at it going,
Do you think they wished, the British that is, that we would have just dumped a whole bunch more tea in the harbor again instead?
Maybe so. I do wonder if they were like, dude, this is kind of like one of our soccer matches, you know?
Oh,
low scoring,
yeah, that's
not much
true.
action.
Do you think where do the Colts fall in this? Did they fall in consideration for they had 2 injuries in warm-ups?
Oh yeah, no, I because Shane Steichen is my honorable mention right now.
Okay,
because he overcame the 2 injuries in warm-ups. It is kind of ridiculous to have 2 injuries happen. Like,
yeah,
and it wasn't good. Like they looked bad.
No,
that looked like a bad injury.
And Ward ran into a tight end and had a concussion. And then Anthony Richards is going to be out for, quote, a while with a fractured orbital bone that he did with the rubber leg band.
I thought you were going to say rubber leg, and I was like, when did this happen?
No, he was doing the thing, and I'm assuming it popped up and snapped him.
You ever had that happen?
Yes, not to that degree, but I bet most people have.
Yep. A few times, actually. Not proud of it.
Dude.
Yeah.
Riding the junk. The thing
in the
popped
cheeks.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no way for you not to look like an idiot after that's happened. You can't be like, I meant to do that. Yeah, no, you didn't.
Yeah, you ever put the weight back on the rack and then it falls just a little bit and you're like, oh crap. And then it made a loud noise. And now you're kind of looking around, nobody's looking, and you're like, man, look at society with their earbuds.
Yeah, you're like, I meant to do that.
Take your earbuds off and talk to some humans every once in a while.
Wow.
I don't, but I'm suggesting others. From the 954, I'm a Dolphins fan. At least we didn't trade Luka, they say.
Interesting that we've already bypassed Micah, because they're like, you're not going to say at least you didn't trade Micah, because you're like, I can see why maybe that works.
So honorable mention for the hits of the weekend, I will go with Shane Steichen. The dude, overcoming the injuries. Obviously, the band injuries are tough right now. But, dude, he's taken what I did not believe was a good quarterback and turned this in. And I didn't believe this team was good. Now, I don't think they're playing supremely exciting football. It was exciting when their receiver fumbled the ball through the back of the end zone. That was exciting. Jonathan Taylor's been exciting.
Agreed.
This is a team that I was like, I just go ahead and put a line through them. I think everybody was wrong about him, and he has found the model for consistency for what they need to accomplish this year. I'm very interested. I don't know. I believe it's very much like the Vikings. This is what I believe, that it's very smoke and mirrors, and somebody's going to dive in late in the season and go, oh, that's what they're doing. They aren't going to be able to adjust whenever we expose the blueprint on them. But right now, for everybody in Indianapolis, especially that Colts mascot, like they have got to be loving life. You ever seen his hip thrusts? They're so good. Honorable mention also, Devon Achane, 128 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's nice work right there for a team that lost.
Did he play against us? Sorry, I heard lots of yards and touchdowns. I assume he played the Cowboys.
Honorable mention, the 2-sack club. 10 players had 2 sacks this week. That's the most players that have 2 sacks this year by 4.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Most they've had so far has been 6. They had 10 players this week that had at least 2 sacks. That's pretty impressive.
None of them were Micah, who didn't even have 1 sack.
How many Cowboys players had sacks this weekend?
Hey, James Houston has more sacks than Micah Parsons.
This weekend?
Well, I think
I'm
they had
serious.
the same this week.
Okay. Dang it. I really wish he would have had 2. That would have been awesome.
Sorry.
But include him in the 2-sack club.
No.
Number 3 in the hits, George Pickens and Jackson Smith-Njigba. 9 catches, 168 yards, 8 catches, 162 yards, respectively, and a touchdown for both of them. Nice work on both of their parts. Also doubling up at number 2, Dak Prescott and Drake May, 261 yards and 3 touchdowns apiece. Exactly. How did you manage that?
Doesn't that make Pickens and JSN 4th and 5th?
See what he's trying to do here?
This is what you're doing.
Yeah. They're 3rd and 2nd. And number 1 is Rico Dowdle, Kevin, because the Cowboys didn't have enough buckles. They didn't buckle enough of the buckles up, or they buckled it too loosely.
He's the first Cowboy. He's the first former Cowboy to run for 100+ yards against the team.
That's an amazing stat. I heard Brad Sham say that, and it was Zach Rowe that I do believe was given that statistic. But that is an amazing stat to me. In the history of the Cowboys, no former running back has ever run for 100 yards against them. Maybe that's because they run them into the ground and then send them off.
Wow.
If they're going to be good,
they should have done a better job of that with Dowdle then.
Well, he was injured a lot, so he had a lot of tread left in those tires.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets history in Seattle with a potential for more on the way. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-2. Polanco sends it into right and will send Seattle to the American League Championship Series for the first time in 24 years.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And we start with one of the more historic playoff games ever. So, and in the meantime, by the way, the Mariners have also gone up 1-0 in the ALCS.
As predicted.
Not by me.
Kevin, what made this historic? Because I got a text at some point in that game that said, you boys are watching a classic one right now.
So, the longest winner-take-all game in Major League history was 13 innings in a 2018 wildcard game between Colorado and Chicago. This game went 15 innings, and it was decided in the bottom of the 15th, so longest ever for a winner-take-all baseball playoff game. It went 4 hours and 58 minutes. The two sides combined to use 15 pitchers who threw 472 pitches. And like most things in this playoff run, this is the first time the Mariners have advanced to the ALCS since 2001.
Okay. Now is where I want to dive in a little more, if you're okay with that.
Sure, because there's lots of things inside this game that are interesting, too.
When you have a game like that, when you have a playoff game, because I feel like the 4 hours is too long for baseball is what they told us.
And it was almost 5.
That's why they wanted to put a pitch clock on there. They're like, let's shorten this sucker. However, I understand how things are going. At what point, Kevin, in extra innings are you like, that's enough? And because you start a baseball game and you're like, all right, let's go. You've made it through 9 innings. You're like, crap. All right, I can handle another one. And then you get to 15 and you're like, it's still intense, I feel, because it's playoff baseball.
It had the advantage of being on a Friday night.
Yes.
So it depends on if you have kids, what their schedule looks like in the morning, or if you sign up for like a half marathon or something. That will determine that I need this game to be over, right? Because if you did,
that's for sure.
Then you're like, hey, wrap it up. But if you didn't, then I could see how you'd be like, hey, keep going. But you know what? You know what's going to get lost in all of this is Tarek Skubal. You know, we talked about how, man, the Mariners were going to be in a lot of trouble because of Tarek Skubal. Well, when he was pitching, they were in a lot of trouble. Tarek Skubal was freaking amazing in this game. 6 innings, gave up 1 earned run, and had 13 strikeouts. Of the possible 18 outs, he had 13 strikeouts. And his last pitch was 101 miles per hour to potential MVP Cal Raleigh, and he struck him out. His 99th pitch of the game was dialed up for 101, had 13 strikeouts. Well, congratulations, your season is over. So I believe that was the only divisional round series that didn't start 2-0. All the teams that were up 2-0, including the Brewers, they ended up winning their series, which means when a team is up 2-0 in the divisional round, they win 34 out of 37 times.
Really?
Yes. So the Brewers get the victory over the Cubs, and they move to their first NLCS since 2018. Now, the reason why it's weird to talk about that, especially with the AL, is because that game was historic. But in the meantime, the Mariners have already started a new season, or a new series, and they have already taken the advantage 1-0, and game 2 is in about 2.5 hours.
Let's go.
All right.
You want to watch together? I'll FaceTime you and we can just watch it.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Well, today is not a great day.
I got some dog training.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right. Who do you think, now I know it's easier because the Mariners are up 1-0. Who do you think is going to win that series?
I think the Mariners.
Okay.
Are they up 1-0?
Yeah, yes. They are up 1-0.
What are the odds, Kevin?
Well, keep in mind these predictions were made before game 1, but it was 8 for the Mariners on ESPN and 7 for the Blue Jays.
Oh, wow. I still think it has a lot of potential to be a very fun series because these are two offenses that can slug.
Sure.
Like that, and that can change a game so drastically. Like just go back and remember the Astros-Rangers series. Two teams that could slug. Every night was kind of a back and forth you didn't know. And whenever that happens, a game can change so fast. So I think that it can still be a very fun series.
In the National League, you taking the Brewers or the Dodgers?
I'm going to say the Brewers.
Okay.
The Dodgers have everything, Kevin. They have everything they could possibly need. But I kind of want that underdog Brewers, who's also been the overdog, so it doesn't really matter.
Right.
I kind of just want them. I would feel like they're the underdog in general to the Dodgers because who the Dodgers are.
Well, if you got the Brewers, and we'll probably talk about this a little bit more tomorrow as well. If you got the Brewers and the Mariners in the World Series, you'd be guaranteed a first-time champion because the Brewers have only been to the World Series once, I think in '82, and they lost. And the Mariners have never been to the World Series. You're already guaranteed a first-time ever World Series matchup coming out of these two championship series. But for ESPN, 10 votes for the Dodgers, 5 for the Brewers.
I understand, about 3/4 of the way through the year, everybody starts freaking out going, we want, big markets to play,
Sure.
But I kind of want the very first matchups ever to all run their way out. I would love for everybody to have their opportunity to have one of those matchup type things.
Now, a couple of notes on these series. Bo Bichette, not on the ALCS roster for Toronto. I know this is kind of when they zeroed in on hoping that he would be back. Still not good to go. And then Brian Wu was, in fact, added to the Mariners roster. Thought that would be the case. For the Dodgers, Blake Snell is going to pitch game 1, and then Shohei will pitch later in the series. That series gets underway this evening as well.
Fascinated to see Snell on this stage. Still, like he's one of those guys that on a given night can do something very special.
Yes, I agree.
Maybe not throw 101 miles an hour on his last pitch, but
that was
to the potential MVP.
Yeah, that was freaking sweet.
Yeah, that is cool.
Now, in other baseball news, we're going to have Pudge on the show tomorrow.
In your face.
Also, Padres manager Mike Shildt announced his retirement. Do you think there's any truth to the rumor that he already heard 16 of Preller's 17 offseason moves? And he's like, it's too many. I can't.
I thought that you were saying Pudge and him were going to be on the show. I was like, how did we pull this?
Man, what a coup that would have been if Alec, 10 minutes after that dude resigned, he was like, yep, we got him. He's going to be on the show. And you're like, did you tell him we were in the San Diego area? And he's like, no.
He just knows that y'all used to know Preller.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
The quote that he had, Kevin, was pretty jarring. I looked in the mirror and realized I don't have the energy to go back through another 90-win season and a chance to make the World Series. I don't have it in me. Like that right there was rather. Who does that?
Yeah.
Who says I have this great team and I'm looking at it going, I just can't do this one more time?
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Thank you.
You know what? Every
John
single
Smoltz.
time they do the 2-shot with Smoltz, that's all I can think. Like he's saying other things.
You hear that?
But all I can hear him saying is it's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
But I do wonder if that was a real thing or if he kind of knew, all right, my time is up.
His time is some other guy's time is
yeah,
now.
and he's like, look, they let me leave out here this way.
Do you guys feel like there's been buzz on this Major League Baseball postseason?
Not as much.
Okay.
I feel like I think there's a lot of excitement for what Riley's doing, and I think there's a lot of excitement because of the stars, but I just didn't feel like it was the same for whatever reason.
All right. So I will be curious to see, with that in mind, what these next set of ratings look like in the ALCS and NLCS, because the wild card round averaged 4.6 million viewers for ESPN and ABC. That's the most watched wild card round since they switched to the new format, albeit that was only 3 years ago, but still. And then Game 3 of Yankees-Red Sox set a new single-game record for the wild card round at $7.4 million. But obviously, neither one of those teams are in there now. And let's be honest, I'm not saying the baseball won't be great, but Seattle-Toronto is a huge drag in terms of United States television ratings. But another place for you to look, since the Dodgers are still in it, in Japan, Game 1 of Dodgers-Cincinnati Reds drew a record 6.4 million viewers in Japan alone. So it feels like as long as the Dodgers remain in this, you can keep popping big ratings in Japan.
That $700 million contract pushed off to 15 years from now is going to pay off so well.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no question that Shohei is the face of baseball.
And the Dodgers are the Dodgers are
Yes.
the brand of baseball right now in Japan.
Agreed. So you have no doubt that Major League Baseball is heavily cheering against the Brewers. They're like, come on, you already screwed us with this ALCS matchup. We need the Dodgers in the World Series. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I got just a second, wanted to throw another thing out there. Cooper Flag. Have you been paying attention to Mavericks preseason? Do you care whatsoever?
I've never had this much anticipation for preseason basketball before, but I'm getting emails from the Mavericks every day. My Twitter is blowing up with this stuff. And I did see, Kevin, was it Friday night? It was or maybe it was Saturday.
It was Saturday.
Saturday. Flag was all over my Twitter. Like, it was just, oh my gosh, 11 points. And I was like, oh my gosh, what is happening right now? But he looked like, dude, he had some offensive game rolling that you said he never had. You were like, he's not very good at offense.
That is most certainly inaccurate.
He might be a fringe top 74 player, you said.
I definitely learned my lesson the last time. No, he hit the wing three, but I think what really caught people's attention,
his mid-range game was fun.
Yes, was the pass from right about mid-court, and he just jammed
that was
thing
awesome.
home. I know Adam Silver's like, that's the only part of the game that you really needed to see.
The highlights.
Highlight culture. But now, in the least surprising...
But it does look like he is handling the ball up the court. He is doing those things that we discussed he might do.
He can do that. I maintain in the short term, that is not something you want him to do consistently. Like, could he learn? And you might argue that's the only way he'll really learn. I think he can run the point when necessary, just not on a consistent basis. Even with Kyrie out.
As young as he is,
I don't think that's the answer.
If Jason Kidd can be a good teacher, can you imagine if he lets Jason Kidd's mind meld with his a little bit, and you take that physical skill set and merge it with Jason Kidd's IQ?
One of the greatest minds in basketball history. Now, and they did the NBA GM survey, and who's going to win Rookie of the Year? This was amazing. 3% voted for VJ Edgecombe with the Philadelphia 76ers.
A bunch of chumps.
All the rest of the 97% of the votes voted for Cooper Flag.
Fortune favors the bold.
Thank you, Nico.
Okay, Nico.
We've always said that.
Are you impressed? Or in Corey Majors fashion, are you disappointed
that it wasn't 100%?
That it wasn't 100%.
Look, I don't know what those other 3% were thinking. I am impressed, yes, Kevin, because I think the same thing. He's already, he's advanced already. What are those other... Why?
Okay. You're going to get a little bit more irritated.
However, if they end up being right, won't they have the ones where
See, this feels like a Corey vote.
Yeah.
Where you'd be like, yeah, but if he's right, who's the genius?
Yeah, exactly.
In 5 years, who will be the best player out of this draft class? Every other rookie combined from general managers got 7% of the vote. Cooper Flag got 93% of the vote.
So whenever we were excited about Cooper Flag and there were detractors, this is why.
Guess what? Not every single, just about every single GM views it exactly the way that we do. And
somebody called him knockoff Luka.
Wow. I mean, look, I don't think he has that total same level of offensive ability. He's already, 5 times better at defense than Luka is.
Is 3% one GM?
Yeah, I think so. Because
probably Nico.
This was probably one of the things where they also took scouts and everything.
He's already trying to degrade Flag's value. He's
So when we trade him,
how can I get less of a
for
trade
Kevin
for this
Durant,
guy?
he's going to be like, I told you.
That was all in jest, guys. I'm just joking.
And then, by the way, Bill Belichick said any reports that he's negotiating a buyout are categorically false.
Really?
That's what he said. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Little play fake, rolling right, good protection, throws it over the middle. Nice catch at the 30. Pickens one-handed hurdles a man to the 10. Oh, Pickens showing his athleticism. Snatched the ball away from the Carolina defender Roseboom, the linebacker, and took it 31 yards down the left sideline.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the Gbag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing all right, Hagee. How are you?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to put it. Doing all right after the atrocious Cowboys defensive effort yesterday. Now, I know you guys were talking about this yesterday in the Post, and I thought it was really fascinating for all the people who want to just move on from your defensive coordinator. This is an issue that is far more complex than switch the coordinator and you're fixed, right?
I think so. I don't believe that there are a ton. One, who's the leader on that side of the football? I don't think you have one. I think you definitely have a lack of talent on that side of the football. And I thought Brian made some really great points about, like, well, who do you turn to then? Who do you elevate to then take over that responsibility? Because really, and Bobby texted this in, Nick Sorensen would be the only guy on staff that's actually been a defensive coordinator before. He's your special teams coordinator. He did that in San Francisco. I believe he took over when Saleh took the Jets job, and he didn't do well. That's why they ended up moving him over to special teams, and they brought in Steve Wilkes, I think is who it was. So I don't think there's an easy answer. I think you do have a coaching issue, and you also have a player problem.
Did he forget to tell our returners yesterday that they need to field the kickoffs?
Yeah, I guess the Panthers have been really good at that this year.
Yeah, they kicked the dirty ball. I get it, but like,
kick that dirty ball.
It looked like we assumed it was going to fall out of the end zone, and then we're like, oh crap.
Yeah, that was weird. There was so much to hate about yesterday, and that's on the list.
Good. I think
it's on the list. It made the list.
Now, the lack of talent on the defense, because I feel like so many people say, well, get rid of Eberflus, because that's an easier way than to systematically look at the lack of talent that you have on defense, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you can replace a coach much quicker than you can replace an entire unit of crappy players where you don't have a bunch of backups that you're excited about either. Like, hey, let's give these guys an opportunity. It's just bad across the board. And so that is ultimately going to be problem number one. The Eberflus situation is not good at all. He's not helping anything. And you can see the difference. Like, you talk about talent. When you had 4 backups on your offensive line, you still were able to figure crap out last week. Right. So there's still something to be said for getting the best out of your talent, no matter how dire that talent is. But it is tough when you basically have 11 crappy players on one side of the
ball. Well, it too, though, the best example of this is the first play of the game on defense.
Yep.
They take Wanye Thomas and they drive him down in the box, and he's free on a play. So they have a free runner, and all of a sudden he misses the tackle at the line of scrimmage, and then it's a gain of 9. So is that the coach or is that the player?
Yeah,
and I think they have a combination of both here. I think they're asking, maybe on the 4th and 4 play, if that's a play that Sean Lee makes, that's a play that Wynn makes. If you're going to buzz
Kenneth Murray undercutting the football,
if you're going to buzz the linebacker in the flat, and you need to, and he's maybe trying to disguise it a little bit. If you're going to do that, then you make sure you have a linebacker. We've seen these linebackers when they played that cover 2 with that Tampa, with the run the middle linebacker up the middle of the field, and they haven't gotten there yet. That should be a pretty good example that you might not want to play that coverage. And so, to me, the coaching. I asked this question to my guys the other day. I go, what have the offensive coaches done that the defensive coaches haven't this year? And a lot of it has to do is, I think the offensive coaches understand their players far better than the defensive coaches understand theirs when it comes to how they put these players. If you continually, and they got in a situation this game, one of the touchdown passes, the second one that Wilson gave up, it's like you have Diggs on a tight end. Diggs sends Wilson away thinking like, no, stay there. I got this. So what happens, Diggs essentially put Wilson in coverage against Ted McMillan, where maybe that should have been Diggs' responsibility. So those kinds of checks, that's coaching, that's player. There's a lot of things going on here.
Well, when the games first started and we were 2-3 games in, I thought Eberflus was the bigger problem because this team was stopping the run and you just had the busts. And I'm like, well, he hasn't explained it to them. He hasn't done a good enough job teaching whatever man match quarters or whatever they're playing, and it's new, and he's putting his players in a back. Now that you can't even stop the run, I'm convinced it's a much bigger player issue than a coaching issue. The track record of these guys, Brian, is they aren't good.
Yeah,
and they put a lot of tape over the last multiple years of that. Eberflus's track record is he is good. So I'm not going to let these games change my opinion too much on who Matt is. It's just a matter of, do you want to be patient enough to get him the players that he would need to turn this thing around?
Yeah, I think the bigger problem is I think the run defense never was exposed fully because the pass was so easy for teams to move the ball. The lack of pass rush, the lack of quality play in the secondary.
Yeah.
I think teams all along could have run the ball against this defense. I just don't think, we started to see it. You started to see some glimpses of it like in the Giants game, like when Scattaboo, like later in that game, that game just kind of got crazy. But you look at how the Bears were able to run. You look at now last week, even with the Jets, they were down, but they still ran the ball. And then all week long, we talked about the path to victory for Carolina was them to run the football. And they did just exactly that.
At the very least, you need to start putting Donovan Wilson in different places. I'm not saying
he might need to come off the field
altogether.
Yeah. he might need to come off the field. There are things, well, especially if you're going to, they played him down some and it wasn't good enough. So you need to maybe, this team is really, really right now pretty bad up the middle of its defense. And you can, and then there's, like I say, they did another great job. They double teamed Oso Digizua and single block Clark, and
Clark couldn't make him
Clark couldn't make the play.
That's a really troubling thing to see.
They doubled your three and carried him all the way to the linebackers, and so it was a rough day playing run defense yesterday.
Now this is just a philosophical issue. The game was lost for a variety of reasons. Why on 3rd and 1 does the pitch back 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage exist in your playbook?
If you're the Panthers, you could probably make that work.
That's fair. But on this day,
they were just running the ball too much in general. The whole time, every time they handed the ball off, you're going like, what are we doing? This is clearly not working, and that was ridiculous. The whole problem is going to be about the defense today, but I don't know what Schottenheimer was doing running the ball. That situation was brutal. In general, running the ball in that game was just never going to work for you. Yeah. Dak and Pickens are rocking and rolling, and you're throwing a freaking back-to-back screen plays to lose a bunch of yards.
Dak needs to throw that ball into the ground on that second one.
Yeah,
maybe he was trying to.
Well, he should have done the thing where he's smarter than the coach and changes the play at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, on the Ferguson.
That fourth quarter was just really, really bad offensively too.
Yeah. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hey, thanks for asking. We will not let this loss deter us from producing quality content here over the next 5 hours. We have Krusty's Corner coming up after the Shoddy Presser, which is scheduled for 3:15, so you'll be into Cowboys Paradise there. But all of our reactions and all your big local stories right out of the gates here in about 5 minutes.
All right. I like it. Roll home with the Gbag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good night, Kevin.
like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. I'm Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Singing Sisters?
Hazel Boats. Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something called?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's a disappointing and downtrodden Cowboys Monday. We're going to break it all down for you, talk about where your Cowboys go from here. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fixing to go 5 flawless. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are back after their wedding Friday. And Carter Freeman is back, tail tucked, as his Sooners got whooped in the Red River. We'll talk about that. I did hit the fair yesterday after the Cowboys game, as Lucius recommended. It was perfect. The perfect amount of people, cooled down quite a bit, and the little one is 4, so the magic is fully there, and that makes it pretty amazing for me. Abby's 14 now; she's a daredevil, right? She does not see a ride that she is not going to go on with the biggest smile you could ever see. She is the opposite of me in that regard.
I just worry. I should say this. How's the stability of the fair rides nowadays?
Good. And
have we upgraded? Have we upgraded because we used to have the old clackety roller coaster, the Wild Mouse.
Oh, they're still clackety.
Oh, there's still some clacking going on up there.
Just the sound effects alone would make you not want to ride it.
See, and that's why I'm totally out on those, and that's why I'm surprised that she's in. And I did tell her mom a couple of times, I'm like, I'm nervous with her up there. Like, just tell me when it's over. I don't even want to watch this.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, there hasn't been a serious accident here in a long, long time.
Uh-huh.
So I think they got it dialed in. I think that's one of the advantages of having the same rides every year.
Well, did you go turkey leg on this thing?
Did not go turkey leg.
What'd you tear up, dude? Fletcher's corny?
Dude, let me tell you something. Okay, so we took the little one, the big one, and a cousin, and we were there for 3 hours, and it was close to $500.
Oh,
you know, that's just right.
It is pricey,
and I didn't
That's a
feel.
fact. That's all it is.
I mean, I didn't feel like it was a lot, you know. But I'm like, no, we're not doing any of the games for prizes. And they did eat, but I mean, it's an event. It's a family event, you know?
Yeah.
And so when it came to what am I going to sacrifice to make this happen, it was my own. It looked like there was a lot of great stuff to eat too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's really, that would be my struggle showing up there.
Yes.
Feeling like I have a budget, but also just window shopping on some of the most incredible food items known to man, and they're all unique. It's like a one-on-one experience, you know?
It was. And we left as it was going dark, and they ran this parade through with a bunch of the horses and the different police vehicles that they had. I mean, it was a really cool time. And, you know, I think the key for me is having a little kid to sort of live through their I mean, she was just having an absolute ball. You know, when the little ones get in that mode where they're just having like the best time ever, and as a parent, you're like, yes, I'm actually doing my job here.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Okay, I do want to say it's so much more the Joneses' fault than anybody else in here. I think we're going to talk a lot about Eberflus. We're going to talk a lot about the players.
Probably they're the ones that hired him.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that and
probably why it's hard for him not to fire him too.
Okay, yes, I mean, then there's that angle going around today that hey, it would be awesome if Schottenheimer got to hire his own defensive coordinator. But even if he did, I don't think any defensive coordinator is having success with this group. This comes down to the Joneses wanting to play GM, but not wanting to invest enough time to actually be able to evaluate their own roster.
Listen, I'm with you. I'm with you that it all starts with the team building on that side of the ball being extremely poor, investing in bad players across the board, and continuing to reinvest in the same crap players.
Yeah.
But your defensive coordinator is also not doing a ton to help you. I think it's fair to say that there is a world where a defensive coordinator could make this instead of like dead balls last. Could you be 20th? Could you be 21st? What a difference it would be in your record to just be a bottom third defense instead of being this dumpster juice.
I think this is 2 years in a row where the guys are showing they don't want to buy in or they're not smart enough to learn it.
And the numbers they basically have allowed the same points per game through 6 weeks this year as they did last year under Zim.
And there's been a lot of football played. I think it was Ed Werder who, outside of a couple of years with Dan Quinn for the last 6 years, Mike Nolan had his shot. We've seen a lot of bad football. I don't know about this bad. This might take the cake. Like how massively their defensive line was shoved all over the place yesterday. I didn't feel like I was watching a pro football outfit. I thought this looked like what would happen if college guys came up and tried to play.
Yeah, dude. You got like Marshawn Nealon getting bullied 10 yards down the field by a tight end who kind of looks like a receiver. Like what do we?
Although Tremble blocked his ass off yesterday. I mean, that's what you were hoping you were drafting in Schoonmaker. That guy was moving bodies. Now, is that an indictment maybe on the Cowboys players?
Yes,
could very well be.
Yes, and defensive tackles. I mean, you name it. The linebackers are bad, just getting pushed around. I couldn't. For as much as I was complaining that Schottenheimer was still trying to hand the football off at times, I was honestly surprised that they were even trying to throw. Like Carolina, you're getting 7 yards every time you hand the football off.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost no reason to throw, but also you can find success doing that. The only time Carolina was unable to get points was when they just shot themselves in the foot with some penalties. And now we're like, crap, we're in like 2nd and 20, 3rd and 20. That's the only way the Cowboys could get off the field unscathed.
Yeah, when that happened
or
to them,
Ted McMillan just dropping an easy right in his face football.
When they had back-to-back penalties there in the second half, I was like, okay, I'm pretty confident the Cowboys are going to get off the field here.
But still not sure.
But I was not sure. The Cowboys, though, Stephen Jones said they're shocked that the team isn't playing better. I think
they shouldn't be.
No, well,
they shouldn't be.
They shouldn't be. You're right.
No, and I think we've been very consistent on all our platforms that we have. The show, Love of the Star, everything we talk about. This defense was not going to be good enough. It just wasn't. You saw, week 1, Philadelphia. Just kind of just shows you a little bit maybe Philadelphia, you mentioned it, maybe Philadelphia is not any good offensively. But week 1, you're like, okay, they played zone coverage. The quarterback played, ran around, didn't make any throws. But since then, though, you really defensively, you haven't really done anything. I mean, there's been a couple of games that the Jets.
The Jets is the only one, and we just saw them have a historically bad.
I know, and that's what I'm saying, though.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like, though, that everybody, the things, Dawson, that you asked for offensively, they've helped Dak with, and you get that. You get a legitimate running game. You get a play caller. You get the offensive line. You get receivers. You get things, the tight ends back to playing at a high level. Defensively, there was nothing there that led you to believe that and there were so many questions about the secondary. There were so many questions about the linebackers. The pass rush, you traded that away. You got mad at that guy and you traded him away. But there was nothing on this defense that was making you feel like that it was going to be a good defense. I don't think so. And I think we've talked about it enough. And the more you watch this team play, they bust on the most simplest things. They just, cover 3. How hard is it to play cover 3? There's nothing exotic about what Matt Eberflus is trying to do. Now, the problems that they're running into is they're not putting their players in any kind of position to have any kind of success. But that's something that's probably not going to change. That's just the stubbornness of what's going on right now over there. And you look at the defensive line. You talk about, hell, they're just double teaming. They talk about, oh well, Kenny Clark, and he did this and that and the other. And Kenny Clark was on the ground a bunch yesterday.
Yeah,
single blocked a bunch yesterday. The linebackers, Oso Diggies, all these guys are getting double teamed. They're jumping out of gaps. They're missing tackles in the hole. This defense was never going to be good enough. You needed it to be. You're asking it to be mid-pack. Heck, you'd sell your soul for it to be mid-pack right now.
Yeah,
it's a bottom of the league defense, and a lot of it is the coach isn't helping it, but the players certainly aren't playing at any kind of level. Probably playing at the best level that they can play at right now. That's probably who they are.
Yeah, and I mean that's the way I see it. I just think there are so many bad players, and it's exacerbated by the fact that your corners became washed up or broken down by injury. Maybe you're asking too much of them, but even when they try to play man, like even when they do the thing that some of the players want Eberflus to do, they're getting roasted even worse.
Yes, exactly.
It's too easy for quarterbacks and wide receivers to get Donovan Wilson to bite on the inside. He is so aggressive. Yesterday, he slips and falls down. He was trying to move up so fast, and I feel like that's at least half their touchdowns. I think yesterday on their 3 passing touchdowns for Carolina, Donovan Wilson is flashing into the screen. I didn't watch the all-22 on those touchdowns, so I'm not exactly sure how it happened. But on the TV copy, he's the closest guy trying to make up ground as another easy Panthers touchdown is happening, and I don't think there's anything you can do about that. That's just who he is.
The second touchdown with Ted McMillan. The first one, they run the double move on him and he slips. He's trying to carry a route and he slips. So that's an easy play right there. They couldn't get enough. I mean, the quarterback kind of moved to his left and then launched, and that was going to be a touch. But the second McMillan touchdown, though, that is one of those things where they're playing a coverage where all of a sudden there's communication between Diggs and Wilson, that Wilson's cool. I've got the tight end. You take the receiver. You see him signal, and then Wilson's like, what? And he still is coming across, and now he has to try and go back, and he's out of position. So you wonder if that communication, like, no, I got it, and then they switch it, but they switch it from Diggs is carrying a tight end to now Wilson having to carry a wide receiver that's skilled at making plays in the red zone.
Yeah, you should.
To
never
me,
have that.
that's an adjustment you don't make on the fly. You just don't. And so it's very troubling how they're playing defense right now. And there's a lack of some physicality to it, but there's a lack of just when they're asking them to do certain things. These players, and a lot of them are incapable of even doing the right thing to make the defense work.
Well, Rico Dowdle calling his shot and then going for over 200.
He probably watched the Cowboys play a bunch. He knew.
Whew. I mean, it's interesting some of the records that happen, but it's the most overall from a player yards from scrimmage against his former team. And that goes for undrafted, drafted, just period history. And then the 200 in a row for an undrafted guy. Just, salute and congrats to Rico Dowdle. I know he had a lot of friends and fans in that building that are excited for him. But that goes as like a top 10 most embarrassing Cowboys defensive moment yesterday. And I think it would be louder, but Rico's just fairly anonymous. When Rico left, it was barely a topic. It was a ripple through the news cycle. Like, oh, okay, well, you'll probably get a better one. I'd love to have Rico back now to pair up with Javonte Williams. He's a pretty dang good football player. But the idea Kenny Clark could single-handedly change who they are against the run, that's done.
No.
The idea that Diggs and Bland are good corners, that idea is cooked. And I guess you're hoping that they can shake off rust and get right for 2026 if you're in their camp, but I have no faith that they're going to be good this year. The idea that Eberflus could help linebackers, that one is flushed. Marshawn Nealon, Sam Williams ever being good, that is out. I mean, they're just not good edges.
Yeah.
And I think that goes down to being able to find good defensive players. I think obviously this scouting department's strength is on offense when it comes to the college draft. And then when it comes to evaluating and choosing who to pay, has Osa even come close in any game to being that caliber player?
I think last week against the Jets, a little bit better than what we've seen. I know you asked the question, but that's the one
game,
the one example that I can kind of think. I think yesterday, though, they clearly knew that doubling him was going to pay dividends for the way that they were going to run the football. They knew that, like, let's attack whoever's playing the 3 technique for Dallas. Because they said, okay, if you're not big, they didn't so much worry about Kenny Clark with the double teams and all that. From what I saw on tape, I don't think it was one of those. You look at how the Cowboys played their fronts and all that. I mean, there were a lot of the linebackers out of position. They tried to do some run blitz stuff. And they get guy inside. They have nobody on the outside. The linebacker couldn't get over because he was getting blocked. I know the question was about Osa, but he got doubled a lot in that running game yesterday.
Yeah,
and I'm not using it as an excuse. I'm just saying they thought less of Kenny Clark than they did Osa Diggy.
But yeah, like that 3 tech.
Yeah.
You think
they just pushed that 3
there's
tech.
like an emphasis for that right in this Flus scheme, or there was in the Marinelli scheme. So you're thinking, well, that's vital for what he wants to do, and you have not seen that translate so far through 6 weeks. An impactful player at that position, and it's a concern because you mentioned Diggs and Bland, like those are guys that are under contract. And those are guys that you keyed on. We shouldn't be talking about having poor corners. Those are 2 former All-Pro players.
Yeah.
You paid them and expected them to be backbones of your defense. And right now, they are looking terrible. Like Kyrie Elam, yeah. I mean, we were optimistic. I was, at least. It didn't work out. You see why Buffalo said, we're done here. We're moving on. The linebackers, I was hoping Flus would help here. That didn't happen. You're seeing Murray. I understand why the Chargers said bye-bye, why the Titans said adios, mofo. And then even, Shamar James and Maris Leafau, these young guys, I don't know. Like, I hope they get better and develop. But right now, there are so many question marks on defense, and even when they jump ahead of a contract with Bland, like you wait till the last minute, they get ahead on Bland. Now you're thinking, well, why the hell did you pay Deron Bland? So, I mean, if you're the Cowboys, you're like, well, what do you want me to do? I do it, and then now it was a bad decision, and the players aren't performing, so they're not getting return on the investment when they draft these guys right now on defense, and then on the second contracts when they decide to pay them. And that is a recipe for just a dysfunctional, bad, lack of talent defense. That's what they have right now.
Well, speaking of new players, how close are we getting to draft coverage here? I reckon if this does continue against Washington and Denver, we'll be pretty close.
I asked Dane Burglar for a list on the way from my studio over to the Star.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to watch somebody tonight.
Look at that. We're starting. We're underway.
Cleanse the palate with some good players.
We got to
start with the Ohio State defense and
Ohio State and Texas
Tech. Cover this team like it needs to be covered, but just start kind of dabbling into that stuff at night.
Might need to look at Indiana's defense, man. Looks like they're playing some football.
That was a good job by Indiana. That's a big road win for them, man.
We don't need to look at trade targets this week, do we? Probably retire that. Start looking at college prospects.
Unless you can find 11 guys that are available.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would take quite a few. Okay, we got the Gbag of the Day champion on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10 to 220, buddy. What's the subject matter?
Oh, man. Speaking of college, big-time buyout. What are the biggest buyouts, the top 10 in college football history, and STDs? That's next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app
Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to everybody who came out and saw us over the weekend, picked up a Gbag Nation flag. We're back at it again this week. Bearded Monkey in Rockwall Thursday, and then Picklerverse there, Pickler Universe in Carrollton on Friday, 2 to 7. Come say hi. It's time now for the champ and Wolchuk's Top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with our champ.
Oh, yes. We're here. The Dream Team is here. Oh, yes. All right, so I believe this is day number 4 right here for Michael Irvin. I believe it would be. I'm not totally for sure, but
sounds right.
That's what I'm going with right now. I'll probably do the facts on that later. Yep, day number 4 for this champion audio, the playmaker Michael Irvin. He has just a little bit of straightening. Got to straighten some things out for you for the Facts Over Feeling podcast. They said Irving, Jerry Rice in primetime could not play in today's game because they're too slow. That's crazy.
What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know your name.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't know your game because you don't. I don't see you every year with a gold jacket in that Hall of Fame room. I don't see you anywhere great players are. So who the are you to talk about what? Oh. You couldn't even play when I played the game. And some of these you're talking about, they couldn't even play when we played the game. So I'm sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about? I don't mind you being stupid. I don't mind you being dumb. I don't mind you not knowing what the you're talking about. But keep my name out your mouth when you don't know what you're talking about. Keep my name and my image. Don't try to shit on my work when I won championships on every level. On every level. When they can knock out. I call passes in the midst of pain. Y'all don't do that. Y'all ain't never had to do that. So shut the hell up.
Yo, the unedited version of that part right there gets me every time, bro. In the midst of pain.
The playmaker getting it done. I mean, that's vintage stuff. Amazing. Right there.
Yeah, he went back to the 90s.
Whew. That's historic.
So good.
That's a 90s playmaker right there.
There he is, and he'll face his challengers coming up at 5:30. And in the meantime, keep his name out of your mouth. Here's Zach with an H.
All righty. We will have the top 10 biggest coaching buyouts in history after what happened in Penn State. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Not so Happy Valley.
Holy crap. But speaking of Happy Valleys, Eric, is it another national day today?
Yeah, today is Happy National Herpes Awareness Day for those who celebrate.
Okay, so with that being said...
I thought this was going to be your list today.
Yeah, I didn't know, like, should you really just go full-on top 10 STDs, you know? But
like the top 10 worst, or like the top 10 you'd
top 10 STDs, what you
top 10
talking
you'd
about?
most like to have.
These are most common.
Okay,
Top
most
10.
common.
Yep.
Okay.
These are top 10 most common that most people...
Crabs is my favorite, by the way. That's top 10.
Which one is?
Crabs.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do like...
Easy to get rid of.
I like a good crab.
Yep. Just a little shampoo and you back in the game.
Doesn't linger.
No, gosh, the lingerers, man. Maybe you just take a little pill or something, you're good to go. But, yeah, I mean, it is probably good to bring some awareness out there.
Yeah.
Just spread it.
Pretty sure everybody that has it is well aware.
Yeah. But in case you didn't, this will be a reason why you should, make sure you're safe in that department. But the most common, chlamydia.
Oh, okay.
The clap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is the clap. Is that what that is?
I believe so.
Yeah. Gonorrhea number 2.
These are bounce backable?
I think
yes.
so.
What's I guess the ERPs is the most unbounce backable, and
that's with you for life.
And the HIV.
Yeah, that's baggage, baby.
Yeah, the HIV.
I think the HIV is like undetectable with the way that medicine works nowadays.
Oof.
But that herpes is sticking with you, Playboy. Yeah.
You never know, man.
Book a ticket.
You could go on a nice, clean run thinking you're good.
Yeah.
And then bang.
Next thing you know.
Special weekend goes awry.
And then you got to convince your partner, hey, no, it's good. This is not a breakout. And then they got to make a decision in their life. It gets crazy, bro.
There's a breakout. Herpes is number 5.
At least you're having the conversation, though.
It is.
You should. You should.
There's a lot of non-conversational.
Yeah.
Non-consensual.
I told y'all about that little girl with the Mavericks back in the day.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and that's what we do here on the Gbag Nation, the hard conversations.
That's right.
You know, like Shotty says, we're just having the hard, honest conversations. And that's what we're doing right now. Most people aren't going to breach this subject. And I understand why. It's uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable a little bit talking about it.
I thought this was Medford's question of the day.
It was.
Do you have herpes?
And I thought he had a tremendous segment, as he always does. And I don't think that he does have herpes.
He kind of dodged the question.
Yeah, well, it's just like the piercings, which we know are real. Syphilis was 4, and then the human papilloma.
Syphilis to get you out of here.
Virus.
Didn't they take some gangsters out the game?
Oh, just
Al Capone?
Yeah, did one of those guys go crazy? And like dictators and leaders go out of the game on that one.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, it causes serious health problems if left untreated. So they weren't treating it, and the next thing you know.
Hey, man, take care of your dictators.
Boils. All right, let's get to, well done, the biggest coaching buyouts. I can't say I was surprised that this happened after you drop games to UCLA and Northwestern, and you came into the season, preseason number 2 for Penn State. Now you're unranked, but James Franklin, second biggest buyout in the history of college football. Pete Thamel saying more than $49 million set to be owed by Penn State to James Franklin. Second biggest buyout in the history to Jimbo Fisher's $76 million. I mean, I've seen numbers going as high as $56 million as he possibly could end up being owed here.
Yeah, it's also like somewhere between 49 and 56.
I got money.
But it is kind of perfect symbolism. Pre-ranked number 2, and this entire season has been just a giant number 2 in Happy Valley.
Yep, you lose 22-21 to Northwestern on Saturday. And then a loss to Oregon, and Oregon just losing to Indiana. I mean, Kurt Signetti. Shout out to you. We'll get into that, I'm sure, in the College Football Authority.
We're going to Google him.
But for James Franklin, I don't know. I think this was a move you probably had to make, and I've never really been a huge James Franklin guy in terms of he's serious as he can't win big games. But he certainly, at least to this point, was able to beat all the teams that he should have. So your team's going to win 9 to 10 games a year. You're going to go to a solid bowl game, and you'll be in the conversation. But he certainly had failed when it came to being able to beat Ohio State, beating a good Michigan team, to be able to get this team over the hump. And they did make a run in the college football playoff, but they got kind of an easier draw. No disrespect to SMU, but they beat SMU and Boise State. They weren't taking on the Oregons, the Tennessees, etc., that other teams might have had to play. So I think the Penn State right move, but I wouldn't be stunned if wherever they pivot, does this end up as Danny Cannell mentioned, like the Bo Pelini Nebraska thing. Nebraska fires Bo Pelini. They're getting 9-10 wins every year, and since then they're praying Matt Rule's now the answer in year 3. That he's going to be able to get them back to that.
There's talk that Matt Rule might go to Penn State.
A lot of connects,
and he shut that down today.
He's a lot, man.
But
I almost called him something.
But that's what they all do, right? Yeah. All the coaches. I mean, I'll never forget Saban saying, like, I'm not interested in Alabama. Yeah. Next thing you know, he's going to freaking Alabama. Yeah. Bye-bye Miami Dolphins. So these coaches, I mean, they're in season. They don't want to address it, but there's going to have to be some flirtation. And worst case scenario for Matt Rule, he ends up parlaying that into a pay raise at Nebraska to stay. So either way, he's a big winner here. But I do wonder, where does Penn State go from here? That will be an interesting thing to watch in the next 5 years. Are they able to maintain as much success as James Franklin had, even though I never thought he was going to be able to actually get them to a national championship?
I mean, you know how hard it is to lose back-to-back games where you're a 20-plus point favorite? I mean, that's a fireable offense.
It is.
And ultimately, even when it was at its best, you knew you weren't going to get to the actual promised land.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't necessarily have any issues with this, but it is fair to say that you could have a Bo Pelini type of hire where you take an even bigger step backwards. But it seems like Penn State, I mean, they're coming correct with the buyout right now.
They are.
They're clearly committed to putting the resources together to win. I still think it's a really good job.
Good job. Bobby Petrino was on the outside looking in. His Louisville buyout, $14.1 million. That was 11 on this list of the top 10 highest paid buyouts. Now he's at Arkansas. Might end up just sticking with Petrino.
They lost a tough game to Tennessee.
Played well. They were competitive.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that sad ride home from Rocky Top for Choppy had they have lost that game?
Gosh, if they had lost, that would have been bad. I'm sure.
Kind of like losing to Carolina.
Yeah, kind of.
No, Carolina's a better team than that.
than Arkansas.
Well, in the NFL,
no, just Carolina's not a terrible team.
They're 3-3 now.
Yeah.
Well, if they
They're
could play
not
the
good.
Dolphins and the Cowboys every week, I think they'd be Super Bowl champions.
Maybe.
They're pretty good up front. That defense. That was hard for Dallas.
Yeah, that defensive line played really well. They did. Scott Frost, $15 million buyout, number 10, at his alma mater of Nebraska. Art Briles, $15.1 million buyout at Baylor.
Wow,
Briles,
they still had to pay him to leave.
They
huh?
did. They did. 2013, 2014, they go 11-2, then 10-3 in 2015, and then we know what happened with the scandal that led to the $15.1 million buyout. Tom Herman at Texas, $15.4 million.
Jeez.
Number 8 on the list. Great at Houston.
Is Charlie Strong on this one too?
I wonder if Charlie Strong's going to be up here next. I mean, that was not a long time.
No.
Separating Charlie Strong and Tom Herman.
It was not.
My gosh. I mean, shout out to Sark. He's got that thing going in a better direction. Tom Allen at Indiana. I guess, was this right before they got Kurt Signetti?
It was. Remember he
$15.5 million.
Yeah, remember he had won games like he'd beaten. I think he'd won a couple. Like he beat Ohio State and Michigan in the same year, something like that. He had something, and then all of a sudden Indiana thought he was the chosen one, gave him an extension, and then we don't like you anymore.
Yeah, he was 33-49 over 7 years. Then they had the buyout. I mean, great job replacing him with Kirk Cinetti. I don't know if there's any better coach right now in college football. What he's got going with Indiana. Holy hell!
No, he's incredible.
Brian, or should I say, Coach O? $16.9 million at number 6 on here.
Yeah, you know, kind of funny. You got to just take the money and you move on. You don't even say goodbye. You just say, hey, thank you. I'm going to the beach. I'm gonna take my shirt off. See you guys. Yeah. I'm trying to get back in though. Anybody needs a coach? Penn State need a coach? Penn State? You think they like me at Happy Valley? I'm a happy coach. I'm kind of a happy coach. Don't you think I'm a happy coach?
I don't know if the co-eds are hot enough for you up there, though, Coach.
Yeah. Oh, man. You make a good point there. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
There's always the faculty's wives, though.
Well, you never know who you're going to meet at the gas station. You know, you run into people at the gas station every once in a while. You might fill up gas. Oh, hey, you look kind of cute. Who are you? I'm from Louisiana. You know that, right? Can you tell I'm from Louisiana? Why they call this place Happy Valley?
Amazing.
Are you happy? Are you happy? You'd be happy with me. I'll tell you that.
Oh.
Yeah.
You could do a crawfish 101 class up there.
Yeah, it'd be kind of hard to find some crawfish. Yeah. We'll do something, though. You know, we got something around here. Yeah.
817 said, I'd like to volunteer Dave Aranda for the Penn State job or any job that removes him from Baylor. I guess the Bear fans are done with Dave Aranda. It is shocking just how bad that defense is, and that should be his bread and butter.
That is his game.
Willie Taggart at Florida State, $18 million buyout.
How long did he last at Florida State? Maybe a year? Am I got that wrong? 2 years? A year?
2, I think. He went 5-7 and then was 4-9 the following season.
Okay, 2 seasons.
And then they lose to Miami, and he said they said we're done here. No more. Charlie Weiss at Notre Dame, $19 million buyout. I forgot about that.
And then he went to Kansas and got another buyout.
Yeah.
He went back-to-back buyouts.
Wow. Is that the dude that bumped a kid with his belly? Is that the same guy?
Probably.
He had
on the sideline.
Is that Weiss or Mangino? I can't remember, but it was one of them.
Belly bumpers, those guys.
Yeah, it was amazing. People were up in arms about it. I was like, that's coaching right there.
I think that Charlie Weiss's son is coordinating somewhere in college football.
Yep.
Right. Where is he?
Is his name Shane?
Shane Weiss?
I think it's Charlie Jr.
Charlie Jr.?
I think so. I hate when I have to guess.
No, please look it up.
I will.
Gus Malzahn, $21.4 million at Auburn, number 3.
That's pretty fat.
And then the top 2, it is James Franklin at 2. And then number 1, Jimbo. At $76.8 million. And 2 of the ones on this list, Jimbo and Coach O, now trying to get back into coaching. I wonder if any of these openings, if they end up getting hired.
I knew this. Charlie Weiss Jr.'s at Ole Miss. He's a coordinator in Mississippi.
Doing a good job.
Oh, he's the OC?
Yeah.
Maybe he ends up getting a look at one of these head coaching jobs.
Yeah.
That could end up happening there. So there's your top 10 for today.
Thanks, buddy. You know, I had a, I don't know if lady would be the right word. It was definitely a woman. Give me one of those belly bumps, one of those intimidating, like coaching belly bumps.
Oh.
We were in the press box at Grant High School, I believe, calling an Indomikong Sioux game, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
This is incredible.
And she was a fancy, powerful lawyer that had rented the press box as like a private suite, So she was like telling me that we couldn't be in there because she had paid for it. And I'm like, I'm sorry, ma'am, this is the press box. So she's trying to like belly bump me towards the door to like kind of shoo me out of there. And it was the most bizarre thing. Number one, I think she could have taken me. She was like 6'2" and maybe close to 240 pounds or so. Right. And
hey, man,
like
her in the
her cans are spilling out over her belly, which is bumping me. And I'm like, I mean, there's so many ways. And we're on air, by the way. I'm doing the game. And, I had a confrontation with her at the break, and now we're back doing the game, and she's not backing down. So we like had to get the AD to come at the next break and tell her, actually, these guys are going to be here calling this game because there's advertising and all this stuff on the line. But I just kind of rolled to the side. Kind of like, I don't know, Solomon Thomas I just got turned to the side and kind of went to the outside and just kind of did the game while looking over my shoulder for a while until we got her to back down. But I think she was like high-powered lawyer.
Wow.
Probably used to bullying people and probably saw the fear of absolute terror in my eyes.
Story. In Domicong Sioux in high school.
Yeah.
Was he just...
He must have been right.
Oh, yeah. Both sides of the line of scrimmage. Total menace. Yeah. I had a good quarterback. I forget the kid's name, but he was balling. They were hooping, and really all you need in the state of Oregon, high school football wise, is one of those players, either a quarterback or a line of scrimmage player, and you're probably going to the state finals. And he was no exception. All right, we got a college football darty coming up, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, Red Rivers, Signetti, all the chaos, that's next here in the nation. But Tolos, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works. All right, you want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians.
just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it so fun for?
Found out we're going to lose Sanders for the year, our running back.
Thanks for that news. Miles Sanders out for the year. That's tough for him, but thank you for the news.
We bring you the latest Cowboys news with Stephen Jones, Mondays at noon and Fridays at 3 on your home of the boys, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan at Cowboys Monday. Trying to make the most of it, trying to make sense of this. Talk about where the Cowboys get back, and Shoddy's presser's coming up at about 3:15 or so. So we'll get to Shoddy then. But let's talk some college football. Wow, what a weekend. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, absolute chaos. We'll dive into it right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke. I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get the rain man cold.
What a day in college football, man. You have number 3 Oregon taking the L. Number 6 Oklahoma down. Number 14 Missouri gone. Number 15 Michigan out of here. Number 17 Illinois, see you later. Number 22 Iowa State, bye-bye. And number 25 Florida State make it 3 L's in a row for the Seminoles. And that was the chaos from your college football weekend.
I loved it. I was here for all of it, baby.
Yes, you were, including Friday night at a lovely wedding.
Oh.
Shout out to the wonderful Mr. and Mrs. Cole. And we had a great time. Friday night, supposed to be tailgating, right? According to Broadus. Thought we were skipping out, playing hooky.
He thought he saw you on TV.
I thought I saw asphalt.
I think I saw that first turnover for the Mean Green. I thought Wolchuk was in the stands waving his shirt.
He might
around.
as well have been, because we were at this wedding and he was just buried in his cell phone. And one of my favorite things from the weekend that has echoed for the last 48 hours was just Wolchuk during speeches being given, heartfelt speeches, fathers of the bride handing over their daughter.
Great speech.
You're just hearing, get a stop. Get a stop. Oh, get a bleeping stop right now. Fumble what? That was. I
love it.
It was like the 3-minute stretch during the game when UNT just completely fell apart and lost it. It was right in the middle of the speech giving.
Really bad.
And Wolchuk just couldn't really contain himself.
That was the first time I think of the night Cody regretted getting an open bar. Didn't know about Wolchuk's passion for vodka and UNT football.
Fortunately, he had no idea about this because they couldn't hear. I mean, we were in the very far back corner of the room. I mean, probably a good decision for Cody to put us back there.
I think his worst decision was having Bobby in that thing, huh? See, Bobby, was he robot Bobby? What's going on with that?
I was pretty upset that
I thought he stood tall in the pocket and he delivered. Okay, I thought it was a great walk up from him. He was looking sharp.
He did. He looked fantastic. But I guess he's upset that I shared that video. And I did not. I don't know, Eric, if you heard any PSA that there was no filming allowed. I did not get that PSA.
Was that hammered Bobby trying to keep it together?
No, that was
sober.
That was just pure Adderall, Bobby.
Gravitas.
Was he worried he was going to fall or something?
I think he was worried about falling.
It was a little bit of a terrain, walking down the aisle there.
Those swishy hips can throw you off center.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you have this like timing aspect where the wedding coordinator's like really just eyeballing you, mean mugging, make sure that you got your step count right.
It's like he
was a little nervous, but I thought he did a hell of a job.
It looked like Field of Dreams that he was coming out of the corn. I mean,
it was a good walk. Had a good gait to it.
He was coming out onto the field. I mean, what is that?
You would have no idea this guy was dealing with sciatica pain.
No.
Was that the deal?
Yeah, he does have sciatica pain.
If he says that's the issue, then I apologize, Robert. But
that's well documented.
I was surprised at how put off he was. I feel like Bobby would be the first to do that to any of us when it comes to like filming and trying to make fun of us at a wedding. But I love you, Bob, and I'm sorry.
Okay, so I listen. It's surprising that we're not going to start with the Red River game because
we're not.
We're not because what Indiana did.
Fine.
Indiana's the real deal.
Till they're not.
Actually, LSU being all over South Carolina is the real deal.
Well, I mean,
is this the first time Indiana has ever been the real deal in football?
I think so.
Yeah, because last year we were kind of like fool's gold. Are you real? Are you not real? But this year, it's a statement.
Our sideline lady told the coach, she was interviewing him, and he goes, "It's the first time Indiana has ever beaten a top 5 opponent." He goes, "Wow, that sounds pretty bad."
It's like, wow, what a stat!
What a stat!
0 5 stars, 7 4 stars. According to the 247 talent composite, the 72nd most talented roster in the sport. 3 spots behind a team like Boston College.
Where's your quarterback on this list?
Well, Fernando Mendoza's the real deal. Absolutely.
I got Dane Brugler's list today. I think Dane had him 3rd.
Yeah, Dane's got him pretty, and he has adjusted it through the season. I don't think preseason he had him as his top 5 quarterbacks.
No, I remember Dane had Joe Burrow at 50 in his top 50 one time.
Yeah,
that was the start where he had Joe Burrow.
But Fernando Mendoza, and gosh, he is just such a humble, likable, just kind of soft-spoken
opposite of you.
You want to hear from him? Actually, we can hear from Fernando.
The humble part.
He might be your Heisman. He might be a top pick in the draft. He's rocking right now with IU, who probably should be the number 1 team in the country. This was him after the game. Now, keep in mind, he's being interviewed by CBS. And then listen to all the shout-outs at the end.
Yeah, first of all, I want to give all the glory to God. Thank you so much to my family for helping me get to this point. And I could have done without a fantastic offense. They never said it was going to be easy. We came in here, we handled adversity fantastically, and we rose to the moment. When the offense is on the field and we need a game-winning drive, we did it. When the defense needed a stop, we did it. Thank you so much for Hoosier Nation coming out. I'm so grateful for all my offensive linemen, receivers, running backs, tight ends. And what a great team we have here to struggle through adversity and come out on top, especially such a great team like Oregon. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to my guy Pat McAfee for shouting us out. TC's friends, my guy Steve Levy, and also Boston Connor. Let's go Hoosiers. God bless.
ESPN, CBS, whatever. We'll go with that. All right.
ESPN, CBS, just roll with it.
Might want to slow things down just a little bit.
Yeah,
he doesn't. The game come to him.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. He pulled a rabbit out of his head.
Yeah,
man, I got the Hoosiers in one New Year's Day game in their program's history. 1967.
Man,
they were co-winners of the Big Ten. They went out and played in the Rose Bowl and lost to O.J. Simpson's USC Trojans. Unbelievable.
It's a great story. It really is.
It is. And then you had the Red River game where Mateer probably shouldn't have played in that game. And the pass rush for the Longhorns came alive. Their defense actually looked like the respectable unit that we thought they were going to be.
They finally came to perform. I thought that was the defense that we'd be seeing all year long. They played great.
That Colin Simmons, man.
Real deal.
Where's he? He's Duncanville. Yeah, I mean, 2.5 sacks, bunch of pressures.
He's awesome. And Tom Rinaldi had another tearjerker. The story with him and his younger brother who suffers from autism and their relationship. I mean, it was a beautiful package from Rinaldi.
Yeah. I mean, he stays with the beautiful packages. I mean, he built a career on it.
Stopped myself, and then you got to follow through.
Happy National Herpes Awareness Day, by the way.
Yep.
Okay,
Tom knows what he's doing.
This was before the game, though. This is Booger McFarland before the game. Old school mentality. John Mateer, thumb. What's the plan?
Broken right hand warming up, Boog. And that's a thumb and a hand I would be looking to step on as a defensive lineman. Red River rivalry.
Appreciate the honesty. Thank you, Boog.
That's a thumb we're looking to step
show
on.
with us.
Your stat of the day. Oklahoma has yet to score a touchdown against Texas since joining the SEC.
It is wild.
It just means more. It's been 737 days since Oklahoma's last touchdown versus Texas. You had Arch Manning making some big-time plays. Shout out to Bennett Broadus. Bennett Broadus.
Yeah, thank you.
Firing the cannons.
That's a part of him. Yeah, he
got the hug.
He's got a great. I actually got a picture sent to me of him and Arch like together, like after Arch had fired it. Like you see the smoke and just him and Bennett are standing there.
Awesome. That's looking so pimp, dude. That's going on the mantle.
I had it already blown up for him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's framed and
it's ready to roll.
Turn that into a fat head.
Historic day.
Big time.
Appreciate
Big time.
It. Yep.
All righty, that's one down, 4 to go. Here it's the Gbag Nation on the Fan. We're about 20 minutes from Schotty's presser. You're going back-to-back, Chief. It's time for a sports hodgepodge.
Yeah, let's crank this thing with some NFL and some more college football chaos. I mean, we just scratched the surface next year in the nation.
All right, but Prize Picks, best way to win cash on your Stars, on your Cowboys. Heck, we got Mavs season. We do have preseason that you can go ahead and play on as well.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the nation. Here we go. Shoddy presser coming up here in about, 15, 20 minutes or so. Very interested to hear what he has to say, and we'll get Cowboys news and everything rolling along here for you as well. Of course, Jerry Jones did not talk to media yesterday, so he'll be on with Sean and RJ tomorrow giving his reaction to an abysmal loss in Carolina. Time now for a sports hodgepodge, and here's the chief, Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, it was a great sports weekend, and we just scratched the surface on the college football chaos. Like, the fun that is college football really knows no bounds. Shout out to the TAMU police. We'll be reading some all-time tweets.
They had a good one. Got me now starting to read those, too.
It's like it's nice. Totally like you almost want to get the notifications. Like, I want to know any time a tweet gets popped out in real time.
They had some good ones.
It's incredible right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude mother.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shot jack stuff.
Did anyone get bleeped harder? Like, seriously, text in if you or someone you know got bleeped harder than what Auburn got on Saturday. Oh,
that was bad.
My gosh.
Really poor officiating.
How are they? I mean, for anyone that missed it, you're talking about Auburn about to, like, obvious touchdown going up 17-0 on Georgia at the half to next thing you know, the TD's actually called a fumble. And then it's 85 yards worth of penalties in 5 plays to allow Georgia a chip shot field goal. And Auburn in the second half just went into the tank. And, I mean, we're talking like 15 yards in the second half. Auburn offensively just completely S the bed.
So bad.
And Kirby
Jets
Smart
might want to pick up their quarterback.
Yeah, seriously. It was like it's a Spider-Man meme between whoever's the quarterback. What's his name again for Auburn?
Jackson Arnold.
Jackson Arnold and Justin Fields are kind of looking at each other like, are we the same person?
Maybe.
Aaron Glenn's looking around going like, Hugh Freeze?
You?
Are we the same person?
Are we?
Kirby Smart? I don't know. There's some controversy here with the clapping and the timeout. And did I call a timeout? Was it the clapping? Apparently, the clap was him getting upset at the Auburn defensive players who were trying to mimic the snap and that whole fiasco. But that looked like Kirby Smart had the rest right there in his pocket.
Oh, he did. He did. I mean, being able to basically lie and then get them to go your way about it. I mean, you would think that maybe there was some foolery going on.
Felt like it. But Georgia ends up getting the win. The SEC is just in a weird time right now. I guess Alabama's the best, but the Aggies.
I think Texas A&M might be the best team.
I wouldn't fight you on that.
I'm with you.
All, dude.
That defense is legit.
The defense.
Marcel Reed's playing well.
Dude, what is going on with that defense where it's like, if it's third down, you might as well just punt on third down versus
like
the Aggies.
6% or something like that?
Yeah, they've given up like 1 or 2 first downs on third down since SEC play started. The Aggies are absolutely not to be fooled with. Their offensive line is a bunch of bullies. They got players all over the place. Shout out to Elko, man. Elko is, I mean,
it's a perfect fit.
Exactly what that program needed.
Take that Penn State job.
No, stay right there. Stay right there at Texas A&M. Now, they did get big news today. Le'Veon Moss, their awesome running back, he's going to miss significant time. They said he will return this year, but he's got an isolated injury to the ankle, not to the knee. They thought it was the knee, but it's the ankle. So he's going to miss a few weeks. Hopefully, the Aggies can stay the course.
TAMU Police at 7:14 p.m. on October 11th, 2025, a tweet that received over 7.5 million views.
My goodness.
Reads as such.
Popular account.
Public intoxication. Aggie Park. Contacted subject eating a sandwich with a water jug of whiskey. BAC was a .337.
Oh, my goodness. Take that kid to the hospital, right?
Released to EMS.
Yeah, we got to get this guy in the ambulance.
BTHO Florida. Someone responded, is this really the number or is that a typo? I need clarification because I don't think a 337 can be real.
Yeah.
They respond, it is correct. That is why EMS was called.
You got to stay away from the straight liquor if you're a problem drinker. You know, it's a recipe for disaster. Go with light beer, right? Listen,
Probably should pivot.
You're going to want to put that thing to your mouth and drink every 30 seconds to 2 minutes if you're a problem drinker.
Water jug of whiskey.
Of whiskey. He's lucky to be alive.
I bet that sandwich was hitting like crack, though. Right before he got...
Speaking of sandwich, did you see Arby's bought Buffalo Wild Wings?
I did see that. How about Arby's just having more cash than you could ever imagine?
It was a $3 billion buy.
They got the meats and the wings.
I guess they do now.
Like you say, Arby's coming up with some cash.
They had to find something that somebody wanted.
Okay, man, that beef and cheddar is not
but think
bad.
about it. With
When's the last time?
Last year?
I brought them to the group.
Yeah, you brought those beef and cheddars. Those beef and cheddars.
Like years ago?
No.
And the fish sandwich you picked up.
The fish sandwich, yeah. Shout out to Lent.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
That was disgusting.
I think it's all right. You know, it's all right.
Whoa, make up your mind over there. What is it? All right.
There's clearly a market for it because, again, they spent like $3 billion to purchase B-dubs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buffalo Wild Wings, good stuff. I just think like low-end roast beef isn't high on my cold cuts, shopping
but if you're
list.
drinking a jug of whiskey, it's probably like you're eating.
There's something about it with the fake melted cheese.
Yeah.
And then whatever
The onion
that
bun.
Arby's sauce. You know you're eating processed disgust, and that's why we're probably fat in America. But it's delicious.
That onion bun, I think, is.
Oh, the onion bun.
Yeah.
Bunion. Okay.
It's not eat a bunion.
Yeah,
Is it worse?
It hurts. A bunion hurts.
I would hate to be this kid, though. This kid's probably in some hell right now. Texas A&M police. Public intoxication, Kyle Field Plaza. Subject stumbling through the plaza. When asked for ID, she handed officer a credit card. Released to sober mother.
Ooh. Must have been a very disappointed mom.
You think underage?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair guesstimate. When you're handing the credit card, when they're asking for the ID, something has gone totally awry.
That does seem a little heavy-handed, though, just like stumbling while you're walking.
Yeah.
It's a football game.
It's kind of like...
We could probably find one of those every minute or two.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong about that. Now, there was some incredible stuff that went down as well. Shout out to the Oklahoma State, bro section. Okay.
Oh, wait, this guy waving the shirt?
Yeah. I mean, this is when Oklahoma State is down by 26 points. Just getting absolutely mopped. And it started with 4 shirtless dudes, and then it graduated into 2 entire sections of shirtless dudes just swinging their shirt around.
Yeah.
If you only looked at that section, you would think, wow, this must be the biggest game of the season, and they must be mollywopping some team because they are fired up. But it was just like an ironic, sarcastic, we'll get sunburned and we'll root on rabidly our team that's trailing by 26 right now in a season where our longtime coach got fired. So, I mean, that's college football. That's why you love college football.
That's how tradition's born right there.
Yeah.
Looks like they got like 500 members of this club now.
Yeah, it was popping, dude. I love it. Some fraternities high-fiving each other right now between classes.
Attaboy.
Let's see what else was awesome this college football weekend. Iowa State emergency kicker, 6'8", 310-pound offensive lineman named Carson Rhodes.
Straight on?
4th string kicker. Yeah, he was doing the kickoffs. I didn't see him do any field goals, but he was doing the kickoffs. And then this is what it's about right now. We have now seen the maturation process of the big man ball carrier at Alabama, Caden Proctor, absolute mammoth of a human being. And it started a couple of weeks ago. What was that, versus Georgia, when they threw him an intentional wide receiver screen? Okay, and then they're giving him some goal line touches. Yeah. And then this week versus Missouri, you see him down kind of near the goal line, around the 3-yard line. And they got the big man as a wildcat quarterback. Just direct snap, let him barrel through. And it looks good.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it really looks good.
Proctor's an athlete, huh?
I think this is the evolution of the sport.
Yep.
We're going to start seeing this.
It's amazing television, number one.
It is.
Entertainment goes through the roof, and how can that not be effective?
Yes.
Nobody wants to tackle that guy.
Nobody wants to tackle that guy.
You guys see Darnell Washington get loose on the first play of the game?
That's
6'8", 315 running down the sideline.
Dude, the Steelers field.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers was not happy post game.
No, he was. Yeah, you're right.
But did Pitt play a home game there the day before?
Yes, that's part of the issue.
Yeah.
Is you have a college game going down less than 24 hours before the pro team takes the field.
They got an upset. They beat somebody they shouldn't have beaten. They were a dog.
Oh, they did. You're right.
It was AC. Who they beat? It was Florida State.
It was Florida State.
It was Florida State.
FSU.
Yeah.
By the way, that LSU linebacker
34-31.
who's dating Lane Kiffin's daughter.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's just a game.
Weeks,
He's an in-game puker.
Yeah, he was puking.
He was puking again just right before the ball snapped.
Yeah.
Like a lot too.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like a waterlog. It was like
He drinks a lot of coffee. He drinks a lot.
Is that what it is?
He drinks a lot of coffee before the game.
Well, I can't imagine playing through that. Anytime I feel like I got to vomit, I just need to go sit down.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm having a medical event here.
No, between plays, he just chunks it and goes makes tackle. It's pretty incredible to watch.
He's a football guy
Just
through and
puke and
through.
move.
Okay, it wasn't just James Franklin who got fired this weekend. Shout out to now former UAB head football coach Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
Oh, Dilf.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
And apparently that analysis goes as far as college football.
You're right.
You cannot lose games and still win.
Thank you, Trent.
And that backfired on him, as now he has lost his gig. Did you see the Notre Dame fan run on the field after Michigan versus USC?
Yes.
Okay, it's Michigan USC. Shout out to USC getting a big win. Huge win. And then a Notre Dame fan who was at the game storms the field and then just starts running up to USC players. And he's like, Notre Dame's going to whoop y'all next week, though. It's like, this is college football.
The ultimate troll job. We'll get back to more of that a little bit later in the mix bag.
I love it, dude. I mean, I
love that.
It's hilarious. I understand why you probably wouldn't want that happening, but I thought it was. I mean, he's a legend right now
absolutely.
in South Bend.
So the biggest thrill you can have as a fan is storming the field. I think you just need to wait for your team to be winning, usually at home.
Like actually, be a USC fan and storm the field.
And then Texas Tech continuing to get it done. Why was KU's coach so butthurt with Joey McGuire after the game?
They think they were running it up or something. I was surprised you didn't pull any of RG3. That guy was wilding on that call.
Oh, was he really?
Yes.
He's calling games?
He is he's the color broadcaster for, I think, the Primetime Fox games.
Was he doing his double entendre bit?
For him.
Was he doing his double entendre bit?
Yeah. In a big way. Well, because
was Anthony Orgy carrying the football?
Dickey was the running back for Tech, and he had an amazing game.
I feel like RG3 he's the Eric Chiafalo of play-by-play broadcasts.
He was having a lot of fun with the Dickey entendres.
We gotta get him on the Super Bowl. Have a double entendre off. We can spot him on Radio Row.
Ask him about Dick Fangio and watch him just fall out.
Did you say Dick?
372 yards rushing, 9 sacks, 14 TFLs. Texas Tech is an absolute problem. And then this is once again their quarterback going down with an injury.
And at first it did not look good. Will Hammond struggled. And then he truck sticked to mofo.
Just got him into the flow of the game. Got him feeling real good. Got him feeling nicey. Yeah, David Bailey, 8.5 sacks so far this season. He's the guy from Stanford that transferred over to Texas Tech.
And then they got a monster on the other side, Romello Height, also a star.
Yes,
and then Jacob Rodriguez, their linebacker. Like that defense, Texas Tech is legit.
I do think there's going to be a plethora of quality linebackers in this draft. Rodriguez being one of like 10 dudes who I think could probably help you tomorrow.
Yeah. Ohio State might have 2.
Oh, they definitely do. Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the Buckeye defense is very good. Historic.
Dane said Reese is his favorite player. I was talking to him about him today.
Ooh, okay.
That's his favorite player in the whole class?
In the whole class, yeah.
Wow. That all right.
And then just a little look ahead here. Vandy opened as a favorite over LSU.
At home?
Watch out.
No, that game's in Nashville.
Yeah,
they should be.
Vandy
should be. Vandy should be a favorite. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. And Ole Miss. I mean, what's up with LSU and Ole Miss having Lane Kiffin's calling out the student section. People are leaving these games early.
Yeah.
LSU and Ole Miss. I thought it meant more. Guess not.
Ole Miss was on upset alert early.
Thank you, Chief. There it is, a sports hodgepodge for you here in the nation. Krusty's Corner is scheduled for 3:40. Hopefully the shoddy presser doesn't eat too much into that, but we're going to give you both no doubt about it. Shoddy presser is scheduled to do some Cowboys news and react to their real disaster in Charlotte, I guess is how you'd put that. That's coming up next here in the nation. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Schotty pushed to 345, as we thought could happen, and it has. Okay, so looking forward to hearing what Schotty has to say about the Cowboys' Week 6 loss to Carolina here coming up in about 20 minutes. But let's do Krusty's Corner here. Brian has studied the tape. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. And the corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you to my teammates. Thank you to Reliant for being a part of this one as always. A lot to get into the film. I'll start with the offense if I could today. And I'll start with the why Dallas had the inability to run the football in this game. We'll get to the defense, but I'll start with this offense first because I felt like, though, going into this game, there might be some opportunity on the outside to run this ball. And I kind of felt like that there were going to be ways that Dallas could control these inside three and then work that off the edge and be able to do that. They just never were able to do that. And I think the number one reason, Zach, did you look at the tape this one? Did you get to see it?
Yes.
All right. So just chime in if you feel free. But the number one reason why Dallas offense, especially running the football, is about movement. It's about down blocks. It's combo blocks. It's about pulling. It's about the lineman pulling. It's about the tight end pulling. It's about the fullback pulling. You know, when they play, how they play Hunter Lipke. In this game, Carolina destroyed those opportunities for you. The way that they played with penetration in this game, it was with Robinson. It was also Derek Brown. Bobby Brown was another factor in this thing, number 97. And what happens is Dallas, their game is based on that ability to get push front side, whether it's their tight ends or their tackle guard combination to get push, and then allow the pullers to get around, either kick out or to log or to do what they need to do in order to create space. Carolina didn't let them do that. Carolina, and maybe it had a little bit to do, Dawson, with what happened with Tyler Smith and working with Hoffman. Continuity with your offensive line. And you're thinking like, okay, if you're Tyler Smith, you're like, if I have to combo with somebody and I work with, say I'm working with the center, in this case Hoffman, and I shove that, I just bump that guy to the center, and then I'm up on the second level, where there were a couple times where he shoved his guy to Hoffman and Hoffman couldn't handle it. Hoffman couldn't get head in front. Hoffman was like almost playing what we call half man, like he was trying to get across. He couldn't make it. Robinson a couple of times was able to fight him off and then be right there for the tackle. But the big thing to me was they were able not to get that push, but the pullers with the penetration. Because there were times when they'd pull Smith going left to right, trying to get the edge. They have Hunter Lipke behind, maybe helping to be part of the pull. And Smith gets picked off by a penetrating lineman. So now it's Smith gets picked off. They can't get Hunter Lipke up to get a block. So now you have free defenders on the front side of the offense. And that was a big problem in this game. One of the biggest reasons why Dallas could not run, the continuity between the offensive linemen, the tight ends, the pullers, and like Hunter Lipke was big in this game. There were a couple of times too where they had blocks made and Williams didn't read it the right way.
I noticed that at least once or twice.
Yeah. They ran a play down on the goal line, tight red zone, where they had everything like we were talking about. Everything got sealed, and Dak handed him the ball, and he, instead of pressing front side and trying to get the 4 or 5 yards and get down closer to the goal line, he tried to bounce the ball back. He didn't trust what he saw or didn't see it front side, which he has the majority of the year. He didn't trust it, tried to go backside, and they didn't have things secured at all, -2 on the
It was
run.
amazing the Cowboys were able to score 27 despite all that going wrong, but it played a huge impact in the game because by the time you got to 4 minutes or 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, rather, Carolina did not respect your run game at all.
No.
Yeah,
and they're
not at
sitting
all.
back playing so soft that, like, I think Dak decided my only option is the check downs on those last 2 throws. Like, you couldn't like look down there and see your 2 receivers against 6 or 7 guys back and find an open target. So you would think, okay, Short's got to be open. I mean, and Short was suffocated.
Yeah, they did a really good job of the short stuff when it did happen. Me personally, that last series, I'm still wearing them out with Pickens.
I think you're so right
They
about
did
this.
not. The protection overall, I thought was really good. Dak had more time to throw this ball this week than any other game he's had this year. And they really did in that final drive. It's just unfortunate. Schotty tried to throw the throwback, maybe make something happen. It's just unfortunate. They had the 2 negative plays. But, man, to me, George Pickens, whether it was zone coverage, man coverage, and Carolina played a lot of man coverage in this game for them. They flipped the script a little bit. They said, okay, we're going to play a little bit. But Pickens was wearing them out in that coverage. And I'm really surprised that maybe in that situation that Dak, they needed to make probably 3 more throws to George Pickens in that game, and they would have won. Or they would have, well, put it this way, they would have made it a 4-point game and then make the Panthers have to drive. Your hope is, if you get a score, maybe not leave them enough time, but you're probably, we're going to give them a touchdown. But it's a touchdown. It's not a field goal situation. So that's really unfortunate right there. The protection in this game was where it needed to be. And they just didn't. That last sequence, I think, killed him in this game offensively.
Thursday, Clayton Adams at his presser was asked about how good the running game had been and if they were executing his vision. And he talked for about 45 seconds about how there's lots of inconsistencies and they're not taking these stats as confirmation. I think those things showed up in a big way.
It did. There was a lot of whiffs, a lot of trailers on the backside. Like even if Tyler Smith did get the pull and it was clean, like I don't know if it was Bass ends up missing some, and then somebody comes in and chases the play down on the backside.
Well, they had a couple of times there too where Guyton is pushing hard to the front side. He's stepping front side, and his responsibility is to step front side and then hinge back. And then they had runners. They had runners from the backside that were a couple of different times that ran the play down. So unfortunate, though, that I think throwing the football that latter part of the game would have been the best thing. The running game was non-existent, but because the way Carolina was playing the front.
It looked like you showed up and just kind of mailed it in a lot of times with the blocking, like whether it's screens or in the run game. Like the play is finishing up and Carolina's playing with their hair on fire to get to the ball carrier and wrap him up, and like blockers are standing around, kind of like that play that involved Tolbert very early in the season that we got so frustrated with. Like the play's live and you don't know who to block. You're not looking hard enough for players to block. It was really disheartening, but I thought for the first time, like maybe the effort wasn't there, or being as aggressive and locked in as you need to be.
On the flip side of this, on the Cowboys defense, Zach, again, if there's something you see, feel free. By the way, I've designated Javion Clowney as the 53rd player on my roster.
Yeah, he is.
If you have to make, if we have to make a move here to add somebody to the roster,
he's your first gone.
You're not getting anything from him.
He's my 53rd player right now, is what I would say. We'll see what they would do with Mozzie Smith or something like that. They might do something with Mozzie. The fact that he was back to being inactive this week.
I mean, when they got interested, I looked him up. He looked washed up last year for the final month of the season.
Yeah, he's really not doing very much for you. That I think that not affecting the game in a good way. Carolina had a really good plan as far as running the football, and what they did was they took advantage of your 3 techniques is what they did by double teaming them. So what they did was they created space by pushing your 3, blocking your 1. They weren't concerned with Kenny Clark, and they weren't concerned with Jay Toia at all. They single blocked those guys, and they pushed, whether it was Oso Digizua, they were pushing Solomon Thomas. Whoever was the 3 was getting pushed, and that's where they were going to take the football. They did a really nice job with that. Dallas had a couple of opportunities. They tried some run fits when it came to, or I should say not run fits, but run blitzes, where they angled, like they were trying to angle Sam Williams down a couple of times and then see if they could play off getting inside and then having somebody over the top. The problem was when they were angling, whether it was Fowler or Williams, there was nobody getting over the top. This was a struggling game for Murray. They struggled with, I think, Shamar James. The numbers say that, but once again, it's tackles of him running to the ball and just making a tackle, but things that were at him were a problem. They had Damone Clark on the field for one particular run. They gave up yardage in that one. It didn't matter what combination or what run. They tried to even load the box, and when they loaded the box, there was averaging almost 7 yards a carry. Now, there was some times, too, where the defenders were just completely out of position. I mentioned Murray. I mentioned also James was out of position. And then Maris Leofau. They had some bad fits in the secondary when he was trying to help. Your best run defender in the secondary was Reedy Stewart.
Yeah, he had one really good player along the goal line in the first half.
Stewart is one of these guys, the closer they line him up to the slot and into the line of scrimmage, he is going to try and make a play. And he was able to do that a couple of different times. So,
it's just frustrating. I'm very impressed with how small he is, that he can be that physical.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't be relying on your slot corner to make that many plays.
No.
And it's awesome. It's very maddening.
Yeah.
I thought Dono had one. Dono had one good play.
Yeah.
And maybe if you replace like that first play of the game with Wanye, maybe Donovan Wilson makes that tackle and it doesn't go for 9 and it's at the line of scrimmage.
I thought that was a pretty good example of like Flus actually calling first play of the game, calling something right. And they get a free runner and they miss the play and it ends up being a 9-yard run. That's kind of how this defense plays.
Do you feel like maybe they're missing Malik Hooker?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think what the biggest problem to me is when they are playing, they're playing coverage. I just don't think that you can put Donovan Wilson in any kind of coverage situation and expect anything good to happen from it. I don't know how you could sit there and say, okay, let's put him one-on-one. And even what happened down in the second, I mentioned the second Ted McMillan touchdown, that why is Diggs waving him off so he can cover a tight end, and he's putting Wilson in a situation where Wilson's having to play the receiver? That to me doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense in how you play that.
I think the big one's the 4th and 3, and I know we got asked about that a lot with Bland playing off, but I think when you go back and watch it, and
they were trying to they were trying to buzz the linebacker. I
think it was actually a pretty good call.
Yeah,
from Flus there.
I think Flus knew what they were going to do, where they were going to throw the ball. He just had a defender once again. We've seen this cover 2, that Tampa 2, where they run the Mike linebacker through the middle of the field into the deep part of the defense. And they don't get there then, and I think that if you're going to run that particular...
I think we got Schotty right now.
Got Schotty, okay.
Let's go up to the star.
Okay,
here's Coach Schottenheimer.
First. What does that mean?
Probably Nick.
That means he drives the fastest?
Yeah.
Try to keep up with our players. You try to keep up with our players. You can't do it. I guarantee you can't do it.
Not Sam Williams.
Yeah. Stop.
Oh.
It's going to be that kind of day?
Wow.
It's going to be that kind of day. I didn't say names. It's going to be that kind of day. Okay. All right. I see what kind of day it's going to be. Okay. Yeah. You're going to get short and sweet answers. I can promise you that. Yes. No.
Next question.
Exactly. I like that better.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. What was your message to your team today after what happened yesterday?
I told him the truth. I told him that we did not play that game physical enough. When you look at it, they controlled the line of scrimmage. They owned the line of scrimmage. That's part of our identity. We were not surprised by it, but at the same time, it was one game, and we know we can be a physical football team. We know we've done that at times, but we weren't that yesterday. Different reasons. I think they did some really good scheme stuff to us on their defensive side of the ball. They two-gapped to some of their read and react stuff. They took us, they stretched us out a little bit, and I didn't think like we ever found our rhythm. Anytime you have your longest run is 6 yards, that's not very good. And then on the other side of the ball, I think that they just they wanted to come in and double team us and run duo, and our fits were off. The run fits they're hard. They're calculated, and you got to get everybody in the same gaps. And they strained us some, and they got some balls on the perimeter that we didn't have much contain for, and they hit explosives when we didn't.
You guys been so up and down this year. How do you try to make sure this doesn't get out of control here, and this season goes where you don't want it to go?
Yeah, well, certainly we focus in the moment, and again, the consistency or inconsistency is real, and I think that it goes back to practice. We want to have good days of practice. We want to focus on the fundamentals. I think that's one of the things that when you're a little bit inconsistent, it's not always scheme. The schemes weren't perfect yesterday. I can assure you of that in all three phases. But, we need to get back to really emphasizing fundamentals and letting these guys go play with confidence and have the ability to win their matchups with their fundamentals.
When I tell DLLS Cowboys, when you have so many holes, I guess, in the running game and the passing game, was it hero ball? Because you say the guys understand the scheme and they know what they're supposed to do. Were they doing too much hero ball? Or how
define hero ball for me. Trying to make plays.
Trying to make plays and not follow their keys.
Yeah, I think, you did see guys pressing. It goes back to the thing that I say, Clarence, in terms of, hey, don't press, just go play. And I think anytime, you're giving up big plays and you can't stop the run and you're struggling to do that, guys are going to try to shoot gaps and do things like that. And the one thing about defense is, if one guy is out of position or one guy's supposed to be in the A gap and he's in the B gap, that creates running lanes. And so I don't think hero ball's it, but I do think that there's times where guys press and they're trying to make plays. And why? Because they want to win and they want to try to help things turn around, and that's not usually a good recipe, though.
Stephen Jones said on the radio today that you guys may make some changes and do things that either the players want to do or fit them best, and kind of match that with what Eberflus's scheme wants you guys to do. Can you talk about what that may look like?
Yeah, we started early this morning, as you can imagine, and with the defensive staff and, just looking at all types of different things. And, we watched the film a little bit different than we did. We didn't just kind of watch the game. Usually you watch the game sequentially. It was a little different. We wanted to watch kind of all the first, second down runs and then all the first, second down passes. Why? Well, there's breakdowns, and we need to figure out what those breakdowns are. And sometimes when you're jumping from first, second to third down to red zone to 2-minute to things like that, you can't pinpoint some of the solutions. And, we've got a board filled of ideas and things that we really think will help. This is a system that, from a multiple standpoint, we can play man-to-man. We do play man-to-man. We play fire zones that are matchy, which means man-to-man. But we're not really doing anything from a consistency standpoint that's great. Like when we fix the one issue in the passing game, then the run game, pops back up. So that's why I go back to, yes, we're looking at everything and we're going to make changes and then make adjustments, and certainly not going to share those with you guys. But I want to go back to the fact of the other thing we need to do as coaches is emphasize fundamentals and hand placements and fits and how you take on a combination block with your near arm and your near foot and how you shoot the gap to create separation so that your buddy can come off and make a play. Those little finite details are the things that we're not doing from a consistent standpoint, which is why we struggled yesterday.
You do that in minicamp, you do that in training camp. You have enough time in the season to hone in those things like that?
Yeah, you do. And it's our job as coaches and my job as head coach to adjust the practice schedule. And if we need more individual time, then something's got to get cut. And is that individual that gets moved here? Or you add a piece here and you do a little less of a team period, or you take a little bit from a water break, but you find the answers. Our job is to find solutions. And that's what this staff is committed to doing. And whether we win or we lose, we're always looking for solutions. And that was the other message I said to the guys is, we have to be solution-oriented. And that's coach to coach, coach to player, player to player. And that's how you win in this league.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. Are those solutions in-house? Do you have enough to find those solutions on the field?
Yeah, I think so. I really do. I think, we're going to continue to make these guys compete for playing time. We're not I'm not putting blame on any player that maybe doesn't start this week or doesn't. We as the coaching staff have to be better. We know that in all three phases. But if you believe in the mantra of compete every day, the best players need to play. And we need to continue to focus on things that we do well. We certainly did not do enough of that at the line of scrimmage yesterday, both phases running the football and stopping the run. But it doesn't mean you don't have the people to do it. It just means you have to look for solutions. And does that mean there's going to be some potential changes that you see us do differently? Yes. Is it going to be something that just jumps off the film and all we do now is play nothing but man-to-man? No, that's not happening. But there will be some changes, and there will be some things that we look at that as we figure out our personnel even more, that you'll see us maybe move into a direction where you're seeing more of that.
And there's always what ifs during the course of the season and things that have happened. A lot of people say if Micah was here, this defense would be a bit different. Do you think that this defense would be different if Micah was still here?
No, I don't. I don't really know. Mike's a great player. We've got other great players, but it takes 11 on defense. And again, that is the thing that, 9-10 guys on a football team, offense, defense, special teams, if one of those is a little off with their assignment, a little off with their alignment, then plays happen. And so I think it's more about the guys that are here continue to impress on them the importance of doing their job and doing it correctly and with the right fundamental and technique. And that's really what we're focused on.
John Machota with The Athletic, specifically with the linebacker play. What do you see from that group that makes you think that you can get better play there and that they will have the answers as the season goes on?
Yeah, well, I think, I would start with this. Number one, you go to Shamar. Shamar's a guy that we see the traits, we see the ability to dissect and make plays and shoot gaps and very, very physical. K9 playing a different position last week. That was different for him, being the guy making all the calls and the green dot and all that stuff with Jack being out. That affects things. Maris comes in the game, and we bring him on an edge pressure, and he gets the only sack of the day. And we're going to continue to play some base, but also you'll see us play nickel some, and you'll see us play different versions of nickel. And again, we want to get everybody involved. That's part of the deal. We want to have different packages, and quite honestly, I think some of the things that we can do from playing nickel different ways is what's important. That's kind of what Carolina did to us yesterday. They made us work, and give them credit. They were in 3-4, and then they were in nickel, and then they were in dime, and then they were playing 5-1, and that gave us some problems from a communication standpoint. And but again, this is not a issue of personnel. It's an issue of execution, and we have to coach it better, we have to detail it better, and then the players have to go out there and play.
And then offensively, how do you get the guys on the offensive side of the ball to not feel like they have to do everything, they have to be perfect for you guys to have any chance of winning on Sundays?
Well, listen, I'll start with this. When the defense got the 3 and out in the fourth quarter and we got the ball at the 46-yard line, I had no doubt in my mind that we were going to go win that football game. And the first play is a screen that, they kind of string it out and they make the tackle, and then, the next 2 calls, they force a check down, and but we had our chances. Hey, if we go 3 for 4 or 4 for 4 in the red zone, which is what we've done, then we're not even having this conversation. So, you're not going to find anybody in the offensive room that feels like the defense is letting us down. I truly believe that. This is a team game, and there's no reason we shouldn't go 4 for 4 in the red zone. We've proven we've gone 3 for 4, 5 for 5, whatever it's been. We've done that. So, we need to focus on doing our job, and special teams need to do their job. And there's plenty of things to clean up, not just on the defensive side of the ball.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. How much of the defensive conversations are part of trying to force takeaways as well? You have a couple corners that have led the league in interceptions in past years. Those guys don't have any quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that's a huge deal. Like when you're giving up yards, which we've given up yards, Nick. I mean, we're giving up too many big plays, and you're giving up yards, and whether it's runs that pop for 7 or 8 or passes that go for 10 to 14, whatever it is, the greatest differentiator of that is creating turnovers. And we are +1 in the last 3 games. All 3 games, the offense has not turned it over in 3 games. That's a pretty good streak. Defensively, we've taken away. I almost manifested Dono's. I told the guys last week I felt like the defense was going to score. And when Dono got the interception, I thought that was going to come true. My opinion with turnovers is you can't force them to happen. You train them in practice. We do ball, disruption drills every day. And they're going to come, and when they come in bunches. But, again, I think that, great punch out by Donovan, Ezeraku yesterday on the one off of Rico late. They kind of get it back, but you can't chase them because that goes back to, I can't remember how we referred to it as hero ball. But no, you can't chase it. But when they're there, you got to maximize them. And I think they do come in bunches.
Stephen seemed optimistic about Booker, Lamb, Turpin this week. Your thoughts?
Yeah, again, we'll see how they do tomorrow, but I think all those guys, we hope to see them out on the practice field at some point this week, and if we get them out there, then we'll kind of see where they're at from the ability to move around and conditioning and all that, but I would say we're hopeful.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com, ran for 180 yards against the Jets without 4 of your starters on the offensive line. When you get 2 back and can't get the run game going, is it frustrating a little bit? And what when you watched it back, did you see just in the run game on offense that wasn't clicking? Yeah, like I said, there was a lot of penetration. It's a big physical group. They got Ashawn Robinson, they got Derek Brown, and I felt like our combinations and communication weren't great. I thought it wasn't ID issues. The IDs were fine, but we didn't communicate it up and down the line, so there were times that we were targeted and maybe not all working in the same direction. But the biggest thing was we didn't give the backs a lot of opportunity to press the hole. Some of it, I think, was schematically our design as a staff. We need to look at that. Next time we're going to play another read and react front here in a couple weeks. And but, I mean, that's a defense. I'm going to give them credit. They held Miami to 19 yards rushing. They held us to 31 yards rushing. I mean, it's a very, very good front. And that's not our standard. And so, we have to adjust it. And it starts with us as a coaching staff first. And then with talking about the pressing or hero ball or whatever it would be.
It's a new term. He's going to patent it, hero ball. He's going to patent it. Before I do, I might do it before he does it. Tad, write that down.
Is part of the way to tweak that, maybe fixing the mental side of things, just players having confidence of like, this is where I'm supposed to be, even if maybe when they look at it, it may seem like something else is going on that would cause them to move off their assignment?
Yeah, ask the question again. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking.
Just if somebody's moving off of their key or something like that is part of the solution to that, and they're doing so because they think something else is occurring to where a bigger play would happen, is some of that just getting right mentally to instill the confidence of you got to trust the scheme, trust what you're seeing. Yeah, I think our eye discipline has not been to standard. It's not where it needs to be, and we need to look at that, and we need to basically simplify what they're looking at. So if you're a linebacker, you have a triangle that you read. What's the triangle? It's the center, the 2 guards, and the back. Well, if I'm not seeing the triangle well at times, then you make it a little bit smaller, and you'll go the center and the play side guard, or the center and the backside guard, or the center and the back, because sometimes when you're trying to see a lot, you see a lot, and it takes you out of position. And so us simplifying their eye discipline and their eye gaze is part of the solutions that we're trying to create, because our guys are getting
distracted and pulled certain ways in certain fits, and that's why we're late to the fits, and that's why you see our defensive tackles getting displaced at times because, if you don't have a linebacker taking a guy off a double team, the double team's going to hang forever, and you're going to get knocked back.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, a lot of the players have been saying, guys, the communication, this has led to blown coverages and guys not being in the right spots. How surprising is it to still be dealing with that 6 weeks into the season?
Yeah, it should not be happening at the level. I think, there was a call that, came in a little late the other day, and I had to burn a timeout, and Flus knows that, and he and I have discussed that. And, the changing of personnel makes coordinators work. I try to do it to defensive coordinators all the time. I'll sub personnels in late knowing that it kind of puts them up against it. But we have to communicate better. And again, are close calls getting made? Yes, they're getting made. Close left, close right, that's how you set the front. But in terms of when people change strengths and things like that, I do feel like it's not being communicated to the standard of a championship defense where guys are all on the same page. And that's problematic, and that starts with us as a staff. Why? You got to ask the question why. Like, we didn't sit in the meetings today and just be like, yeah, we got to do this better. No, it's why. Well, why is that happening? And so you come up with a list of why it's happening. Okay, great. Okay, to the left of that board or to the right of that board, I guess, is a list of, okay, these are the solutions so that doesn't happen anymore. And then you prepare those things, and that's your Wednesday install with the guys, and you start there. And what we have to do, especially on the defensive side of the ball, is adjust and tighten up 10 or 15%. You can't change 100%. We don't need to change 100%. We do good things, but we have to tighten up 10 or 15%, and that's what we're going to do. And it's going to be the 10 or 15% that we think gives us the best chance to win.
What are the solutions to, on a high level, tighten up the communication thing?
Yeah. Again, it starts with just the conversation in meetings, making guys talk, making guys speak up, making guys share information. It sounds crazy, but if we started something, up here with Clarence and we played the whisper game or whatever, and it kind of got back there to back, it'd be totally different than what he said. It wouldn't be hero ball. It'd be something different. And so guys have to be boisterous. Guys have to have command. Now, guess what? If you're not sure, guys tend to whisper. So we got to make sure our guys are damn sure and that they know exactly what we're doing so they can make the calls loud. And when they're bumping, they're bumping. When they're skying, they're skying. When they're buzzing, when they're clouding, they're clouding. Those are all terms that you use, but they have to say it loud and they have to do it with confidence. And if you don't speak with confidence, it's hard sometimes to get everybody feeling confident.
Newey.
You have your phone off? Get your phone off? You sure about that? Promise? Promise? Okay, just making sure. All right, we're good. We're back. We're good.
Your quarterback has played really well in the last 3 weeks. 11 touchdowns, 1 interception here, 800-something yards. Is it frustrating? You feel like maybe you're almost wasting some of these performances because this is high-level stuff you're getting from number 4?
He's playing great, and I don't think anybody's surprised by the fact he's playing great. I think when you look at it, our focus is to go out every time and to play well and play at a high level. And again, do we have the victories that we want, based on Dak's performance? No, we don't. But it doesn't change the fact that Dak needs to continue to do that. And again, he'll be the first one to tell you that, and I'll second my part of it. There were some things in the red zone yesterday that I didn't do very well. There's some things that he felt like he could have done better. And as I always say, it's the ultimate team game. And so Dak's going to be judged just like me on really all these guys on wins and losses. And so stats are great, but at the end of the day, we got to find a way to win.
Scott
Dixon with the AP. You were asked about the 4th down conversion after the game. I just wondered, looking at it a few more times, did you still feel like you all were in what you wanted to be, and the plan being that far away from the line of scrimmage was an okay thing?
Yeah, Duran thought he was a little tighter than he was. They were in a condensed split. They were close enough, so you never want to be double pressed because he can get picked. Duran thought he was a little bit tighter, and we had K9 trying to swipe out to it, but there's little things there that we can tighten up and clean up. But again, that game didn't come down to a 4th down. I mean, there's 6, 7, 8 plays in that game that, ultimately, if we make a few plays, give them credit. They made the plays when they need to, and we didn't, and that's why they came away with the win. And I told the guys, I say it all the time, and I'll say it again. I probably said it last night, but, we lost the 4th quarter 10-3. they outscored us 10-3 in the fourth quarter, and we play Washington this week, and I guarantee it's going to come down to the fourth quarter as well. And you got to win. You got to win games in the fourth quarter. You got to finish.
You mentioned the screen after you all got the stop. Was that a call you'd like back, or did you still like it?
It didn't work. So I like the call. I do like the call. Maybe the next call I didn't like as much. But it was not a good sequence of plays for us. It really wasn't. And again, you tell me we get the ball at the 46-yard line and whatever was left, 7-8 minutes or whatever's left in the fourth quarter, having moved the ball the way we had, I expect this team and myself to go down there and score every time, not just field goals, really touchdowns.
Go.
Joe Hoy, Dallas Morning News. I know you talked last week about being a head coach and allowing people to kind of coach in their rooms, especially on defense, without you having to go in there all the time. But when you're going into a week like this looking for solutions, do you plan to maybe spend more time in defensive coaching rooms this week?
I spend more time in all the rooms than you would think. I met, at length with the defense this morning. That's not because I'm panicked. That's because I know that I can offer solutions. And, okay, well, what's Carolina thinking? Well, why are they doing this? Why are they maybe running those type of plays? And here's how I would attack you and things like that. It's not to question. It's to educate them from an offensive standpoint. To make sure we're on the same page, to ask the question why, okay, like we talked about earlier, why, that's part of your job as the head coach. Well, why is that the right call, or why is that technique being used, or why is this guy in that spot? That's your job. And again, I think that, the one thing I love about Matt Eberflus is he welcomes it. And he, look, I've been Matt. I've been a coordinator, man, and I've been where people are calling you out and saying you don't know how to coach, and man, this guy's the worst coach in history. Matt Eberflus is a damn good football coach, and we have to perform better. But I've been him, and so part of me being in there is to help as an asset, to tell him I believe in him, I understand what he's going through. It sucks, it's no fun, and we're gonna ride this thing out, and again, we'll play better. We really will.
Pat.
Hey, Coach Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. The phrase "help being on the way," there are levels for that as far as who's nearing returning. Book, Turp, CD, they got good shots this week. Stephen said to 105.3 The Fan this morning that there's a shot, Mingo and Carson, they're activated. But when you look at guys, you guys lost the battle in the trenches on both sides, as you well put it. Cooper Beebe, Perry and Winfrey, where are those guys in their possible recovery?
Yeah, again, I think all of them are trending up. The few that you mentioned earlier, I think the CDs and the Bookers and Terps and guys like that are a little bit ahead. We've still got till next Wednesday for Mingo and Kalen. But I do think that, the other guys you referenced to, they're doing well. They're getting closer. And, that's all part of the process and the whole roster management. And quite honestly, we came out of this game pretty healthy, is what it looks like. And sometimes, you never wish for it, but sometimes those things have to happen because of injuries. But, thankfully we came out of a game that, we weren't very physical, and we came out of it pretty healthy, and that should help us this week.
Going back to your linebacker core, a lot of youth there, obviously, especially with Jack Sanborn out with the concussion. Just talk about Shamar James. Obviously, 2 games in, he's leading the team in tackles over the course of those 2 games. Some mistakes being made, obviously, the rookie learning curve. What improvement do you need to see from him? But also, contrarily, what are some of the positives that, kind of lend to the potential that he has at this level?
Yeah, the positives jump off the film. You guys see the positives. You just mentioned half of them. This guy dissects plays so fast. This guy's ability to dissect and shoot gaps and make plays and be where he's supposed to be and get guys on the ground. The number one job of a linebacker is to tackle and get people on the ground, and he's excellent at that. He plays with, and it jumped off the film at Florida too. That's one of the things that we loved about him, was the ability to dissect and use his hands. And he's actually a really good blitzer as well. He's good. He's good at the line of scrimmage. I would say some of the alignments, and he's seen formations he hasn't seen. Think about college, right? Most people in college are running tempo, and they're in either 4 wides or 2x2, 3x1, and they're going fast, and so he's not getting the jet sweeps and all the things that change. Okay, the thing we were talking about with eye gaze and eye discipline, and it's going from 1x3 to 2x2 back to 2x2 back to 3x1, and there's all these calls that have to come. It's the little things, it's the details. But in terms of the instincts and the football player, the game comes very, very natural to him, and he has an extremely bright future.
Last question for you. Keep it to the linebackers, those young guys. Maris, he had the sack for you guys yesterday, but when you go back and you look at a play, I believe it was around a minute left in the third quarter, Rico goes up the middle and Maris makes the tackle, and he's an inch or two away from punching that ball free. Are those the types of things you look at when you're looking at film and saying, oh, we were right there, we just got to keep doing what we're doing, and kind of like chopping wood in that regard?
Yeah, it's the intentionality of trying to create turnovers. We know, I mean, again, when you win the turnover battle, I don't know the numbers, but when you win the turnover battle 1-0, which we did yesterday, you generally have a good chance to win. Well, we did have a chance to win, but we weren't, very good running the football or stopping the run. But the intentionality of that punch, I mean, he's the guy that got the knockout against the Jets. I mean, he's a very, very strong physical player. This is not something he's just learned here. It's something that he did, innately at Notre Dame. And, I think that violence that he brings is what you like about him. And there's things that we can do with him, and you'll see some adjustments that we probably use him a little bit differently because of that.
Pop.
Overshown window start this week. Is there any hope there?
In the next week or two, I would think. So all signs are pointing to the next week or so, and I know he's gotten some very, very good reviews, and so I think we're getting really close.
And then obviously you have the bye that factors in when I assume you're not going to be practicing or doing very much. How does that impact when you start?
Yeah, again, I mean, we take all of it in consideration. Hell, I can't even think when the bye is. You live in the moment up here, but all those things come into factor, in terms of, because we do have some tight, we have 3 games in 12 days and then 3 in 11 days or something like that. So the practices at that point become a little bit limited. So all those things we factor into the decision-making process.
When we talk about communication, do you feel like your defensive players are believing in the calls? Because there's a reluctance? Do you almost have to convince them to say, hey, this is going to work?
I think I have no problem with them being like, our confidence right now is a little bit, of concern. Why? Well, we're not playing great. And so when you're not playing great, and they're all welcome to their opinions. I mean, I listen to players all the time, and do I think that us playing nothing but man-to-man is the answer? No, I don't. Us playing nothing but zone, is that the answer? No. Us fitting gaps right and us executing what the call is, but I think it goes back to, I don't think the lack of communication is lack of confidence in the call. I think it's lack of getting it out and oh shoot, this just changed really fast from this to that. And so those are things that we have to do in walkthroughs. Those are things we have to do in barrel drills with the linebackers and safeties. They're the biggest part of it. It's been a little bit of a lot of moving parts going around with the safeties, with Hook being out, and now Ye's doing some really good things for us. And I thought Flus's first call of the game yesterday was incredible. I mean, he fired Ye right off the edge and got a chance to tackle Rico for a TFL or a no-yard gain. And, Ye just kind of the way he comes in, he gets kind of bumped and he's a little high. And next thing you know, Rico goes for 9 yards. So I think part of it is getting these guys to practice together and communicate, because that's a big part of it too.
Is it tough to put Wilson out in center field like that sometimes?
Who?
Donovan Wilson.
No, I don't think so. I mean, Donovan's a great player. I mean, again, you love him down around the box because of how physical he is. I think they did a good job. They schemed us up yesterday, and they kind of moved the receiver to get away from Donovan to get him out of the box, and they kind of were running the ball at ready and some of the nickel stuff we were doing. But no, I think, we all realize Donovan's strengths. But again, that, those things happen sometimes when you're out there, and sometimes it's got to do with pass rush and other things that affect, those looks.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there it is, the Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on your home of the Cowboys. Said a lot. If you just are tuning in, a few minutes ago we said overshown 21-day activation in the next week or two. So that's just a sample of the takeaways from Schotty talking. Let's step aside, though, and we'll come back with more sports here for you. It's the Gbag Nation on the Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back here. It's the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're just getting back on schedule here from the Brian Schottenheimer press conference, in which he had a lot of things to say. Next week or two for getting overshown, activated in that 21-day window. Said they started this morning and they were looking at everything differently. They watched the game differently, and this was in reaction to Steven saying they might try some different stuff to match up their strengths with what the players do best on defense. I would imagine they've already done this. They've probably done this after every game, trying. I guess I've lost hope. I don't think there's any reason to believe the Cowboys are going to get this defense figured out. He said ultimately the fine details of all the reps is what's preventing them from executing, just being in position a little bit better and executing a little bit better. And I think that's disappointing. I'd love it if there was an easy answer, but I just don't think that's the case. And he also said there's plenty to clean up, not just on defense, on offense as well. He specifically talked about the eye discipline of his roster not being where it needs to be, and they need to further simplify that for their guys. So that kind of gives you a snapshot of what Schotty is thinking here as we react to the horrible trip to Charlotte and now get set for Washington in Week 7. We'll get some Cowboys Twitter, some football fix as well. Chuck, what do you say? You got some football fix in you?
Yeah, why not? Let's absolutely do that. MVP chance. Coaches are getting fired left and right. And was this cool by Tua? Plus a draft update. That's next in the nation.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. This is the official start of hour number 3 of the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Salute to Shotty for answering all the questions there during the Cowboys press conference. There is so much reaction and a hand-wringing going to what we've seen and where we might be headed, and we'll continue to talk about that with you throughout our broadcast day here on your home of the Cowboys. Next chance to pick up Gbag Nation flag Thursday, Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Grill in Rockwall, then Friday at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, our favorite place to play pickleball with you guys and crack some Stella Artois, whether that's full flavored or the 0.0. They've been crushing. We love to be out there with you guys and hope to see you all there later in the week and hand you your 2025 Gbag Nation flag. Salute to everybody who came by the Hurtado's locations and the Highland Hotel. Had a great weekend handing out flags. But if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, frankelfirm.com. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We have a suspension in the NFL or a fine with Burns?
Suspension.
Yeah, Brian Branch, after the little post-game tussle with Juju, he's getting the 1-game suspension, no pay.
Yeah, Vice President John Runyon said your aggressive non-football act was entirely unwarranted. You posed a serious risk of injury and clearly violated the standards of conduct and sportsmanship expected of NFL players. Your conduct reflected poorly on the NFL and has no place in our game. So he'll get the 1-game suspension.
Yeah, wow, that seems like a lot, dude. I'd have hit him with a fine, maybe like a $5,000 or $10,000 fine. It's just a little. I mean, yes.
I think the Sunday Night Football aspect of this, it was a national game. Like, I wonder if this was a nooner and they kind of cut away and it's kind of like buried in with a bunch of other games and not a lot of people saw it live. Maybe that means it's a little bit more of a higher fine since the entire country was watching. And it was immediate. I mean, it's like they're panning out. It's like, hey, everybody, Chiefs win, boom, this thing takes off and happens as everybody's trying to meet at midfield for their handshakes.
You want to start to send a message that we don't want post-game fights, guys. Yeah. This wouldn't be a good place to be. And I don't know, maybe you want to remind your refs to kind of stay on the field for maybe a little bit longer and make sure everything gets taken care of. Seattle's off to a 3-0 start here. They came out on fire, already leading the series 1-0. They got 3 in the top of the first, but Blue Jays now threatening with a leadoff double there to start their half of the first inning up there in Toronto. I think the Cowboys' best trade idea right now is TJ Bass, and I got a stat. 1 pressure allowed on 112 pass blocking snaps. 99.5 pass blocking efficiency, ranked second among 84 guards who have played at least 20% of the snaps. I don't think anybody would watch the tape and think TJ Bass is one of the best guards, but he's doing a hell of a job. And, you know, I think right now internally, I hope they're having a conversation like, guys, if we don't win either of these next 2 games, this is our opportunity to maybe take any veteran that we don't plan on re-signing or any player we don't plan on re-signing and trying to acquire as much draft capital as possible. Okay, now let's get to the football fix. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
All right, we will have some audio. Confusion of the MVP, Tua's comments, and who's going to step in now for the coach in Tennessee. That's next.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very clear. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, wait, of course. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I don't know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we got time now for a daily football fix here with Wolchuk as we're literally at the midway point of this broadcast going all the way till 7 o'clock tonight. Then you get your Cowboys Hour with Brad Sham and a guest. Here's Wolchuk with some football.
12 and 29. Those are the picks right now that you have in the upcoming NFL draft for the Dallas Cowboys. Pick 12 and pick 29. Let's go ahead and draft them up, Brian.
Where do you think those picks are going to end up? You just had to just guess. Not the players. I'm just saying, where do you think the final picks are?
9 and 26.
I'll take that. Give me a top 10 pick, man. We need it.
Dawson?
Yeah.
So it's going to be top 10, right?
I think so.
I'm leaning that way.
It's hard to
I know
imagine.
Pro Football Focus were doing mock drafts. They had Dallas at 9.
Yeah.
They had Dallas initially at 9.
And when you have the worst defense in the league, you're probably picking in the top 10.
You've lost to Chicago and Carolina.
Yeah. I mean, you got an offense that's going to keep you in every game, but I just don't think you're going to play some really good offenses down the stretch here. In Kansas City, you thought maybe a couple weeks ago, you could possibly have a chance. And they're looking really good, and they're about to get Rashee Rice back. They're probably about to start ascending here. By the time you play them on Thanksgiving, that could be ugly. So I'm nervous. Now, we did get a firing.
I'm excited, man.
Oh, for the top 10 pick? I am, yeah. But just like, we still got to live through this.
Just don't go on any run where you get lucky and win games that you shouldn't, end up with the 14th pick. Yeah. That'd be worst case scenario right now.
Yeah, miss the playoffs and don't get the top 10 pick. That's brutal.
Yeah, you'd be upset. Now, the Titans made the first fire of the NFL season. They start 1-5.
Man, you were close on your
so
McDaniel.
Close. We'll get to the Dolphins here in a second. I really was hoping. I mean, not that I wanted McDaniel to be.
Yeah, you were. You were hoping.
I did.
Yeah, you were.
I mean, he's going to get fired anyway. You might as well have just let the bold prediction be true and have him be the first one fired. Titans jumped the gun. This was a bad look for Shefty, though. He made awful announcing because he was on Pat McAfee earlier today at 12:53 p.m. Eastern. He says, I don't think, and for all I know, that there's going to be any changes. I don't see anything happening soon when it comes to a firing of Brian Callahan. And then literally about half an hour later, Brian Callahan gets fired by the Titans. So not a great move for Shefty there.
Sometimes you get asked questions, you just don't know the answer, and you can't
just say, I don't know.
You can't say, I don't know, because then you look bad as the information
As the insider guy.
Right.
Well, there are some insiders, though, that I just feel like have been anointed by the league and the network. And they're not really like working sources. I think Shefty might be.
Maybe. Well, here was Brian Callahan yesterday, and this is where you kind of felt the writing was on the wall. Yeah. This is post-game after you just lost to the Raiders.
I'm incredibly discouraged by the outcome. I mean, we felt good coming into the game. And to not be able to perform well on offense and not be able to score any points and then lose a game is disappointing. And we all got to be better. Cam's a part of that too. Cam's got to play better football as well. And we got to coach better. We got to play better. All those things. It's not all just him, but he is a part of it. And we'd like to be able to start seeing some more good football being played, and we got to do a better job.
So he goes 4-19. And then he kind of throws the quarterback under the bus.
Yeah, the quarterback's going to win that argument, right?
And then you have Jeffrey Simmons, their best defensive player, says this was the worst week of practice of the entire season. So, I guess the team's kind of quit on it. But the Titans, my gosh, ever since the firing of Vrabel, I mean, they fired back-to-back GMs in 2022 and 2023, John Robinson and Ron Carthon. And then you fire Vrabel, you hire Callahan, you hire Ron Carthon, or he gets fired, then you hire a new GM, and a year later, Callahan's fired. And guess who's coming to play you this week? Mike Vrabel and the Patriots.
Yeah, and the Patriots.
So, now...
Horrible protection,
It's just
horrible
bad.
weapons. Like, it's a no-win situation for anybody there.
Really bad. Mike McCoy going to take over as the interim coach.
Them are the Saints getting the first overall pick.
I still lean Saints, but there's a good chance that it could be the Titans, yeah. They'll be competing for it. I mean, either way, the Saints would probably be okay here, because if it was the Titans, unless they trade it, they're probably not they're not taking a quarterback. They just took Cam Ward.
Right.
So if you're the Saints and you get the second pick, you're thinking, all right, that's fine. They'll take the best player on the board that's a non-quarterback unless they do trade it and somebody wants to leapfrog the Saints.
Saints might be getting ready to trade Olave, Shaheed, and Kamara. They're one of the fire sale watch teams.
They could be. We'll see about Demario Davis, that linebacker. But I don't know if you want the Cowboys buying for a linebacker right now. We mentioned the Miami Dolphins situation. Here was Tua calling out players post-game after they got spanked by the Chargers.
Yeah, well, I think it starts with the leadership in helping articulate that for the guys, and then what we're expecting out of the guys, right? We're expecting this. Are we getting that? Are we not getting that? We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late, guys not showing up to player-only meetings. Like, there's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? So it's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up, and it starts with the little things like that.
Now, I don't know that if you're a Dolphins fan, like, you kind of want somebody to step up and be a leader in the room, because it doesn't sound like it's your coach right now. And the stadium's half empty. Like, he's going to get fired. Deshaun Hamilton, former Dolphin, and he had jokes that he was there for a cup of coffee. He quote tweeted this from Tua, said, "This dude, the starting quarterback, was late to the first team meeting during my 3 seconds on the Dolphins, and everything was all cool in there." So he's getting roasted by ex-players for coming out and saying this. I do think somebody needs to be an adult in the room, and maybe Tua's trying to do that, but the fact that Tua hasn't played great, and I guess maybe he's also somebody that hasn't taken meetings seriously, maybe he's the wrong person to send this message. But it sounds like an absolute train wreck right now in South Beach. They got issues.
Yeah, you know, what I find interesting about that is Tua sounds like he's the coach. Is that because there's a void in leadership that he's trying to step into? Because he feels like nobody else is going to, or is that just frustration? Like, screw it, our season's going to hell in a handbasket. It's funny because they keep doing some stuff decently in these losses, like to score 27 against the Chargers. You led Carolina. You almost had that game won, but the culture of losing is remarkable there.
It's really bad. Now, Zadarius Smith signed with the Eagles right after the Cowboys game. They're like, we need to get an edge rusher. After what he saw with the Giants, he's like, you know what, I'm just going to quit football. I don't want to be here. I'm going to retire. Something bad is about to happen in Filthy, and I want no part of this. Paraphrasing.
Oh,
paraphrasing.
I'm just
from
going.
start to
I'm
finish.
channeling. Okay, I'm going into the mind of Zadarius Smith here, but he did retire from football. Eagles are still in need of pass rush help. He says, "Sayonara, I'm out of here." I mentioned Rashee Rice. He's expected to come back here soon for Kansas City. Fred Warner done for the season, ankle injury. The Niners just so banged up. But how about Jawan Jennings, their wide receiver, playing through 5 broken ribs and sprained ankles? Ankle sprains. That must mean both ankles, because it's plural.
Yeah.
That's a warrior right there.
He wins the tough man of the week for sure.
Is it contract year or something?
Yeah.
Why? Why are you doing that, fam?
He's trying to get paid.
You got to be good for next year. Okay. All right. I get it.
Bring out the
Look
best
at me,
in
man.
him.
Put it all out there on the field, coach.
I'm here for
Show
you.
my agent.
Veteran minimum, sir.
Damn.
All right, we got to run Gbag Nation. How about some Cowboys Twitter? You know, 2 weeks ago, Dak looked at the Jets and Panthers game coming up and said, after these 2 weeks, we'll know who we are and what we're capable of. How's he answer that? Now it's next in the nation.
Let's chat Trajan wealth, shall we?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Looking to upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. Let's get some Cowboys Twitter in here. Top tweets going viral about America's team. How about a quote from Dak Prescott? How the loss impacts his thoughts on the rest of this season. Quote, "It's a long season. I've been 3-5 before and we made the playoffs. We've just got to find out a way to win these close games, and I have all the confidence that we will." That's a bold-faced lie, isn't it? I mean, this is a must-lie situation for Dak. His coach, Schotty, we just had his presser on last hour and into this hour and said, you got to talk confident as a leader, even when you're not confident, because if you want your players and those following you to play well, they got to have confidence. So, but it was 2 weeks ago that Dak said, yeah, looking at this Jets and Carolina game, we're going to know who we are and what we're capable of by the time we are done with these. They were 1-1, boys. Who are they? What is the Cowboys' identity, and what are they capable of?
I mean, offensively, you're a team that can play with anyone in the league. Defensively, you're maybe the worst defense in all of the NFL, and ultimately that's a recipe to be a sub-500 team, most likely.
Yeah, you're the 2024 Cincinnati Bengals.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's a good comparison.
And they went 9-8 and just missed the playoffs. So maybe best case, that's kind of what you're looking at.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. I think that's worst case. I think you really needed to take advantage of this opportunity to get not just a good draft pick, a great draft pick, and maybe, the Packers drops you somewhere in the early 20s, and you could really have a turnaround. Right now, I'm looking at corner. Just based on how Diggs is playing, you're going to let him go, and you're going to be having Bland and Rebel. So I think you need a third high premium asset type of corner. And, you look at the caliber of corners that can be found in the top 10. I think that's exactly what this team needs. RJ Choa wrote today about how if you look back on this hire, it was a Jones family deal. He was almost hired independently. A lot of people talking about this topic on Cowboys Twitter. And so the question is, how much confidence would you have in Schotty looking out into the job field or the job market and finding, a guy that could do a significantly better job next year?
Yeah, to replace Eberflus.
Yeah,
it's a fair question. You've seen plenty of coaches have to cycle through a bunch of different defensive coordinators. You have an offensive-minded head coach, and credit to Schotty because he's built an awesome staff offensively. But it might be a blind spot for him defensively, or they might have just taken that responsibility completely away from him, and maybe he had a couple of guys that he felt great about, but the Joneses were like, no. A little give and take here. You build the offensive staff, but we want a guy that we're comfortable with. We want to go get Eberflus. So it's really a up in the air question on whether or not like Schotty knows how to identify it and they just didn't give him the chance to, or if he was like, hey, I kind of got nothing here and I'll just take whatever you want to give me here on the defensive side. But you've seen it happen plenty of times, and you get one side of the ball down great, and the other side of the ball you just can't get it figured out.
It does feel, go for it, Brian.
No, you got it. Go.
It does feel very like it's history repeating itself with the Romo right before they're able to build the offensive line, and this thing gets humming. And they still didn't even have a great defense then, but it is very much like the end of Romo's career, where he is now playing at a tremendous level. You've got a quarterback that you actually do feel like could go and take a team to win a Super Bowl, and your defense just stinks. And when it comes to Flus, I mean, that's the one thing for me, and Schotty said and Steven said earlier with KNC, like he's got a resume of success in the league. So I don't know. I mean, I really think that I don't know that it was a terrible hire. It might be a terrible hire in terms of the fit for your players, and maybe they didn't think enough about that. And I also think it opens up a conversation about this is a team that has the coach's influence on drafting, right? Maybe it's not the best way to always be drafting for your coaches because you don't know how long a coach is going to be in your organization. And if one leaves to take another coaching job, maybe they get elevated as a head coach. Now you're having to replace that. Maybe they don't like the same style or they're going to change something up. So you've got maybe scheme-specific players that fit what DQ wanted to do, and Zim adjusted and got them playing better in the second half of the season, but they don't fit really what Flus wants them to do. And it's going to take a while for Flus to kind of understand, all right, what are the strengths and weaknesses of my players? He's learning on the job here, and it is kind of square peg round hole, if you will. But overall, that hire is not looking like a great one right now.
No, and by the time he figures it out, I think he'll likely be gone. Brian, what do you think? Would they be stubborn enough to keep Eberflus if the season plays out similarly?
If the season plays out, they might do that because of like just what everybody's talking about, that the Joneses probably recommended the hire. I'd go get Matt Patricia from
Ohio State.
He's
doing a fantastic job.
I think that I think that this might be one of those things. We've seen what these college coaches coming in. We've seen what's going on in Seattle. We've
Mike
seen
McDonald,
Green Bay, the Boston College guy.
Green Bay.
Jeff
We've
Hafley,
seen if you're starting
Chargers.
Mentor.
Yeah.
I think his name Jesse Mentor.
Yep.
I think if these teams are kind of morphing into the way they will attack you, you're going to need somebody that has that understanding of the college game that way, and the way that offenses are kind of adjusting it. But I would think, and I mentioned Matt Patricia just because I know Jim Knowles, who was a national championship winning coach, he's at Penn State now. He was at Oklahoma State for a long time, and then he was at Ohio State, won a national championship. Now he's at Penn State. There's guys that like these veteran kind of guys, but I think Matt Patricia, somebody from the ranks like that, Patricia now having that college understanding mixed with the pro might be something that you might want to consider thinking about. But I would definitely look at somebody from the college ranks before I look at somebody from the NFL ranks.
The one guy that I think is going to get some buzz is Jim Leonard, who is the passing game and assistant head coach in Denver.
Yeah.
He's done a great job, and I think that he's somebody.
He was a coordinator at one time. Wasn't he at the Ravens?
He wasn't a coordinator. He played with Baltimore.
Was he the head coach at Wisconsin?
He was their DB's coach and was the interim
Okay.
coach there in 2022. Then he went to Illinois. In the last 2 years, he's been on Peyton's staff as the DB coach. Just got elevated to assistant head coach. Maybe that's because somebody else wanted to try and hire him.
Yeah.
So they had to elevate him. And he's their defensive passing game coordinator. But a coaching name in the league, I do think Jim Leonard's a guy that's going to get a lot of buzz.
Well, and another Jim, too. If Cleveland ends up cleaning house, Jim Schwartz. Maybe he would be a guy. But that's kind of a retread dude, but he's built a heck of
I
a
think Jim
defensive
Schwartz
round.
is a bad head coach and a really good defensive coordinator.
Probably right.
Yeah.
What we're looking for.
Yeah.
Spags, something like that, where it's like you get a guy that will stick around for a while because nobody wants him as a head coach anyways. Like the Chiefs have it perfect right now with Spags. Yeah, Patricia. I've seen so much with him that
it's hard.
It's hard, but the Buckeyes are unbelievable, and you have the shoe in on like knowing some of those guys draft the entire Buckeye.
Yeah, I
defense.
kind of
Just
feel
get
like
them all.
I feel like with him though that might be a situation where you take a step back, much like what Dan Quinn did. Dan Quinn had to take a step back and
reinvent himself.
And I think going to Ohio State really has kind of given this guy a little bit a different perspective on things.
Well, it's bad, and it's about to get significantly worse. I mean, they have done all this against a collection of some of the most struggling quarterbacks in the entire NFL, and now the schedule is going to get significantly more difficult here with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders in Week 7. Chief, what's up next?
Oh, we got a little football's finest for you. NFL injuries so ridiculous you couldn't make them up, plus winners and losers from Week 6. That's next here in the nation.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Doesn't sound right.
Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Shoot Chats Hour 4 of the Nation and Expressways coming up here in 20 minutes. Gbag of the Day in LA Live in the back half of this hour. It's time now for football's finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you. 877-881-1053. A lot of people thought Jerry was a coward for not meeting with the media after the game, but not so fast, my friends, after Rico absolutely goes off. There's some still shots of the biggest holes you've ever seen for a professional running back to run through. He 25 of 38 of the Panthers' runs were considered successful. 2 of 19 were successful for the Cowboys. That is unheard of. Rico Dowdle, I think that one of the more amazing things was that it wasn't like he had 20, like he's got 180 plus yards on the ground. and it's not like he's running for 20-plus yards at a time. It was just every time he touched it, you were
8 to 12.
guaranteed. Oh,
Yeah.
you were guaranteed.
Yeah.
It was just all day. Absolutely frustrating, and this was Jerry after the game.
When Rico Dowdle scored a touchdown, I cheered. Not because I'm happy for him, but because I thought he was still on the Cowboys. When I got caught flipping someone off in the press box last week, that was actually directed at Matt Eberflus and whatever dumbass hired him.
So, I mean, there's at least some honesty there. Man, I appreciate it.
A little look in the mirror.
From Jerry.
Salute to the media member who tracked him down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eberflus.
I
Still thought he was on the team.
That's probably exactly how he says it. Kyer Elam, according to Pro Football Focus, was your worst defender. And then it was Kenny Clark, Clowney, and Osa.
Yeah. Clowney's my 53rd guy, by the way. When it comes time to start getting some of these guys back on the active roster, he's the first person I'm going after.
I mean, you can't really find any positivity here. Points per game allowed, they're last. Total yards allowed, they're last. Rushing first downs allowed, last. Third down conversion rate, last. Completion percentage allowed,
last.
29th.
Okay.
29th.
Wow.
Yards per play,
last.
30th.
Oh, wow.
Not
all
good.
Right.
They probably lead the league in having every one of their players on their defensive front blocked at the same time. It's really incredible how
it's just getting washed out of the play, man. And then sometimes you'll get guys that are getting blocked, and they'll end up blocking for the other team on accident. You're running into each other. You've got collisions. It's ugly.
Is there anything to squint at and say that was cool? Like Ezeraku?
Yeah.
Did Ezeraku?
Yeah.
It was the one bright spot.
Maybe you have one guy out of 11 that isn't totally terrible.
long arm in the law. That was a hell of a play. I couldn't believe when he reached out and he had Bryce Young's jersey on the one that he spun out of. I'm like, good Lord, how long are those arms?
Yeah.
But I tell you the thing with Ezeraku that I'm a little bit disappointed in. He doesn't appear to have the lateral quickness to like juke a guy and get around him. It's a lot of playing with my hands and slow-ish steps compared to the edges that are really getting it done at a high level. He's trending towards pretty good player.
If you watched him play in college, you saw first step explosiveness, his ability to dip under blockers and stuff. This has been I think this has been the learning curve. I didn't think it was going to be this steep. It really has been steep for him. I mean, he reverted back to some rushing down the middle yesterday.
Still a lot of bull rushes.
Yeah.
Trying to win with power.
Yeah. Yeah. It needs to be a little bit better on the edges. And when it comes to kind of getting around guys and trying to win and get the shoulder underneath and really run through, but he's been a lot of down the middle rushing.
Bobby had a pretty good nugget here. All 13 of George Pickens' receptions on third and fourth down this season have been converted for first downs.
Pretty big.
And he was a monster yesterday. He's also second in the NFL.
They have a bad
in
drop in the Green Bay game, though, on third down.
Was that the Chicago game?
Was it Chicago?
He had one going off his hands.
I don't think
that was a slant.
I'm assuming that was not third down because Bobby's too buttoned up to have that one be a blind spot. But yeah, didn't that result in an interception?
Well, no. Yeah, the doink off his hands did, and then he had another drop though.
But I thought he had.
He's dropped balls, but
yeah,
he's been pretty dialed on.
I thought it was Green Bay. He ran a slant inside, and if he has it, he's still running, kind of a thing. I'll look it up.
He's been. I mean, in Lamb's absence, he's been the number one receiver.
Oh, it's
fantastic.
Well, remember I asked you guys the questions, the 3-game thing.
Yeah,
I think remember I said I asked you guys
if you had Lamb, which one would be better?
Yeah, it would be.
If you don't plan on re-signing him, the time to trade him is now.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
People are getting the fan was pretty upset about that.
Oh, everybody hates us. We said it yesterday on the Postgame show. If you're not, his value right now is about $28 million, and so with that being his evaluation,
I think you got to go up 20%.
Well, and I asked around, and he from Pittsburgh. This was preseason. Apparently, I thought it was north of 25 is what I had initially heard. 30. So if you're starting with 30 million is the conversation.
Yeah,
and you give it to him. He's worth every penny.
What's a tag?
He's amazing.
Right now on the wide receiver tag.
I think the numbers we get on the franchise tag sometimes.
I think Adam and those guys could tell us exactly what it is. It's probably sometimes we think it's too high and it's not.
Yeah,
high enough.
right now the franchise this year, the franchise tag for a wide receiver is basically $24 million. So I'm sure it'll go up a little bit for next year, but I guess maybe it'd be cheaper by a few $1 million if you were to just tag him for next year.
Yeah, but just smacks you right on the cap there. It'll be interesting to see how they play the Pickens stuff.
I don't know. Like, I'd like to have him too, because those two together, and it's nice when you don't have CeeDee Lamb that you actually have a guy that you're really confident in. But just team building wise, like, do you want to throw that amount of money at one position? I'd say he's too good of a player to let go. I'd pay him.
Well, what are you willing, like, if a team's willing to give you a 1, if a team's willing to give you a 2, are you...
If you're not going to re-sign him, I'd trade him for a 1. Yeah, I mean, yes, 100%. A 2...
He's resuscitated his career. I mean, this losing game like this, he was a gentleman in the locker room, man. He says, we just got to do better and all that. I think that David Mulugeta has got to him and said, listen, if you want to get paid, you're going to have to kind of go the straight path on us here. You know, go out. I mean, he's making plays for you.
He's a damn good player.
He is. He
really is. He's hilarious to watch, dude. He's spunky.
Nobody can say a bad thing about him. Everybody said he's a great teammate. You know, they're like, to a man, they're like, oh no, everybody's wrong about this guy. He's a great teammate. You know, so
yeah, not getting him the football in that fourth quarter was
that's the problem
egregious.
I had. That's what problem I had. I have to go win this game. I have to go find a way, and they had no answer for him. None. Man coverage, zone coverage. They could have put 9 guys on him, and he'd have found a way to get open in that football game. And Dallas was doing well enough with pass protection that could have made that happen. You know, so unfortunate.
Okay, so the Titans fire their head coach Brian Callahan, and Mike Vrabel has as many wins through 6 games in New England as the Titans have in their 23 games since firing Vrabel. So that is starting to look like a very, very poor decision. Now, 2 crazy injuries, both come from the Colts. You have Anthony Richardson missing the game, now going on IR due to a one of those workout bands flying back into his face.
Popped him.
Fractured an orbital bone.
Oh, my goodness. What?
That's a freaky injury.
How much tension was on that band? I mean, those things can hurt you.
No, I didn't.
Was there a ring tied to the end of it or something?
There's a video of this. Evidently,
I saw the video of Javarius Ward, but not Anthony Richardson. Let me see if I can find that.
I think Richardson. I think there was a video where
must be like the plastic handle part or something like that.
Yeah. I mean,
I saw something like that. I saw the collision for sure.
Can you imagine? I mean, those things snap back at you, and it can. I mean, it stings, but to fracture your orbital bone that way,
I can't see any video.
It would have been a perfect shot, or there was something on the end of that allowed him to hold it easier or something.
Yeah,
that probably is going to be discontinued from that training department.
And then you also had for the Colts in the pregame, Travarius Ward suffering a concussion during the pregame warmups because he collided with one of his own guys.
Yeah, that one was scary because he went out cold.
Yeah, that was.
I think he hit like a tight end shoulder or something. They were both doing drills in the same part of the field.
It's ridiculous. There was another dude, one of the Alabama receivers got smacked versus Missouri, and he was out cold right there on the field.
Yeah, that was a scary deal.
Yeah, it was very
much
scary.
So I would thought, uh-oh.
All right, so there's some of the football slop. Let's get to the good stuff, and to get us there, we turn our attention to Mr. John Gruden.
I like heroes, guys like Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, guys that can put their team on their back and do it all. Guys like Pat Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. Their back is against the wall. They're 2-3. The Lions are in town. He throws for 257 yards and 3 touchdowns. And he rushes for another touchdown. Pat Mahomes! He's right at home, shredding you! Oh! Guys like Baker Mayfield of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're missing starting offensive linemen, 3 of their top receivers. Their feet are back. But he throws for 276 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's a leader, a combination of Brett Favre and Rocky Balboa. Oh! Guys like Rico Dowdle of the Carolina Panthers.
Damn it.
He's playing against his old team, the Dallas Cowboys, and he rushes for 183 yards, and he catches 56 yards worth of passes and a touchdown. That's 239 yards against your old team. No Dowdle about it. Oh, guys like Justin Herbert of the LA Chargers. Both his starting tackles are out. Both his starting running backs are out. His go-to receiver's out. But he throws for 276 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Got me feeling nice.
He does it at crunch time. It's not if, it's when he rips you. Oh! Guys like Jackson Smith and Jigba of the Seattle Seahawks. 8 catches, 162 yards and a touchdown. He already has 700 yards receiving.
Got me feeling like
This guy can run all the routes, and you better pay the man. How?
Yeah, there were some great performances this weekend. I think we got to start with Baker because that dude
MVP.
He's certainly in the conversation right now. How could you not be? I mean, Gruden laid it out there pretty nicely. He's got all sorts of injuries. Igbuka goes down. No Godwin. No Mike Evans. Here comes a 156-pound wide receiver, the rookie Tez Johnson from Oregon. Bang, big play, touchdown. He had that moment where he gets smacked on a play, but he throws the touchdown. And then he gets up and he just goes into psycho mode.
Yeah.
And then from there on, he was a different player. That 3rd and 14 where he breaks away from like 2 sacks.
Play of the game.
And then scrambles for the first down.
And it's 20-19 at that point.
Yeah.
It's you're not stopping me. I want this more. It's unbelievable.
It was like 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. And yes, the game was in the balance right there. And Baker just continues to deliver. He's absolutely fantastic. Next gen. Just a 3.7% chance of picking up that first down when he scrambled for 14 yards. So he's awesome.
He's crazy how well he has improved his ability to impact the game with his legs.
Yes.
That's what I notice when I'm watching him now, whether it's in the pocket or outside of the pocket. He is, I think his awareness, maybe his experience has blessed him to a point now where he can really beat you with his legs. And, earlier in his career, he would just run into trouble.
Yeah. I mean, now, like off script, that's where he's really getting it done, where play breaks down on him and he scrambles around. Maybe he runs, maybe he throws it for a big play. But with all the injuries that they've dealt with and being able to do what he's doing right now, really fantastic stuff. And then you also have like a guy like Drake May. I thought Drake May was going to be one of the nicey players of the week because that dude.
Wrong about him.
His start for the game.
Man.
Yeah.
So he started 5 for 5, 103 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't have started any better.
Yeah.
I think it's 5 games in a row with a 100 passer rating.
Crazy.
Like he's doing historical level stuff.
And they can't run the ball at all. It's just like, Drake, please, God, save us.
Yeah.
And it's just chunk play after another. All of his touchdown passes were over 25 air yards. Just absolutely dialed.
That old coordinator back there doing stuff.
Josh
right?
McDaniels.
He's not giving him a run game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's for dang sure.
No, the running game has not been. It has not been effective. They never really. That's an interesting point because with Brady, I felt like their running game was really like
Quick
a short
pass.
passing game.
Yeah.
Like that was the extension of their running game. It's like let's dump it off to James White or whatever, Rex Burkhead or whoever, and let them make something.
They should be 5-1. I think New England is a quiet sleeper contender there. But they had 5 turnovers against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and they have
Playoff team.
They have a super
Good
easy
call.
schedule. That's why I felt like, and I liked Drake May for sure. I didn't know he was going to be rocking like this. But with their schedule being as easy as it is, like it's laughable if you go look at it. Like they just played the Saints. I think they're about to play the Titans, and it's just like bottom feeder after bottom feeder.
Just beat the Bills. Maybe they end up getting the 1 seed.
Yeah, they have 2 tough
would be
games
unbelievable.
left. They have Tampa and Buffalo. Everything else is garbage on the schedule.
Yeah, so
Baltimore doesn't bounce back.
It's shaping up nicely, and maybe they go make a trade for A.J. Brown with the Eagles and their discuss. I know that happened on Thursday night. We'll address some of that maybe later on in the week, but there's a little football's finest for you.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, the trade deadline is about to get very interesting. Maybe the Cowboys can go win a couple of games here. What do you think, boys? Knock off the Commanders, knock off the Broncos.
Let's do it!
Season back on. We'll hit the Expressway, Gbag of the Day, and LA Live all coming up next here on 105 through the Fan.
But with these products. You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, Merry Christmas. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
All right, welcome back. It's the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan of Cowboys Monday. We'll hand it off to the Cowboys Hour coming up at 7 o'clock, then the Fan After Dark, but Fred's already in throwing heat. Fred and Blake coming up later on this evening as we'll carry you into the night, live and local. All right, segment The Expressway brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Looks like we're looking at an overshown. Do you call this an elevation where you're getting into that 21-day window to return? Anyway,
Yeah.
Schotty said he's 1 to 2 weeks away from that.
Yeah, and so what you're really thinking about, because I was talking to some people in the organization about this is going to be get him into that window, but right now the plan is to take all 21 days.
Okay.
So it's not going to be like get him in and then all of a sudden, and depending on a lot how the season goes, but the plan I was told was 21 days and maybe some more practice time after that before they get him in.
So maybe early, but more likely mid-November for
I
overshown.
think they were talking about Thanksgiving and maybe a week before that if they're
The
fortunate.
Eagles at home.
Yeah.
How much would he help things out right now, overshown?
Man, he's just one guy.
Yeah. Schotty wasn't even sure it'd help if Micah was still
Yeah,
here.
I mean, he's just one guy. They have so many areas that they're so defensive poor right now, roster wise, that it's just he makes a difference because maybe he gives you an emotional spark. Maybe he makes one of those rundown plays. Maybe he makes a tackle for the loss. Maybe if you put him at Mike linebacker and you want to undercut a route and buzz him to the flat, he makes that play yesterday.
The splash plays, and maybe he's the guy that steps up as a leader.
That's the guy, but man, I tell you, they're just they're so poor right now in so many different ways on defense.
They are. In the first couple of weeks, I thought, okay, we're busting, and then New York opened up and ran on you pretty good, but you got through there, and it was like, okay, is this a good run defense that's just having problems giving up chunk plays? And the longer we've gone from there, now I don't know what the bigger problem is. I think it's up to everybody to decide for yourself who's most at fault. I think the front office is. But then after that, I'm going to go with the players. You just don't have enough good players to get the job done. And Eberflus's track record is that he has been a good DC. It's just a matter of, do you want to have patience to wait for him to have his kind of players or enough different players to have an impact, or do you think a different coach could make a quick turnaround on this?
That's interesting because coaches have a big influence on who gets drafted here. And defensively, that might need to change.
Yeah, I think it does.
I think that might need to change. I think that, and I'm not washing my hands of Will McClay because there's some picks that they've absolutely messed up on.
Are you saying you don't want Eberflus drafting guys, or you want the front office to take more control of who they take?
I just kind of feel like, though, the coaches have so much say. And look at look at some of the picks. Zach likes to say this, and you said it on the postgame show. How many draft picks do they have that are not even on the team?
15 out of 25 on the defensive side alone
of the ball
since 2020 are no longer on the team.
Think about that. That's
and the other and the 10 that are, I mean, how good are they right now?
Well, that's Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
Mike Zimmer. That's
Tristan Hill. Tristan Hill.
Rob Marinelli
wasn't missed because of Marinelli.
I mean, you go back. They haven't had a defensive coach evaluate here correctly in I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm going back where there was some guys like Tank and stuff like that. Maybe Sean Lee. I mean, some players like that. But man, the last five draft cycles, as far as
you're
defensive
at the mercy
players,
of how good your coaches are.
and that's the problem. And you get an organization that's so heavy, coach heavy. I mean, hey, I think in the future, if you coach heavy, I think Cowboys are going to have probably better offensive linemen if you keep these offensive line coaches around.
Yeah, they'll know what to do.
They'll know what kind of guys they want. But man, when these defensive coaches get involved, it could be a little rough.
Right.
We had big news in the division today. Zadarius Smith, who joined the Eagles after week 1 on a 1-year contract, just retired. And he'd been productive.
He's some out.
But it's
about to fall apart.
Finishes his career with 70.5 sacks, just turned 33 last month. Is that the Kevin Pillar, like, I'm not coming back for this deal?
Yeah, maybe.
I thought I was coming into a team that was going to be exciting and everything. But
Clowney signed him?
Yeah, but Zadarius Smith, just the latest in a line of quality quarterback hunters that Philadelphia has lost. Red River reactions, as I hope you guys heard my brilliant prediction on Friday. I said the decision to go with Mateer is going to cost OU.
You called it, and you said the defense was going to get the job done. You called it 100%. Did you put some action on this game?
I didn't.
I was drinking at the time,
which was good because
just burned $5,000 at the state fair. Didn't make a single dime on Mateer's thumb.
Yeah, but I thought the interceptions that he had were pretty bad, and I just wondered how good his grip was.
Yeah, I had talked to Carter about it, and the fight in Boomer Sooner, Carter Freeman. Carter seemed to say that he thought it was just Mateer being Mateer. He didn't think it was something where the thumb was as much of an issue, but those interceptions certainly pivoted, changed the game, and that was a true team win. I mean, you get the punt return for a touchdown. Defense was fantastic. Arch played mistake-free football. Had probably some of the best throws we've seen him make all year long. They finally got a running game going with Wisner. Texas, maybe they're finally starting to put some things together, and they're going to be the team we thought they might be.
Rivalry brought out the best in them. The Mariners and Blue Jays are now tied at 3 in the 5th inning.
Yeah, there might be a question here about a ball going into a dugout on a throw. And it evidently hit Suarez in the back, who was sitting in the Mariners dugout, and so the umpires are getting together to see if they're going to award
another base.
Yeah, a second base. So yeah, Suarez, the ball's going in the dugout. Suarez is sitting at the end, and it seems like Toronto is not too happy about something. They should be happy the ball didn't go. Well, maybe they're making sure that they're not going to give him the base.
He messed with the ball.
But yeah, here's the throw. It's going to be a one hop.
So there's a play at first, Mariner guy legging it out, a Rosarina, I think, and a Mariner sitting at the top of the dugout.
That's Suarez,
he does move. He tries to move out of the way, but it nails him in the back and then goes in the camera well.
Yeah.
So you know what?
I don't know how you call that.
I think that's kind of just an incident. I don't know that. I mean, the player tries to avoid it.
You can't be out there in the field to play and have
they gave
it
him
deflect
second
off you.
They gave him second.
Yeah, that's probably the right call.
Yeah.
Well, he took second. But
no. They want him to go to second to third.
Did that deflection for the Mariner being in the wrong place create the opportunity to go to second?
Yeah. See, that's the guy. No, the runner didn't go to second on his own.
Oh, they gave it to him.
They gave it to him They gave him that, yeah.
Because the ball should have gone into the dugout, which would have been an automatic take your base to second.
Right.
Brewers host the Dodgers tonight at 7 o'clock. That's game 1. The Stars at 2-0. Their home opener tomorrow against Minnesota. Leah Asimakopoulos is going to join us coming up at 6 o'clock to talk about that. You also have Mavs preseason action tonight. They are in Utah with their regular season opener next Wednesday against the Spurs. Let's hit it. Lucius in the Pimp Cup with your Gbag.
Boom shakalaka, #1 Chief Rocco. Gbag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ about 2:30. You caught it earlier, maybe. I don't know. Hey, what's up? My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up if there's anything you think I should be playing at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is Lucious Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you could follow us all and find Gbag Nation on Twitter and send on your hate mail there, okay? This is day number 4 for this champion audio. It is our very own, the Playmaker. We love the Playmaker, right, fellas?
Yes, we do. Absolutely.
We sure do. He wags the finger at this podcast called Facts Over Feelings. They said Irvin, Jerry Rice, and Deion Sanders couldn't play in today's game because they're too slow. They are talking crazy, fam.
what the hell are you talking about? I don't even know your name.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't know your game.
I don't even know your name.
Because I don't see you every year with a gold jacket in that Hall of Fame room. I don't see you anywhere great players are. So who the f*** are you to talk about what? Oh. You couldn't even play when I played the game. And some of these f*** you're talking about, they couldn't even play when we played the game. So I'm sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about? I don't mind you being stupid. I don't mind you being dumb. I don't mind you not knowing what the f*** you're talking about, but keep my name out your mouth when you don't know what you're talking about. Keep my name and my image. Don't try to shit on my work when I won championships on every level. On every level. When they can knock out. I call passes in the midst of pain. Y'all don't do that. Y'all ain't never had to do that. So shut the hell up.
They can knock him out.
He personifies the Gbag of the day better than anybody in the history of the segment.
Yeah, he's unbelievable, man.
14 years. That might be my vote for Gbag of the forever.
That's funny, bro. That's funny. All right, let's do this. Let's go to Anonymous. They put out a video.
Oh, is it the hacker?
Yeah, the hacker guy. Group, yes.
The hacker, they find out the hackers overseas.
Yeah, the hacker group.
You know what you've done to the poor.
Absolutely.
And the oppressed.
Absolutely.
We're coming for you.
He's got the drama mask.
We're coming for you, billionaires. Run. Anonymous put out a threatening video to Roger Goodell over Baltimore Ravens because they just keep losing.
This is an official a communication from Anonymous to the NFL and Roger Goodell. We are Anonymous, a group of gay little computer guys that will make it. We will hack into your if you don't make the Ravens stop being bad at football. We do not know what you have done, Roger Goodell, to cheat and make the Ravens suck all of a sudden because we was good and we were supposed to be our year. But you have to stop doing it, or we will go into your computer and make it look like you was doing gay shit. We will do AI and make it look like you were kissing sexy Latino dudes or something. And everyone's going to think you're into that type of shit. If you do not make the Ravens good, we are invoking take-backsies. And we would like to take back Michael McDonald's from the Seattle Seahawks, because them, they don't deserve good shit.
They don't deserve.
Says sexy Latino dudes. Say you were kissing sexy Latino dudes.
That's a great bit right there.
It's Anonymous. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Let's go to College Game Day. 6 a.m. in Oregon.
Yeah.
That boy Pat Mack was bringing the energy.
It's nice to be all the way here in Eugene, smoking on some new green, changing up routine, gratitude, truly. It's nice to say, hey, Oregon, you make me wanna put my hands up and kick my heels up and throw my head back and celebrate now. Wait a minute. Now, Oregon, your local vitamins have been so good to me.
Yeah.
And your football team's so sweet. You know you make me wanna put my hands up and put my hands up and kick my heels up and a little bit something now, 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 a little bit Saban now, a little bit something now, a little bit louder now, a little bit louder now, a little bit louder now, a little bit louder.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, we're starting on game day. Skull dogs! Skull dogs! It's 6:07 a.m. Let's get this thing started.
Wow. Holy cow.
Yeah, he brought that energy, bro.
Standing on the chair.
Get the people going.
Yeah. He brought that energy,
He
bro.
did pick Indiana.
He did.
He picked Indiana.
He was the only one.
Well, he's from, you know.
That's his team, man.
His hometown.
That's his
I
state,
get it.
yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, he was the only one.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that crowd. They messed up the song right there.
Yeah.
When he says a little bit softer now, shout. A little bit softer now, shout. A little bit louder now, shout. A little bit louder now, shout. They started just saying it back and forth.
Yeah.
A little bit louder now.
A little softer now, a little bit softer now, a little bit softer now, a little bit saving now, a little bit softer now, a little bit louder now, a little bit louder now, a little bit.
Yeah, they did it wrong right there. But hey, I get it. It sounds good.
They have no idea what's going
They
on.
was in their bag.
It's 6 a.m.
That's the Isley Brothers song, right, Sean? I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
It's a good
Isley
baby
Brothers.
boomer bit.
It's great. I love it.
How about this?
Little Blues Brothers right there.
Yep.
All right, let's see.
Was that on TV?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
What a vibe.
Yeah, sure was. All right, yesterday was church day. I pray you got your blessing because there's a blessing out here for you. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Get well, sir. Let's go to the Word Network where this bishop, he's got a word for you, I think.
I am the senior pastor of Next Level Detroit. Amen. They out there in the crowd. I thank God tonight. My beautiful wife, she pastors with me. And the Lord gave me a simple word on my way here. He said, tell them that Joshua would interpret a dream in Genesis chapter 41. And he tells, not Joshua, but amen, praise God. He interprets a dream. Oh, I'm in there. Okay. Pharaoh interprets a oh my God, God, we give you glory. But amen.
Oh my God, we give you glory. Let me just wrap it on up and say, God is good all the time.
All the time, God is good.
There we go.
Thank you, sir. Is it Michael Irvin, our 3-time champ, looking for 4 right here in his pursuit of 5? Or will he be stopped at 3 like he was during his Hall of Fame career? Is it a Baltimore anonymous message to Roger Goodell? That could win almost any day of any week. That could win Gbag of the day right there. So could Pat McAfee at 6 a.m. in Eugene on College Game Day. And so, too, could the Word Network. This one's tough.
That's Pat Max dropping like a mixtape, 6 a.m. in Eugene. You'd be the name of it. Like Drake, you know. Drake got somebody 3 p.m. in Calabasas, 6 a.m. in Dallas.
That was definitely booming, I bet, at the frat parties that night there in Eugene. Just re-rack McAfee. I have to vote for the champ, though. I couldn't do it any other way, Chief. How about you?
Understandable. I'm going to go with the Ravens guy, though.
All righty. We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, I'm going to still go with Mike. I like how you can talk about just smoking in Eugene. Like everybody's like, yeah!
Love your vitamins.
yeah.
It's just like beer now.
Yeah, I love that, bro.
Wolchuk.
Playmaker.
Brad.
Pat McAfee.
By a score of 3-1. Still your Gbag of the day champion. It's playmaker Michael Irvin. He's gone 4 now. Okay, it's time to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
It was Animal House, not Blues Brothers. Lucius, get it together, buddy.
There's a Belushi and Animal House, right?
Yeah, they were both.
You know, I mean,
Hey, God is good, man.
again, same family, Lucius.
And if you look up Shout, you get Tears for Fears, though, too.
Come on.
Shout.
Is it not in Blues Brothers? Is Shout not in Blues Brothers? You would think it would be in there.
Aretha Franklin was part of it. She sang some stuff in that. That was that Respect? I think she sang Respect.
She's definitely got a nasty one.
Yeah, I think she sang that in there. But yeah, that was Animal House.
All right.
Shout, yeah.
All right, there we go. Let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Heads up, that anonymous bit was Stavos. Yeah, fam. Yeah, bro, thanks, man.
It'll make you dance for some of everything. Wow. Everybody
I went to Ole Miss. Y'all know about Ole Miss? Wait, why? Hotty toddy, hell yeah, why boo? LSU, you can go to hell, you buy you trash. I don't give a. It stinks in here. Close your legs. Okay.
Oh.
Little friendly SEC rivalry. They think because I'm a I don't know ball, but I know ball and balls. Baton Rouge. You know, that's French for pink wiener. I hope you know. Corn dog piece of shit. You went to UT? Or did you go to UT? Okay, you too, bitch.
Oh.
Corn's down. I don't give a Arch Manning, even though I love his granddaddy.
Wow. All over the place right there. This is LA Live for Monday, October 13th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Shout out to everybody that pulled up to the Texas OU watch party or OU Texas watch party. We had this weekend at the Highland Hotel. Well, I sure did want to light some sticks up, but we weren't
They wouldn't let
allowed.
us light sticks,
They
would
were
they?
not allowed to light those sticks up, but I had plenty of tequila. Plenty of it. So much that I made a wise decision. I left my truck there at the hotel in the valet.
Smart man.
Called an Uber so I can catch Paul Wall at the State Fair.
Then come back?
Yeah.
Did you come back to your truck?
I came back to my truck.
Hell of a day.
Yeah, I drank all that water out there so I could let that, the alcohol levels go down and be nice and focused on the wheel. Yep, I came back, picked up my truck, and I got back to my house just in time to see the Boots in his fight. Oh, God was blessing me. I'm talking about as soon as I got back in the house, I called my brother. I said, Boots is about to fight, man. Got on the phone with him. He said, and we said, like, yeah, we're going to watch this fight and just talk to each other on the phone. Boots Ennis got it done in the first round. Wow. First round stoppage by Boots. He beat up some dude named Lima. Sorry, I say this respectfully. I don't know who you are, but you folded. You got knocked out
Sound like
twice.
Michael Irvin right there.
You
Lucius.
got. I don't know. I don't even know who you are.
I don't know your name or your game.
I don't know your name or your game.
You guys' career started before, it's over before it started, man.
Yeah, Lima got knocked out twice. Well, knocked down twice in the first round, and then it was a stoppage. Boots just kept giving them thams, bam, 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 to the point where the Lima's side just threw in that towel. It's like, it's enough. It's enough.
We've seen enough.
We've seen enough from you, sir.
Let's get our guy out of here before he gets hurt.
Yeah, he made quick works of Lima. He also called out everyone at the 154, including Grand Prairie's very own Virgil Ortiz.
Oh.
Very own Virgil Ortiz, stand up.
Two guys that aren't full title holders yet, and that is you against Virgil Ortiz. We didn't see that fight happen at 147 pounds. Does it need to happen next?
It's going to happen next. I know he got his fight coming up. He focused on his fight. And, if you don't win, I'll fight Luma. I'll fight the winner of that. But I want Virgil Ortiz next. If we can't get Virgil Ortiz next, I heard that Baby Cub was calling me out too. Charlo, he can get it next.
Ooh, yeah.
Fundora, what's his name? Baccarat, Bartram. The IBF chair, he can get it.
Yeah.
Everybody at 154 can get it. I'm missing somebody. Who I'm missing? Xander can get it. Anybody at 154, I'm belt chasing. This is my division. 154 is mine. I'm on tour.
I'm on tour. I'm belt chasing, baby. I'm on tour.
Oh, I thought you said buck chasing. Like,
Belt chasing.
Oh, belt chasing.
I'm coming to collect them all.
Oh, he's getting them all. All right.
Yeah.
He is quick, strong, and long.
He's everything,
That
bro.
reach is-
Pause. Yeah, he's a menace. He's like a Crawford. He's like another little Crawford in a sense. That's why Canelo was kind of fighting him, sparring him to get ready for Crawford, even though Boots initiated that. Even though Boots did
He probably got
initiate
better
that. I'm pretty sure it did. I'm pretty sure he did. Also, I caught this weekend. One of my little old favorite group of rappers. They do a podcast, and they were talking about boxing, and boy, it just got a little slippery for them. Let's go to the Let's Rap About It podcast. Got Fabulous, Fabolous, Jim Jones, Mano. They were talking a little boxing, and Mano.
Javante, I think, is a lightweight, if I ain't mistaken. He fighting a heavyweight. So it's not a real fight. It's an expedition. It's an expedition. It's an expedition?
That's it. Oh, boy.
Nailed it.
Oh, boy.
Or they consider it a field fight. What is it?
What it is. You think it's all about the money now, or is
it's the expedition. At that point, man. What is it?
Not expedition at all.
It's not expedition.
That's a Ford truck. That's a Ford truck.
Truck.
Exhibition is what the fight is.
I don't want to see none of y'all know.
No, I'm just trying to correct. I'm trying to. Y'all corrected me when I got a word wrong.
So definitely not an expedition.
It's not an expedition. It's not an expedition.
These are rappers, by the way. They use words to get paid by the listen.
It's not a Ford.
You never Ford had an expedition? Never Ford had an expedition?
It's not a Ford.
That's an expedition.
It's not a Ford. It's an exhibition. Yes, not addition. 100%. The Bishan. It's a what? It's the Bishan, not the Dishan. The Bishan? Exhibition. Not an expedition. It's an expedition.
That's weed. That's weed.
It's an exposition. That's something different. Now you're going to court.
Jeez, bro.
Oh, man. That's actually funny.
Makes your head hurt a little bit listening to it.
Who's on first?
Yeah, it really got bad, man. They got every one of the expositions.
You can tell who probably has the best rhymes in there.
Come on, Fabulous, man. Fabulous with the punchlines.
Yeah.
Hey, LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Monday, Friday. Cam Newton had a busy week. Auburn retired Cam Newton.
His number.
Yeah, retired his jersey at
Number
halftime
one.
against
Number one.
Georgia.
Their light shows.
Number 2, right?
Number 2.
Or number 1? Which one was
He was
it?
number 2.
Was
Yeah,
he two?
number 2. Yeah.
He was
Okay, two.
1 in the NFL.
Don't do that to me, brother.
Oh no, I was sorry.
I'll get started.
I was
He was
right
two
about
at
that.
Auburn.
Yeah. So congratulations, Cam. Ben, was at Blaine College?
Blaine College.
You're on the clock.
He was in Florida first, right?
Florida got kicked out.
He got kicked out of
Stealing.
Florida, but I know he did. He was out of control in Blaine.
Yeah, he won. They won an
out-
natty.
Yeah, he was out of control.
That's just straight up unfair.
It was
dude.
not. Come on, man.
Can you imagine?
Imagine I barely made it to football. Now I have to tackle Cam Newton.
No.
Come on.
I barely made it here, bro.
He's going to be the NFL MVP in about 4 years.
I'm at Tyler Junior College trying to play some football.
Jeez.
Their light show intro for him at halftime of that was epic.
It was pretty sweet.
So badass.
Everybody looked like Trayvon Diggs trying to tackle him at Blaine.
100. Damn.
Oh, he just got by me. I'll dive at his feet. Oh, man.
And I
sucks.
tried. Oh, let me turn around and run the other way.
So shout out to Cam. Congratulations. And Cam Newton welcomed his 9th child with his girlfriend,
I was wondering.
Jasmine Brown.
Okay, I was going to ask a question of how many kids does he have?
He has 9.
Because
Ninth child.
They were all following him on the field. He was holding their hands, and he had a little army with him.
Well, I'm glad you asked that because I have a list of NFL players with the most kids.
Oh, love this.
Okay.
Is this current?
It's current.
Okay.
It's current. We got Antonio Cromartie.
Yeah.
14 kids with 8 different women's.
That's true.
Is he the leader?
Hey,
Tyreek?
Hey.
When it comes to
Sean Alexander.
Sean Alexander.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
14 kids with 1 woman.
One woman.
Okay, give
like
her
Roger
a
Staubach.
rest. Give her a rest, Sean.
Yeah.
Get off of her, fam. My God.
He's got that big old smile.
Yeah.
Just
Well, I'm
cheesing
about
his
to
ass
say you
off.
said
Got the
something
buck
else.
tooth.
Good
Big
Lord.
ol'
She's had enough. She's had enough. My
I
God.
was wondering what you were about
She's
to
the
say.
real MVP. Holy cow.
Yeah, man. Travis Henry. 11 kids.